The only reason that the left or the Democrats are so upset is because of that very fact.
Hello and welcome in. For everybody tuning in on the YouTube stream, it's super good to have you in here with us today. We're already in the middle of our first conversation, but it's just started. On the line, we have Real American News. They're telling us why they support Trump. So far, they've told us that they support Trump because he does what he says he's going to do. Sir, that's actually not true. So in his first administration, he promised the infrastructure bill. That never happened. In his first administration, he promised a border wall between America and Mexico. And he also promised that we wouldn't pay for it, but Mexico would. That never happened. In his second administration, he promised an end of Russia's ethnic cleansing of Ukraine in the first 24 hours. That never happened. In December of 2024, so this was after the election, he put out a statement on Truth Social saying that he'd slash prices so fast it'd make our heads spin. That never happened. He said that he was the ticket of peace. That never happened. Global tensions have only risen in the last 143 days. He promised that he would be good for government expenditure.
You're cherry picking.
What do you mean by
I know
cherry
you can
picking?
discuss, like because you can discuss the things that like he ran on that he wasn't able to get done, or you can discuss the things that he ran on that he's actually getting done.
Okay, well, I just want to be clear. So obviously, there's going to be things that he ran on that he has done. The same way, like there was things that Obama ran on that he did. There's things that Biden that ran on that he did. Things that Reagan ran on that he did. Clinton, everybody that has run for the presidency has ultimately done things that they ran on. But the reason I've brought up like a plethora of examples insofar as things that he's ran on and that he hasn't done is because there's definitely a lot of those examples, right? And I think that's incredibly important for me to point out. Because your main reason why you support him is arguing that he does what he says he's going to do. And I mean, like maybe other examples that are a little bit more relevant to immigration, which is something else that you referenced. I mean, he ran on a mass deportation of every single undocumented immigrant in America. What did he say last night? He's going to let undocumented immigrants stay in the country that have been working in certain industries such as hospitality or farming for like over 20 to 30 years. And I mean, that's a great thing. I'm really happy that he's going to cut down on his mass deportation, but that's definitely him switching up. And I mean, he switches up a lot. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his first term. And he lies to the American people and he lies to his base.
Though, that's huge. You just said something that's huge and I don't want it to be missed, bro. The fact that he is willing to sit down and say, hey, let's look at these people that are here working, have no criminal history. We'll do a background check on them, yada, yada. Has that not been what your party has been advocating for, some sort of reform?
No, I'm actually happy. I'll clarify. I'm happy that he's going from a mass deportation of every undocumented immigrant to less severe. But I don't think that this is a W Trump. And the reason why I say that this is not a W Trump is because if he's going to run on like the shittiest policy known to mankind, why should I clap for him and say that he's all of a sudden for the people when he makes it slightly less shitty?
Did '08 Obama not run on the same exact thing? And then, if I could, also, did he not control the White House, the House and the Senate? Or I'm sorry, did the Democrats not control the House, the Senate, and the White House when Biden first got in office and again did nothing to reform the immigration?
So about your claim that '08 Obama ran on the same thing, that's not true. So Obama ran on the platform of focusing on deportations of individuals with like a violent criminal past, not members of the family, not hard workers. Really not true?
No, yeah, you can't deport
how much do you want to bet?
Hold on. So you cannot deport millions of people a year and say that they were all criminals and then also have the point that immigrants aren't criminals.
Okay, so first and foremost, he didn't deport millions of individuals per year. He deported 3 million individuals over his 8 years. And I'll give you my thoughts on that in a bit. But more so, we were talking about what he ran on. Here's what he ran on, because you said that I was a liar. Let's just go ahead and play the clip.
Yeah, I got one too.
Criminals, not children. Gang members, not a mom who's working hard to provide for her kids. We'll prioritize.
That's a new ad. Is that a new ad?
But even as we focus on deporting criminals, the fact is millions of immigrants.
It's from 2014, silly goose.
Every state,
of
every race and nationality still live here illegally.
And, you know, that goes on and on.
It does go on and on.
So your claim that they ran on a platform that it was identical is incorrect. But I mean, listen, man.
I'm just gonna. To my clip now?
No. I want you to allow me to finish.
I actually had him on the campaign.
I'll let you say what you want to. I'll let you say what you want to after I finish speaking. I don't appreciate the interruption. So anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So, I mean, insofar as your claim that they ran on identical platforms, that claim is false. But like, here's what I will say, man. I hold a view on immigration that's a little bit further left than even the Democratic platform and party. I don't know if you listen to my streams frequently or you've heard what I've had to say in the past. I disagree with the deportation of any immigrant, any undocumented immigrant that doesn't have like prior violent offenses. And like for that reason, this would mean that I disagree with a lot of the deportations under Obama or even like Clinton when he passed expedited removal, et cetera. And I think that's important to point out. Unlike you, I'm not a party loyalist. Unlike a lot of MAGA, I'm able to critique people within my own party, et cetera. However, I do think that the left does it slightly better than the right. Now, something I will ask is for you to talk to me about Trump. You know, I thought that we were here to talk about why you support Trump. The next thing we know, we're talking about Obama. And now, if you have anything else to say about Obama, feel free. But, you know, man, we're in 2025, not 2008.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with you. I just typically like to point out the hypocrisy of the party you vote for.
What's the hypocrisy? I don't have any hypocrisy.
Well, the hypocrisy is this, ready? And your entire chat can't dispute this, and you can't either. We have Clinton, we have Obama, and we have Biden. Then we have Trump, A, B, C, D, right? A, B, C, D. Out of those, where does Trump land on the least deportations?
Okay. So overall deportation numbers. Yeah, the guy that served 8 years has deported more individuals than the guy that has served 4.5. Now, if you'll allow me to finish, that'd be great. I would really appreciate it if you allow me to finish. But once again, we've already went over the differences in the platform that they ran on. We've already went over the differences in the deportations in which they did. And I've already said very clearly that I don't support anything that the Democrats do. And I just think that today the Democrats do it slightly better than the right. And I've given you my reasons why. But once again, unlike you, I'm not a member of a cult. Unlike you, I don't just co-sign myself to anything that my party does or says. I disagree with the deportation of any immigrant any undocumented immigrant that doesn't have prior violent offenses. But, you know, something that Obama and Clinton didn't do is they didn't illegally deport undocumented immigrants, violating their constitutional protections, sending them to camps for terrorists in El Salvador. Now, once again, I'm not a hypocrite because I've been able to point out the differences between the platforms, and I've been able to demonstrate that I don't co-sign myself to everything that my party does. I believe that clears the air as it relates to conversation about Obama. I believe that clears the air as it relates to conversation about Clinton. I believe that clears the air as it relates to the talking points that you're bringing up about potential hypocrisy from the 90s. But once again, 2025, here to talk about Trump and why you support him. And this whole time, we've been talking about Obama.
Dean, did Obama and Clinton just go on the DNC? Like, did they just go to the DNC? Did they support the last Democrat president that you advocated for? And are you a big voice for the last Democratic president?
Yeah, for Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. She was much better than Trump.
And did Obama back her up?
Of course Obama backed her.
Okay, and did Bill Clinton back her up?
Yeah, Obama, Clinton, all of them.
So these are the people that you still are voting for is my problem.
Yeah, and if Obama or Clinton ran against Trump today, I still would have voted for them because once again, I think that the left does it better than the right, especially today in the platform that they have today. But I mean, I've already addressed this like about 1 billion times. Chad, I just want to make it clear for everybody watching. I mean, has this guy said anything about Obama or Clinton or hypocrisy of myself that I haven't addressed? Because like seemingly I've repeated myself like 3 or 4 or 5 times here about the explicit reasons why I think that the left does it better than the right, but I'm still even further left than the Democratic Party as it relates to immigration policy. And B, I've been able to point out the distinctions of the immigration policy of Democratic predecessors and Trump today that makes the left better than the right. I mean, I'm clear here. There's nothing that you've said that I haven't addressed. When do you want to talk about Trump?
I have already, but you're not being honest.
What am I not being honest about?
Because you just said that none of those people that we are referring to are doing it in the same way.
Yeah,
but if you rewind this live, you'll hear yourself say, except for Clinton, he used expedited.
Wait, so the differences that I've been able to point out between Obama and Clinton has been like illegal deportations, right? Like for instance, expedited removal was legal; it was ruled as constitutional. Now I still disagree with it nonetheless. And the difference between them and Trump is the fact that Trump is doing illegal deportations. He's violating the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants that he's deporting, such as Abrigo Garcia, Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas, or violating, withholding orders for Venezuelan immigrants. So, I mean, that's still yet going to be different than even expedited removal, because expedited removal was legal and constitutional. Now, you've been on the live for 15 minutes, and we still haven't talked about Trump. So I'm going to ask you a question about... Yeah, right. It's funny because the last thing that Trump supporters want to talk about is Trump. So let's circle back to, maybe the first thing that you said before you, pivoted for 15 minutes. The claim that you made was that Donald Trump has been able to follow through on the things that he's promised. I gave you around 10 things that he promised that he didn't follow through on. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, so are you ready to give me the things that he did promise and he did follow through on? Or is currently working on following through on, because he's only been in office a few months.
Wait, so your argument is, regardless of how many things Donald Trump baselessly promised and didn't follow through on, because there's a few things that he did, your claim is true nonetheless? Okay, well then that claim would be true of any president ever, and it shouldn't be an indicator of why you support Trump specifically. Because like for instance, if you say that Kamala Harris or Biden didn't follow through, hey, you'd have a tough time pointing out examples. I had a really easy time pointing out examples of Trump, but then I could just respond by saying, I don't care, you're wrong, because here's a couple things that they did follow through on. So give me something that's specific to Trump, because that last argument is just paradoxical. Essentially what you're saying, as long as there's like a couple things that he's promised and followed through on, that's why you support him. Well, that's true of everybody that has ever ran for the presidency and won it. So what's something specific to Trump that makes you support him today?
Specific of him, I would say, like I said, I mean, I think personally, as far as national security, it's an obvious and a given, and you're lying if you say anything else. I mean, nobody in the world was taking America seriously under Biden, and you can say that now because everybody, as far as Europe and Ukraine and all of those guys, are upset with us because of his policies and because he's a Republican and they've had problems with him in the past. But I'm talking about the people that are actually problems, the people like, that want to harm America. And at the end of the day, I believe he was a far better fit to protect this country.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that we've heard this talking point since like 2016, and I don't get it at all because it's just not true. I mean, like you said that we have nobody in the world who doesn't take Trump seriously. I want you to play a little game, because I could go here and I could name off a bunch of reasons why that's not true, such as the UN Rights Council that laughed at Trump. That's never happened to Biden or Harris. The leaked Kremlin documents where the Kremlin says that they think Trump's easy to manipulate. We don't have those about Harris or Biden, or just the increase in global tension that he's gone unaddressed, even though he promised to, cut it. How about this? Name me one world leader that takes Trump seriously.
Pretty much every leader in the Middle East.
Every leader in the Middle East, not Netanyahu. I mean, Netanyahu went ahead and bombed. Wait. Netanyahu bombed Iran last night after Donald Trump had begged them not to, according to the White House. Or, I mean, even like the leaders of Iran, you think that they took him too seriously after he really fucked them over by pulling out of the nuclear deal? Absolutely not. I mean, there's no way that the leaders of Saudi Arabia and OPEC take him too seriously because they reduced their output by 10% at the end of his term. Give me the name of a leader that takes him seriously. I'm being dead ass. Give me one name of one leader.
I'm being dead ass. Literally every leader knows that he is militarily...
So then it should be really easy to give me one example.
Okay, Zelensky would even take him more seriously, I would say. And that's a great one for you.
Why would Zelensky... Okay, wait, how could you say that Zelensky would be more likely to take Trump seriously compared to Kamala Harris or Joe Biden when he voiced a lot of respect for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? That is probably the very worst argument that you could make when he's personally voiced respect for them.
Hey, guess what? I would voice respect for you if you gave me a handout, bud.
Oh, okay, so then this is just another paradoxical argument. He's going to voice respect for Trump because Donald Trump has the ability to absolutely fuck him over because he's Putin's puppet. See how it's paradoxical? This is not like you don't have an argument of substance. You just have like rhetoric.
I do, because at the end of the day, yes, you're right. You can't just hand over Ukraine. And you guys know, you just sit here and blindly support Ukraine, not even knowing that, like, are you aware that there are literally...
So now you want to pivot to Ukraine. I don't mind talking about Ukraine. Once you could just give me one argument why you support Trump. Because, like, let me get this straight, man. You come up here, I ask you why you support Trump, you give me one sentence, the next thing I know, we spend 15 to 20 minutes talking about Obama and Clinton, and then I try to give you a cogent rebuttal. I love you, Mass. Thank you for the flying jets. I appreciate that. And then you once again pivot, and now we're talking about Ukraine. Like, no, let's talk about why you support Trump. And something else here.
You asked me what leader. And I said,
you said
Ukraine,
Zelensky.
and then you asked me why, and then I started saying why, and then I pivoted for a moment and was going to say, are you aware that there are generals, statues of schmazzies in Ukraine that they put there?
Oh, wait, so if statues of like really bad people in a country means that the leader is bad, okay, well, in red states, we see a lot of statues of Confederates, such as Robert E. Lee, or the founder of the Texas A&M University that owned Native American enslaved individuals as property. So I mean, should we take down those statues too, for the same reason that you criticize these potential statues in Ukraine?
Are you not okay with that?
Okay with what specifically?
Are you not okay
Am I not
with
okay?
us taking down statues in this country of people that you do not agree with the history of?
Yeah, I think that's something that we should do. And I'd say the same thing if there's statues of Nazis in Ukraine. But answer my question, sir. Are you okay with it? Do you think that is a bad thing that the GOP and the platform and the party of the right has defended and enshrined these statues of slave owners and genociders, such as at Texas A&M University, or like Confederate soldiers and Army military leaders and Robert E. Lee? Do you agree with the left and disagree with the right that we should take those statues down?
I don't think that they should be taken down in the sense of every single one of them. I would say, let's look at the history of things. Like, just because you were a president at that time, for example, yes, slave owning was obviously terrible, but we're also going to be honest and acknowledge the fact that even in the South, only like 10% of people owned slaves, you know what I mean? Like,
and then everybody who didn't own, then everybody, exactly, you just said it yourself, most people couldn't afford enslaved individuals. So everybody that didn't own a slave wanted to own a slave, but they just didn't because they couldn't afford it. And then also, I want to let you know that it also is the case. Are you going to interrupt me? I'm going to go out and mute you if you interrupt me again. I understand that you're losing this argument, but let's try to have some like some civil discourse. So, I mean, you just said that only 10% owned slaves. Okay, well, the 90% that didn't wanted to, they either couldn't afford them or rented them. Bet you didn't know that. And then going back to the claim that you made about statues. So, I mean, I asked you very explicitly if you agree or disagree with taking down statues of Robert E. Lee, who led the Confederacy. You said that you might disagree with that. So on what basis can you argue that it's bad that Ukraine has statues of Nazis when you're okay with statues of generals that led a military in a war to defend the right to own people as property?
No, see, because you're not understanding two parts of that. Is one, I said I would look into the history of the statues. If there's like some random redneck soldier that did nothing for our actual country and he was a slave owner, like that's all you're talking. Now that's not all the South was fighting over, dude. Like, you got to understand, yes, that was a bad part of things that they were fighting over, but they were also fighting over like taxation without representation and a lot of other things that they were fighting for. Not everybody was just like, I want to keep slaves and that's why I'm fighting over here. That's not even the main topic at all of why the South and the North fought. And if that's
okay. So yeah, you have absolutely no basis to shit on any statue in Ukraine if you're going to say that we should glorify genociders and slave owners in America. And I'll also let you know that is what the South fought for. If I were you, I'd go read the Articles of Confederations of the original 13 states to launch their joining into the Confederacy. The reason why the Confederacy formed,
one part.
It was the main part. Dorian, thank you for the
galaxy. It was not the main part.
Okay, then what was?
No,
then what was? If that wasn't, then what was?
Like I said, more importantly than anything, it was taxation.
Oh, more importantly than anything, it was taxation?
More importantly not than anything. More importantly than that issue, it was taxation,
Gigi, thank you so much for the galaxy. And why do
and
you
it was
believe
government
this?
overreach.
Oh, government overreach. How so? What
What
was
do
the
you mean?
What was the government overreach?
Taxation is government
Taxation.
overreach.
Oh, it's the taxation. And why do you find this to be the case?
What do you mean? Because I personally believe taxation without representation is theft.
Oh, okay. So this is what you believe. Well, we're talking about the Confederacy. So why do you believe that the
Yeah,
Confederacy's
that's
largest issue was
also
taxation?
what they believe.
Okay, why do you think that? Why do you think that the issue of taxation was a bigger issue to the American South than the right to own a slave?
Because, like I said, a majority of the actual Confederate Army couldn't even afford a slave. It had nothing. It didn't benefit them in a way that it would to fight for not getting taxed.
Wait, so your argument isn't making much sense. So your argument has nothing to do with like the historicity of the Confederacy, like the declarations of war against the North, or even like the declarations of Confederacy in of itself. It's just kind of like a reach. You're just assuming that a larger issue than slavery was taxation because most people in the South couldn't personally own a slave. That doesn't make much sense. Okay, well, we're going to be looking at history here. Could you please like historically demonstrate to me through the use of evidence, history, documentation, etc., that a larger issue to the American South than slavery was taxation?
Listen, I understand
Thank you for the
that
galaxy.
it would be. I would completely understand, and I feel like anybody.
I'm not
that
asking.
has
Could you answer my question and give me like historical documentation to demonstrate that what you're saying is
Yes,
true?
I'm literally answering you. I'm saying I would understand it to be a hard thing to do because the entire time that since then we've been taught in the history books that that was the most important thing, the most that's basically the
Thank you for
only
galaxy. I appreciate
that's the only thing that people even learn about, and the only thing that they understand that even caused the Civil War, or like that's
Chad,
not
is
the
he
truth.
answering my question? Okay, you're not answering
Yes,
my question.
I'm saying like historically I can come back with this information, but like I can't off the top of my head be like, yeah, in your history books it says it.
Oh, okay. So you
Because
can't give evidence off
in
the top
your
of your head.
history
Well, I mean,
books,
I could
in
give.
your
I could.
history
No,
books,
listen,
it
man.
will
Listen,
tell
man.
you.
So I could give evidence off the top of my head. Okay, the evidence off the top of my head that is about slavery was the Articles of Confederation, the Declaration of War from the South against the North, why they seceded and left the Union. I mean, like they listed in the Articles of Confederation when in succession and leaving the Union that they wanted to defend their right to own a slave, and they were scared of the threat of the North, federally criminalizing that, including those 13 states. So they seceded from the
And
Union.
what else, Dean? And what else, Dean?
That was their main motivation.
That was it. That was it.
No, I said that's their main motivation. You're arguing that a larger motivation was taxation. I'm asking you for historical evidence to demonstrate that that's true, similar to the historical evidence that I'm providing to you right now, and you can't give it to me. You have an ahistorical view. And if you didn't have an ahistorical view, you would be able to give me historical evidence. I mean, but like, look, like you're doing the same thing that all the other like little incels do, where you say whatever you want. You think that you could just make history whatever you want it to be because you don't like the idea that there's good reason to believe that the South was insane. So you just change it, and then you expect me to let it slide.
First of all, the South, and most people in the South were not even like that. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I'm just waiting for you to give me historical evidence to demonstrate that taxation was a larger issue to the American South.
Do you really think that, like...
No, I'm going to give you one more opportunity. This is your last opportunity. I want you to give me more historical evidence to demonstrate that a larger issue to the South was taxation when compared to the legal right to own a slave. If you can't give that to me, your view's ahistorical and you're making shit up. Give me the historical evidence. Last chance, bud.
Okay, if I could answer you, of course they're not listed in order of importance, just like it's not listed in order of importance of what you're discussing, and you refuse to name the other things that are on those
We're going to
lists.
give you 20 seconds to give us historical evidence.
You're gonna give me 20 seconds to hop off here, go on Google for you when you're sitting in front of a computer, and you could easily look at why did the Confederate go to war? And the reasons for it. And then you can list those reasons right in front of your audience, but you won't.
All right.
Because it goes
Well, we gave you 10 minutes to try to give historical evidence to demonstrate that what you're saying was true, and he couldn't do it. He was just waffling, making shit up. Yeah, man, I appreciate you for coming up here and letting me, own you in a little debate. It was really actually satisfying to own you in that debate because the first thing that you said when you came up here was that I was scared of you cooking me. So I'm happy that I could cook you. And unfortunately for you, that was a very easy cook. That was a very easy debate to win because I was aligned with history. He was making shit up. It's really hard to win an argument about history and what has happened in history when you just aren't giving me the history. You know what I mean? It's really hard to win an argument about history when you have no evidence. Chris, thank you for the galaxy, man. Good to see you. What's going on, Ethan Aldio? All right, Ethan's not here, guys. If you happen to be one of the 13.5 thousand people tuning into the live stream, one of the first 14K, go ahead and drop a MAGA accompanied by your age down below in that comment section. We'll get you loaded into the live and we'll have a conversation. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the live literally right now, so everybody just do give us a moment to do that, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest, Jackson, loaded in right now. And Eric, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Eric W's down below in that comment section. Eric says it's getting worse and I don't know what to do. Eric, go out and protest tomorrow. No Kings. .org. Please go out and go protest. But thank you so much for the $50 donation, man. That is insane. I really appreciate that. As well as Jalissa with a $20 saying, have you ever tried the debate style where you argue the other person's side, like being devil's advocate? I don't really do that when it relates to politics. Politics is too seriously to make play pretend. You know what I mean? Darius, thank you for the $10 as well. Sarah with a 5, Serena with a 5, and Gwyneth with a 5, and Cecilia, thank you for the 10. That is all the donations on Venmo from the last 32 minutes. I really appreciate you guys. What's up, Jackson? Are you MAGA?
No, I'm actually what you call basically independent. I don't look at any political view.
Do you support Trump?
I support some of his ideas.
I know, but
don't
overall,
essentially like him as of right now.
Okay,
but
sounds good. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, man, because we are just looking to talk to people that do indeed like him. So we're gonna go to get that next guest up in the box, Lucilio. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal, saying, "Hi, Dean, please debate Lumberjack." I've debated Lumberjack a couple times. He's I've made him look a little silly. Thank you for the $20 donation, Lucilio. Let's get 200 Lucilio W's down below in that comment section, as well as Michaela with a 5. What's going on, 707? Are you MAGA?
I'm sorry.
Cool. All right. I'm going to go ahead and guess it. That means that you aren't. So for everybody joining in here, please do keep the rules in mind, everybody. We are just looking to talk to people that do indeed support the current presidential administration, y'all. So if you're in that queue, make sure that means that you're at least 18 from America and support Donald J. Trump. If that is not you, leave the queue. If that's not you, leave the queue. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got the next guest loading up right now. What's up, Roger? Are you MAGA?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
Well, I just had a quick question if you could help me answer for other.
Feel free to join my Discord and ask the question in there, but I'm sorry, I'm going to remove you just because I made it very, very explicitly clear right before I accepted you that we are looking to talk to Trump supporters. So I'm going to remove you just because I want to make it clear to the people that are listening that I mean what I say when I say what the boundaries and the rules are of the live stream. If I make an exception for you right after I say the rules, why then what do the rules even mean then? So, but seriously, feel free to join the Discord and ask your question there. But we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat, accompanied by your age, if you'd like to come up and join. Here we go, everybody. We got that next guest loading in right now. We got Shruit loading in. Someone in the chat says, so literally let them talk. So, literally have some respect for my boundaries. What's going on, Shruit? Are you MAGA?
Well, yeah, I sure am.
Okay, how old are you?
Well, I'm 20 years old.
All right, Shruit, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 20 years of life?
Well, I actually didn't vote in the last election, but the reason that I support him is because there's just so much that the Democrats have done, and that the whole Harris campaign and the Biden campaign, it just was shit for the whole. It was just shit for the whole economy, shit for everybody and our troops. And right now, what Trump is doing, especially in California, is amazing and I know there's a lot of controversy, and they think it's wrong and against the Constitution, but it's actually very necessary. And the way that everyone is handling it there and saying that it's Trump's fault is extremely, extremely wrong.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh, my Lord. See, this brain rot right here is really going to hurt this country. So, I mean, last night we had a federal judge rule that his deployment of the National Guard in California was illegal. Now, of course, there's been a stay put on that because Donald Trump submitted an appeal, but the latest court ruling that we have is that it's illegal. So I think that we could say that's what's going to be most likely the case. We're going to trust that as our standard here. And basically what they ruled is that it was an unconstitutional attempt to consolidate power to the federal branch of our government to combat citizens and journalists on the ground. That's authoritarian. We shouldn't be supporting that. Now, I'm also curious about the first thing that you said here, because the reason that you said you support Trump is because of the Harris platform. So what was included within the Harris platform in the election that was so bad for this country that it justified voting for Trump? Or sorry, more so supporting Trump.
Well, a lot of my family, they served in the military, and I just know multiple people that what Biden was doing with the military when he was in power, when he was president, and with Kamala's help, it was just shit for all of the military.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're gonna have you explain why. But real quick, I needed to read a comment. Ollie in the comment section said, "Usually I love your streams, but you're getting too political in this one." Ollie, what world have you been living on? What world have you been living on for the last? Anyways, so you said that Biden was just shit for them. Okay, and they left. Okay. All right. Well, they left. They ran away. Dear Lord, Truett, I would love to finish that conversation, Truett. I'm not a big fan of people coming up here making a claim then hitting the road. So I wish we could have finished that one out, Truett. Unfortunate that he had a dip. Dear Lordy Lord. Okay, yo, Elania! Thank you for the $50 super chat over on that YouTube stream. Oh my God, Elania. Let's get 500 Elanias down below in that comment section. That is ELINA, y'all. While we get that next guest up in the box. If you were watching and you support Trump, let me know down below. We'll get you pulled up here. But seriously, Elania, thank you for the love. Elania says, hey, Dean. Hey, Elania, hope you had a good birthday yesterday. What's going on, Blackberry? Are you MAGA? Okay, Blackberry ain't here. What about you, Isaac? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
All right. How old are you, bud?
18.
Oh, dear Lord, Isaac. What year were you born in?
I can't even remember, dude. I'm fucking old. It's okay.
Okay, if you don't remember that the year you were born in, you're probably under 18. But if you seriously are 18 and you don't remember the year you were born in, probably just not going to be a good convo. I'm not going to lie, okay? If you can't remember that, how can I expect you to, remember a reason why you support Trump? All right, it looks like there's a lot of people in the queue who are either underage or just coming up here and leave and getting gagged, being silent, getting some stage fright. So, listen, if you're listening in and you are not going to get any stage fright and you're ready and willing to come up here and have a discussion, let me know down below in that chat. What's up, Tristan? How old are you, man?
24.
24. Tristan, you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump?
You mean the best president?
The best president. Oh, Tristan, why do you think he's the best president?
Because, bro, he's going to make the economy great again.
The economy.
FIFA, man. He's doing it all, bro.
Okay, all right. Well, Tristan, I'm going to mute you while I'm talking just because you got a little bit of background noise, so you could control that. Just unmute when you're ready to respond. So you said he's going to make the economy great again. His big, beautiful bill, his economic bill, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, is going to reduce the after-tax income of 80% of Americans, increase wealth disparities for very obvious reasons, and it's going to cost nearly $4 trillion, according to the CBO. Only in Trump's America, only in 2025, will we have millions of Americans saying that the economy is going to be great again by reducing the after-tax income for the average American and spending $4 trillion to get it done. That's insane. And then you went on to say that you said getting rid of illegal, so you support mass deportation. That's going to make the economy even suffer more. I mean, that's going to cost $2 trillion over 10 years, as well as, according to the Center on American Progress, undocumented immigrants contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year, factoring in for all of their productivity. If we were to remove them all today, that means that our GDP would drop the same percentage that it did in the Great Recession of 2007 through 2009. So I'm not so sure that he has any policy that's good for the economy, and seemingly the totality of his policy is really harmful for the economy. But Tristan, go ahead and click on that profile picture of yours. Click the icon of the mic. It'll unmute you. That's how you. There you go.
I was just letting you speak, bro.
No, I appreciate that, man. But once again, I'm just gonna mute you when you're not speaking because there's a little bit of background noise. But anyways, yeah, man, that's my response. What are your thoughts on me pointing out the fact that essentially all of Donald Trump's policy really hurts the economy?
I mean, I see what you're saying, bro, but I don't see. I mean, the last 4 years he was in, the economy was booming. This past 4 years been absolute dog water, bro.
Yeah. What is one thing that the Biden-Harris administration did to harm the American economy? And be specific, because remember, I just gave you very specific things that Donald Trump is doing and wants to do that will harm the economy. So, in a similar sense, be very specific. What did the Biden-Harris administration do that hurt the economy?
Bro, just letting the border flow in, bro. Like letting all these undocumented aliens just come through here, bro. Not paying taxes, like this shit's crazy, bro.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen, I'm not even gonna like talk about your claim of them opening the border. It's false, but that's another subject because those undocumented immigrants.
But it's not false, bro.
But we're talking about the economy. So let's finish out our conversation about the economy. So the undocumented immigrants actually help the economy. Yeah. You said that they don't pay taxes. Yeah, they do. They pay $100 billion in taxes on the federal, state, and local level every year.
They pay $100 billion, bro.
How do I know that?
You can't pay fucking taxes, bro.
Wait, you can't pay taxes if you're an undocumented immigrant? That's false. So first you pay local taxes, like sales tax.
What Social Security are they using, bro? Like, explain that shit.
Oh, wow, Tristan, they actually don't get Social Security. Wow, but does that mean that they don't pay into it? No, they actually do pay into it. Last year, they paid $25 billion into Social Security. So it's funny because they pay taxes and then they don't reap the benefits, which mean they are so productive for the economy that they subsidize citizens. So your claim that they hurt the economy is not true. They actually help it proportionally more than citizens. Undocumented immigrants, are more likely to have active participation in the workforce because more of them are of age to work. That's why there's 8.3 million workers in the American labor force that are undocumented. Okay, right, let's get that one straight. They pay $100 billion per year in taxes through an ITIN on a W-2 or local taxes such as sales tax when they buy goods, as well as they directly contribute $400 to $500 billion into the American GDP per year just by buying goods. Yeah. They help the economy, man. So I asked you, how did the Biden-Harris administration hurt the economy? You said undocumented immigrants. No, they help the economy. Now, there's more of a conversation there about what policy should we have, what should we do with undocumented immigrants, what are the downfalls, what are the pros, what are the cons, etc. But just just as a blanket response to your claim that they hurt the economy, that is false.
So, how do you feel about everything going on in LA, bro? Like,
Tristan, don't pivot. You said that the Biden-Harris administration hurt the economy. I want you to name one thing they did that hurt the economy.
Everything, bro. Them just being here, dude. Bro. Just them being here, gang.
Dude, like, Tristan, what is this? What is this brain rot? Okay, so everything they did hurt the economy. So when they passed the Chips and Science Act that invested $30 billion into American chip producers, and now we see new chip production facilities popping up in Arizona and Idaho, that hurt the economy?
Yes.
How? How did that hurt the economy, bud?
Bro, did you see all the shit Elon Musk broke down? They was funneling all this money to, bro. Like, come on.
You're talking about
all our taxpaying dollars, bro.
All right. I'm in bot lobbies. We're in bot lobbies today. Have you guys ever played like Call of Duty or Fortnite? You know, like when you could like play Call of Duty on like a local private mode and you just play against like bots, like recruit difficulty. That's that guy right there. And then also, Fortnite. When you first download the game, you get bot lobbies. Yeah, like that's
hello, Dean.
What's going on, Infamous? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 19 years of age.
Cool. You support Trump, man?
Yeah. I just had to ask you one thing about the borders.
Okay, so you are a Trump supporter,
though? Sure.
Okay, well, that's obviously a no. When people say sure, what they mean is no, but I want to ask you a question nonetheless. So we're going to move on to the next guest. While we're getting the next guest loaded in here, Chantel, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat, saying it boils down to treating people with dignity, human rights for all. I couldn't agree anymore, Chantel. As well as Shrill with the $10 Australian, Annie with the $10, and Joey with the $10. And then also Roro, thank you so much for the $20 super chat saying Trump supporters are scary. I cannot agree more. And X with the $20. I really appreciate that. Coming in from Brazil. Love to Brazil, X. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Of course not. I just wanted to get up on here and say thank you. Thank you for the words. I appreciate it. May God bless you 1,000 times.
Hey, I really appreciate that, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Huge shout out to you. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. What is going on, Blaze? You MAGA?
Yes.
Oh, no, dude. Oh, why? Dude, you support that, like, raging, like, idiot, dude. Come on. Let's get real.
I mean, my parents and a lot of people around me support him.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 21.
21. Okay, take it away. So your parents support him? Okay, well, obviously we're going to agree that's not good reason to support a presidential candidate. So do you have like good reason why you support Trump?
I mean, he said that he was gonna do all this no tax on tips thing and all that kind of stuff that looked good to me, and immigration. I don't really see the same way as a lot of Republicans do on immigration, but
okay, all right. Well, I mean, we've spent the last 46 minutes talking about his tax policy and immigration, so let's see if like we could switch it up here. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you ever hold any red lines against Trump?
Red lines? What is that?
Like, if he did something, you would stop supporting him indefinitely.
Yes.
Okay, could you give us an example of what one of those red lines might look like?
If he just like did something to where like he just completely went insane. I can't really think of
completely went insane. Okay. Well, so this was about 5 or 6 days ago. He shared a post on Truth Social saying that Biden was executed in 2020 and replaced by a robotic clone. That's kind of completely going insane. So, I mean, would you say that would be a red line? You no longer support Trump because he completely went insane, and that was evidently clear when he said Biden was executed and replaced with a robotic clone?
No, I mean...
Okay, so then you were lying about holding that red line. So then give me a red line you'd actually hold.
If he did something like unalived somebody or, you know...
Oh, like something really bad, like murdering or raping someone?
Well, yeah, like murder, yeah.
What about rape?
Yeah.
He was liable for rape.
Well, I mean civilly, not criminally.
Okay, yeah. So we know that he raped E. Jean Carroll. So is that your red line? Do you no longer support Trump?
I still do. I mean.
Oh, okay. So grape isn't your red line. So now I've asked you twice now. What is a red line that you would hypothetically hold against Trump? I then have demonstrated to you very clearly how he's fulfilled that red line, and you still support him. So, okay, I mean, I know that I asked you of this. I know that I asked this of you last time. I asked you to give me a red line that you'd actually hold against him, and then you gave me a red line that you don't actually hold against him. So come on, seriously, give me a red line that you would legitimately hold against Trump.
Murder.
Murder. Okay. So if he murdered somebody, then you'd stop supporting him.
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Okay. So you wouldn't stop supporting him if he raped somebody, but you would stop supporting him if he murdered somebody. Well, I mean, hey, I think that we could agree that Donald Trump hasn't personally murdered anybody. So what about something outside of murder? Is that your only red line? Like for instance, do you support Kamala Harris?
As a president, no, I don't think she's a bad person, though. I think she's pretty cool.
But you want to support her for the presidency. Okay, so, I mean, like, what red lines do you hold against Harris that she crosses that means that you don't support her?
Well, I mean, I don't support her now, but probably the same thing, like murder, like something like that.
No, I know you don't support her now for the presidency, so that means that there's red lines that you hold against her that she's already crossed. So what red lines does she cross that means that you don't support her? Because you don't support her, meaning that she has crossed your red lines. What are they?
Probably. Dang, dude, I can't think of nothing right now.
Okay, so basically, your red line is anything against Kamala Harris, but then your red line against Trump is murder. Why?
I'm not like I see you, people like you, and you're really educated, like you know what you're talking about. You're really researched on these things. Like I'm not. I haven't really a lot of the research, you know. Like I just voted back in January, like or November, my bad. But I just voted back then, and I mean I don't know a lot about politics like you.
All right.
You know,
Right.
so
All right. Well, hey man, hey, real quick, Ann, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. That is Ann. I appreciate you so much, as well as Ashley. Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Saying Dean, I appreciate you immensely. I appreciate you for the love, Ashley. Chat, show some love to Ashley down below. And then Ashley again with a $20, saying No Kings is basically saying, hey, big government, don't tread on me. Well, I hope that you're at the protest tomorrow, Ashley. Thank you for the 20. And Jeffrey, thank you for the $25. Jeffrey says, adding my voice to your fans requesting that you start referring to the Democratic Party rather than Democrat Party. Okay, Jeffrey, you've convinced me. I need to do that. Let's show some love to Ashley and Jeffrey down below in that chat. And then Serena with a 5, Claire with a 4, and Chase, thank you for the 10. But yeah, Blaze, is there anything else that you want to go over before I move on to the next guest?
yes, I was watching a live review, I think yesterday, and you said something about mass amnesty
Right.
instead of mass deportation.
Yep.
I've never really thought about that, like just giving people, you know, citizenship that's been here instead of trying to get them away. Like, what's something you could say that would you just make them all just citizens like all of us, or would you give everybody
Residents.
a green card?
Residents or citizens. Now, if you want to know my reasons why, honestly, I have a 5.5-minute video on my page. It's my second most recent post with 4.1 million views of me going over every reason why. So I'd go give that a look. If you're curious insofar as my reasons why I support that. But I appreciate you so much for joining me, man. We're going to move on to the next guest at this point. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you all support Donald J. Trump, everybody. And we're going to go to get that next guest up in the live right now. If you're one of the 15,000 people tuning in, make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen or sharing out that live with a handful of friends. Let's go to get that very next guest up in the live, as well as Isaiah. Thank you so much for the love over on PayPal with a $20 saying that I love you. Isaiah, that is so incredibly kind of you. Let's show some love to Isaiah down below in that comment section. Let's get 200 Isaiah W's. It looks like Devin loaded up, but Devin just straight up isn't here. Okay, goodbye, Devin. We got a little bit of a stage fright. Welcome in, user. You MAGA?
Yo.
Okay, user, how old are you?
I just turned 22 in January.
Do you support Trump?
I'd like to say that I'm right in the middle. I didn't really know what decision to make. I didn't really want to make the wrong decision.
Okay, but like,
so I was one of the few people that didn't vote.
Well, we're not even talking about the election. We're
However-
talking like right now. So after the first 143 days of his presidency, like, do you support Trump? Do you think he's doing an all right job?
Speaking from my personal experience, I do want to say that I am very tired of working with immigrants that will set the bar low, and not in ways whether it's how much money they make or what it is they have in their house or et cetera, et cetera. I'm talking about I've worked in certain places where a majority of my coworkers, I live in Montebello, by the way. I'm about 15 minutes from LA. I worked in places where a majority of my coworkers were immigrants, and they would accept things like sexual harassment, below the minimum wage, and then they would go so far as to try to harass me so they could be the majority that worked there. And I just got tired of it. It discouraged me as an American to make my own money.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on what you're
It was
saying.
like I had to give up.
So you're sick and
many
tired of
jobs.
immigrants because an immigrant sexually
No,
harassed you?
I had to personally, no. They wouldn't sexually harass me. There are corrupt employers that do things like that, you know? But having coworkers that are immigrants that really need the job, they'll put up with things like sexual
Okay, you
harassment.
shouldn't blame this on the immigrants. You should blame this on our government. Our government are the ones that created the conditions of unattainable legal means of entry that has forced millions of individuals to seek a better life in America with the use of undocumented means of entry, which has put them in a position where they're more likely to be exploited by their employers
But did
because
you
of a
see
threat of
how
being
it-
deported and less bargaining power in the workplace. Don't take it
course.
out on the victim of the neglect of our
course.
Congress, right? Take it out on Congress by advocating for reform in our immigration policy.
Of course. However, I do want to say I'm grateful that now when I go to these places that I did work at, a lot of those immigrants aren't there anymore, you know? I don't have to worry about if I apply to somewhere else that I'm going to be the minority in my own country. Like, how does that make sense? That me as an American girl, and I have Mexican family members, I have
Oh.
Colombian family members, how is it that I get discouraged from working
I have a
because
question.
I'm surrounded
I have a question. When you say
by
that you
people
will
who
be a
accept things like
minority in
that.
your own country,
How
okay,
does that make
let
sense?
me ask you.
Literally,
Let me ask you a
exactly.
question. When you say
Ask
you
me.
will be a minority in your own country,
I
what?
have become a minority.
Okay, when you say I've become a minority, what fact about you has become a minority?
The fact that whenever I've had about,
No, like
I
what
want to
about you?
say,
Is
I'm
it
going to
that
be
you're
completely
white?
honest.
Is it you said that you're a Mexican family, so maybe you're not white? Is it that you're a citizen?
No, actually, I'm literally completely white passing, which is in a way fortunate but unfortunate because I have to see people like my family members be, you know, segregated against and things like that, and all because of the color of their skin tone, really. Because I'm just as Mexican, I'm just as Colombian. However, I feel where I've become a minority is when my past experiences with my jobs, I've been outnumbered by immigrants who will not only accept sexual harassment, promote it, and will promote bullying to make American. I will literally give you the address of multiple businesses, and you go and tell me how many of the workers
Sir, you
there
know who?
are
Hey,
immigrants
ma'am,
and how many are
ma'am,
American
ma'am.
citizens.
Okay, well, let's stop
Make it make
lying.
sense.
Undocumented immigrants are 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes such as sexual harassment in the workplace. So don't act as if undocumented immigrants are the main issue. Okay, and then second of all, honestly, you want to know one person who I am sure supports and accepts, more so accepts sexual harassment? You. You want to know why?
That's why I quit those jobs. That's why I left.
No, listen to me.
happened.
You want to know why I say that I'm positive that you accept sexual harassment?
Because I've left. Because I
No.
didn't.
Because you accept President Trump, who's an adjudicated rapist that has gone on record boasting about his sexual harassment of naked teenagers and adult women.
But do you understand how that information about people is one? I meet millions of people every day. People walk around every day, and what are the odds that you're walking past a rapist and they're just walking freely and they're probably
Well, if you're in Washington D.C. right now, every time you walk up to the gates of the White House, you're in proximity. And are we sure that we want to promote that?
Whether I choose to pour into that and indirectly promote that, how is it that I've become the victim of people that will accept that behavior? Like you said, apparently I've accepted this behavior, I've become suppressed to it. However, when I see my coworkers normalizing it and telling me that I shouldn't tell my stepfather, who's a lawyer, to sue, and make everybody lose their jobs, it's really that easy for some people.
Listen. So if you're telling
Would
us
you
you
have
have
rather me sued and made
I'm gonna go ahead. Listen, if you had coworkers,
That's the worst part about it.
If you had
is when do
coworkers,
have that
listen to
power.
what I have to say. If you had coworkers that tried to normalize sexual harassment,
Very few. It would be like,
do you
for
mind
example,
if you let me
there's
speak?
10 people. Of course, go ahead, speak.
So you're telling us that you had really shitty coworkers that were okay with sexual harassment. What does this have to do with your stereotypes and your generalizations of immigrants?
Within my experience of the last about 3-4 years, I have experienced nothing but disgust with my own people in the work environment. Solely in the work environment. I'm not talking about when I see them at the grocery store making money, when I see them at the corners making money. Respectfully, everybody has their hustle. I respect it. However, when somebody like the boss, for example, our employer, sexually harasses not only my immigrant coworker, not only me, now we not only have the cook sexually harassing the both of us because it's now normalized. I have left jobs like that immediately. And it's sad for me to be the one that has to give up my opportunities because people will allow that bar to be their bar. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I feel bad for her, because she needed the job desperately and had to put up with that. However, that's not making any of this better.
Okay, I need you to listen very close. I need you to listen very closely to me.
Yes, sir. I'm hearing you.
Everybody watching this live disagrees with the promotion of grape culture and the acceptance and normalization of SA or sexual harassment in the workplace. Listen to me. Please listen to me. Me and every person watching this live can agree with you there. Okay? But where I'd say most people watching this live, vehemently disagree with you is for you to then turn around and say that this is an issue with immigrants and that it is immigrants that promote and accept this, and this is something that we should generalize and assume to be true of all immigrants. Okay, point number one. All right, can we agree that there's some immigrants in America, just like some citizens, that promote these very harmful systems of oppression towards women and grape culture as a whole? Absolutely. We live in a patriarchy. Okay, we need to change that, and like some immigrants are definitely not going to be excluded from this. That is so true. Okay, but does this mean that you then get to turn around and act if it's an issue of immigrants, not an issue of the patriarchy, in which includes some immigrants? Absolutely fucking not. And the fact that undocumented immigrants are 2 times less likely to, do SA, do sexual harassment, commit a violent crime, I think only further attests to that fact. And I got to tell you, well, when you sit here and you tell us that, there's an issue with grape culture on behest of immigrants in this country, well, although you may think that you're advocating for resolution of grape culture, which is a form of bigotry, you're only advocating to replace said form of bigotry with another form of bigotry, which is xenophobia, right? So, like, you cannot say that you're a good-hearted person that wants to see progressive change in the world around you, specifically in the country in which you live in, but then just say that we should replace one form of ill treatment towards humans with another form of ill treatment towards humans. And just to kind of wrap it up, put the cherry on top here, there's absolutely no way you could be advocating for societal reform and the rejection of grape culture when we have a grapist sitting in the Oval Office, and this is something you support, condone, and are happy to support, and are happy to see.
Whether he's in the Oval Office, or he's at our local deli, or he's our doctor, or he's our OBGYN, rapists are everywhere. Criminals are everywhere. American citizens, immigrants, you could be from anywhere and you could still be a criminal. It really doesn't matter who you are.
So is your argument that making a rapist president doesn't specially promote the acceptance and normalization of grape and grape culture because there's rapists everywhere? I think like one thing that we could agree is that it's pretty simple to do in order to reduce the promotion of grape culture is to definitely make sure that the most powerful person alive isn't a known grapist, right?
If we're realistically trying to solve rape culture.
Yeah, one step we could take is to not put a rapist in the Oval Office.
I'm going to be realistic. That sounds like a very impossible task. That's like asking somebody to.
Oh, so it's impossible. So it's impossible to do. Therefore, we should embolden it. Okay, yeah, it's really impossible for me to make sure that I never lie at any point ever again in my life. Therefore, I'm going to make sure that I lie at least 50 times a day. That's essentially what you're saying. It's impossible to eliminate grape culture, so therefore we need to embolden it by putting a grapist in the Oval Office?
Can you tell me the probability, though, of that actually coming true? Of that, what is the statistic of that actually being...
Well, I can't give you the probability of grape culture being eliminated on the global stage, but I could absolutely tell you that probability... Oh my God, stop interrupting me. I'm going to mute you. I cannot give you the probability of grape culture being eliminated on the global stage, but I could definitely ensure you that probability goes down when we put a grapist in the Oval Office. Can we agree to that?
Definitely not. Definitely.
What? Wait.
This isn't the first of many.
Wait, sir. Ma'am, I don't know why I keep calling you sir. I'm so sorry. Ma'am. I think it's because I talked to men all day. So, for instance, let's assume that there's some arbitrary probability of neo-Nazism being eliminated in America. Would that probability go down if we elected a Nazi to run the country? Let's get a direct answer to my question here. Okay, I don't want you to pivot. I don't want you to go on this tangent. I just want you to answer. There's some probability that neo-Nazism can be eliminated in America. Would that probability go down if we elected a Nazi to run the country?
No, it would not. It would go higher.
No, the probability to eliminate it. It would go down if we elected a Nazi to office, right?
If we elected a Nazi to office, no, it would go up. The odds of rape culture staying here would go up.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying there's some probability that neo-Nazism can go down in America, be eliminated in America. Would that probability go down or up if we put a Nazi in the Oval Office?
It would go up.
So the probability of neo-Nazism being eliminated in America would go up if we put a Nazi in the Oval Office. You are not smart. You are not coherent. Do you hear what you're saying?
I'm hearing your question. I'm understanding it as thoroughly
You're
as
saying
possible.
it's more likely that neo-Nazism would go away if we put a Nazi in the Oval Office. That's what you're saying. I don't think that you're meaning to say that, right?
No, I'm answering your question with the probability of neo-Nazism going up. If we put a neo-Nazi in office, it would still go up. Neo-Nazism would still go up.
Then you're not listening to my question. My question is not if neo-Nazism is going up, it's if neo-Nazism is going down. So there's a probability that neo-Nazism will be eliminated in America. Will that probability go up or down if we put a Nazi in the Oval Office?
Well, your answer keeps saying down, so clearly down. I keep saying up, and you keep saying it's wrong, so the correct answer must be down, right?
But the only reason you think that's a correct answer is because that's what I've told you, not because you could use common sense to respond? I mean...
I'm answering your question as thoroughly as possible. My common sense, my common knowledge...
Okay. Can you... Listen.
The probability of neo-Nazism going down if there was a neo-Nazi in office...
Can you repeat the question that I've asked you?
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to repeat. The probability of neo-Nazism going down if a neo-Nazi were to go into office would be what?
Okay, that's not the question.
There would be no probability.
Ma'am, that is...
Neo-Nazism would be it. We would be there. That's what this is.
Okay, ma'am, that's not the question that I asked.
Should you repeat it again? Should we repeat it as a team?
There's a probability of neo-Nazism being eliminated in America. Okay, that's basically saying that there's a certain likelihood...
It would not be eliminated if there was a neo-Nazi in office.
Yeah, the probability of it being eliminated would go down, right?
I'm sorry, this microphone keeps turning off and asking me to turn it back on.
It didn't. Your microphone hasn't turned off. So that probability would go down if we put a Nazi in office, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's a probability of rape culture being eliminated in America. That probability would go down if we put a rapist in office,
employers? Do you know how many employers?
We're not talking about.
We're talking about the bosses, the people that hire.
Ma'am, we're not talking. Ma'am, we're not talking about employers.
How many of them are rapists?
Ma'am, we're not talking. Hey! We're not talking about employers. We agreed that there's a probability of neo-Nazism being eliminated in America, and that probability would go down if we put a Nazi in office. Therefore, there's a probability of rape culture being eliminated in America. Would that probability go down if we put a rapist in office?
No.
Okay, so it wouldn't go down as it relates to rape culture and putting a rapist in office. So why would it go down if it related to Nazism and putting a Nazi in office?
See, the way you word your questions are specifically...
Bro, I'm not doing this to myself today. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not doing this to myself today. Literally, leave my fucking live, never come back. I'm not doing this to myself today. I'm not, oh my God. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest. I'm not gonna be torturing myself with like 30 IQ. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it to myself. I can't, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my, we've only been live for an hour, everybody. We've only been live for an hour, everybody. This is typically how I start acting up, around 4 hours in, not 1 hour in. So I'm just gonna save myself the mental distress. And we're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. What's going on, Big Deuce? Are you MAGA?
No, I'm not MAGA.
All right, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. Holy crap. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and turn a page. We're going to ignore that. We're going to get right back to the debates. We're going to save my mental anguish. We're going to save your guys' annoyance and hop into the next discussion. Honestly, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Let's just go ahead and do a quick poll. Are you guys okay if I just auto kick without much reason? Guests with an IQ under 40? Is that okay with you guys? Obviously, when they can't even comprehend the questions that I'm asking, is it okay if I just remove them? Are you guys okay with that? Sweet. I'm glad that we're all on the same page. What's going on, Kara? Are you MAGA?
No, but I do have something important to talk about.
Okay, well, I'm really only looking to talk to Trump supporters, but what do you want to talk about?
I work with medical examiners across the country, and ever since Trump's first time around, we have seen an exponential growth in deaths in women, specifically pregnant women.
Oh, yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah, and they always ask for citation, which drives me nuts because we cannot share patient information like that. And the media is not covering how many women are incarcerated, how many little girls are being forced to carry their rapist children, whose bodies aren't even equipped for it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 110%, Kara. 110%. I mean, yeah, we actually talk about this on my live whenever the topic of abortion is brought up. Actually, if you go to my, I think it's my either second or third pinned video that I made on the night when Donald Trump had won the election. One of the things that I said in that video was that America has failed its women because now there's going to be 60 pregnant rape victims that are denied access to abortion and forced to carry their rapist child in 10 of our 50 states every single 24 hours like clockwork. Yeah, we agree with you here, Kara. Thank you so much for bringing that up. You're absolutely right.
Another thing is we have also seen a rise in deaths of pregnant children.
Sorry, go ahead, Kara.
You're fine. No, I bring awareness to what I call defensive gardening on my page, because during both times he has been in office, we have seen just in the first 6 months a 200% rise in domestic abuse.
Oh, absolutely.
And domestic abuse unalivings.
Yeah, he normalizes that 110%, Kara. Listen, I really appreciate you for bringing these things up. I think it's really important to speak about these things. You know, that is like one of like the many reasons why I do these lives. We see increases in domestic abuse, increases in pregnant women dying, pregnant women being forced to carry their rapist children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And thank you so much for coming up.
I do too, and thank you for being so eloquent and bringing so much of this to the forefront. You are amazing. Sorry, I'm an absolute fan.
I really appreciate you for your time, Kara. Have a good rest of your day. What's going on in the Seekers? How old are you?
I'm 10, but I did come out.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you are MAGA. We got John loaded up into the box. Holy crap, bro. What the hell? Holy. We're going to get that next guest up here right now. Yo, let's see here. Alessandra, thank you for the $50 donation over at PayPal. Alessandra says, I want to say thank you for everything. I appreciate you for the love, Alessandra. Guys, show some love to A down below in that comment section. Let's get 500 AWs. What is up, John? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, could you stop like you're fucking with your phone and your mic there? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please stop fucking with your phone, man?
Oh, it's my iPad.
Okay, stop fucking with a mic on the iPad. So why do you support Trump?
You know, I support...
Wait. Did you say that you were 20?
No, 18.
Oh, now you're changing to 18? Well, your bio says 22. Get the hell out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get that next guest up here. But seriously, guys, show some love to Alessandra once again. They said, I want to say thank you for everything. It might not be a lot, but you're an amazing person. First and foremost, $50 is a lot. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. As well as Ali with a $25 saying thank you for educating others. I love what you do. Thank you, Ali. Oh my gosh, that is ALLE. Guys, show some love to Alessandra and Ali down below in that comment section while we're getting that next guest loaded in here. Thank you so much, Alessandra and Ali. As well as Adam with a 5, I appreciate that. Felix with a 5, I appreciate that. And Diana with a $100 donation over on PayPal. Oh my God, Diana. Dude, I want to see 1,000 Diana W's down below in that comment section for the $100 donation. That is literally so kind of you. Holy shit, I do not deserve that at all, Diana. That is literally so incredibly kind of you. That is so incredibly generous. What is going on, Elijah and Sally? Are you guys MAGA?
Yes, we
Yeah,
are.
I'm MAGA.
Okay, Sally, how are you?
Dean, I have one question. When
Okay,
are you gonna
Sally's
stop
underage.
vaping, bro?
Elijah, I don't vape. So, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
99.
Yeah, buddy. Some of the worst math we've ever heard. We're going to get that next guest up here right now. Everyone, just kind of give us a minute. But seriously, guys, I want to see some more Dianas down below in that chat for the $100. While we're getting the next guest loaded in, we're going to read their message. Diana says, I'm a part Native American Indian woman who's living in the Orange County, California, working in the legal field. I'm my paralegal, but currently working in accounting like a law firm. I sound like I'm educated. I'm disgusted with myself when my ex wanted to be educated on policies and I listened to debates. I fought to get drunk instead because I whined them not political. Now my ignorance is hurting my hometown in LA, where I was born and raised. Education is so important. Educate yourself. Don't parrot a felon. Don't be a member of a cult party. Be a member of society who believes in the Constitution and humanity. Diana, that was so beautifully worded. That is a
Hi,
great
Dean.
message.
Sorry, I'm under 18, but I love you.
That is an incredible message. I'm sorry that I had to be spoiled by a 12-year-old. Thank you for the love, Diana. Okay, we're going to go ahead and make this clear to the people watching. This is not a daycare. This is not a daycare, everybody. So for all of the babies, for all of the fetuses, listen. Okay, we got a bunch of babies, a lot of fetuses. If you guys are under the age of like 16, 17 maybe, if I were you, I would scroll. Okay? If you're watching and you're under the age of like 16 or so, if I were you, I would scroll. Okay? Like 13, 14, 15, 12, 11, 10. You guys do not need to be worried about politics right now. Okay? It is not your burden. It is not your fight. You do not deserve to be living in a state of crisis because of anything that I say in this life. So if you're under the age of like 16, please scroll. I beg you. Please listen to me. Okay? Please listen to me. Please scroll. Now, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box, so everyone do just kind of be patient. All right, here we go, everybody. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Alana?
Hey, yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 19.
Sweet. What year are you born in? Why is now there's like a raging amount of like fetuses saying no in the chat. What? Alana, what year are you born in?
2000. Sorry, you just messed me up. I'm sorry. 2005.
2005. What month were you born in?
January.
You were born in January of 2005? You would be 20.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was.
Get out of here. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Oh, shit. Trude's back, everybody. Trude is back, y'all. Trude is back. And oh, my God. Cynthia with a $200 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Dear Lordy Lord, Cynthia. God damn. Oh, my God. That is so much money. Let's get 2,000 Cynthia W's in all of the live chats right the hell now for the $200 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Cynthia. That is so incredibly kind. As well as Radiohead with a $50 super chat over on YouTube as well, saying as a Latino, we don't claim that last guess. What the fuck was she on about? I mean, I don't know what she's on about, but thank you for the $50 super chat, Radiohead. Show some love to Cynthia and Radiohead down below in that chat while we get the next Trump supporter up on the live to have a debate. We are loading them in right now. We got Luke loading in and Truett on the line. Show some love to Radiohead and Cynthia. Dear Lord, Cynthia, seriously, thank you. All right, Truett, we know that you're back. We know you're a Trump supporter. What about you, Luke? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I'm MAGA.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Cool. So we're gonna go ahead and do a 1v2, and let's take it away. If you guys want me to bring it,
Dean, you know I had to come back. My phone just died, but I'm back, bro. I'm back for vengeance.
I'm gonna let Truett talk a little bit.
Oh, what? Luke, I was talking. One second. Everardo with the $500 donation on PayPal. Everardo. Everybody. That is EVERARDO. Mr. Everardo, the man, the myth, the legend, with the $500 donation on PayPal. Everardo, thank you for the love, bro. Like I said to Cynthia, I don't deserve that. That is way too much. I mean, like, seriously, I can't even, like, fathom that. Everardo, seriously, man, it is so incredibly kind of you guys. Please show some love to Cynthia and Everardo down below in that chat. I feel like I'm about to fucking shed a tear, dude. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much. Okay, chat, show some love to Cynthia and Everardo down below in the chat for the craziest fucking donations of all time. We're gonna start the debate with Truett and Luke down here, but seriously, guys, W Cynthia, W Eduardo down below in that chat. Please show them some love. right the fuck now. And Luke and Trid, I'm sorry for detracting from our conversation. Take it away, you guys. Tell us why you support Trump. But seriously,
Well,
thank you guys so much.
I support Trump because when Biden was fucking shit. He was like not in his right mind. You know what I'm saying? Like he was just stupid, and y'all like fucking supported him.
I agree. Yo, I totally agree.
Oh my god.
You know?
Yeah, we have some fucking children on the live. Oh my god, we have children on the live. So yeah, Biden was of an old age. He had experienced a little bit of cognitive decline, but he still passed some of the best domestic policy that this country's ever seen in modern American history and did good for the American people and did good by the American people. But yet, your red line against him is a little bit of cognitive decline onset by old age. Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and show you both to be raging hypocrites. Are you ready?
Let's see it.
5 days ago, Donald Trump shared a post on Truth Social saying that Biden was executed in 2020 and replaced with a robotic clone. How fucking cognitively declined and stupid does he have to be to repost and believe that?
He was obviously joking, but okay.
He was obvious. Okay, so that's the hypocrisy right there. When I'm able to point out something that Donald Trump has done that makes him look comically insane, he was obviously joking. And then let's also mention how he is so insane, so stupid, so incoherent, so cognitively declined that when he lost the 2020 election, he literally believed that he won. He created this fairy tale make-believe delusion in his head that the opposing party stole it from him and then spent millions of dollars to find any evidence of it and took it to 63 courts and came up empty-handed, and still yet 4 years later he's still repeating the old big lie that he won and Biden rigged it. How insane, how delusional does he have to be to believe that?
If Biden won the presidency, right, he would have had cancer, so like he would have just been out of there.
Luke, who ran for the office?
I know, but he was running first, and then it just threw her in there.
He dropped out before the general election. Your choices was Kamala Harris and Trump. But now that I pointed out that Donald Trump is literally insane, so fucking delusional, and you pivoted away from it, I'm going to let you pivot because I'll beat you on anything. Let's talk about Kamala Harris. Let's talk about Trump today and why you support him. But I mean, as people are spamming in the chat, maybe something else that Donald Trump has said that's crazy is that he told people to inject themselves with bleach during the pandemic. He says that windmills cause cancer.
It's obviously a joke.
So every single insane thing he's ever said has been a joke. Cope. COPE.
I mean, it's what the fuck? That's obvious a joke, bro. Like, I don't know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, was like nuking a hurricane obviously a joke too?
Yeah, that's a joke.
Oh, obviously a joke. Obviously a joke. Yeah. He's just a funny little silly guy. Okay.
Dean, I gotta say something.
It's hilarious.
Right.
Okay, so Dean.
Oh my God, you guys are gonna piss me off. Go.
Dean, you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. Shred, I can't hear you when you're on pause. You got to be in the live.
Sorry. Basically, you were saying that the only reason that Biden was Luke said that he had a cognitive decline, correct? And you said, yeah, he did have a cognitive decline at the end.
Right.
But that you basically just argued that was his only flaws. Like, I need you to explain the things he did good for the country. Not only that, he added $1.9 trillion to the national debt. That's 40 plus years.
$1.9 trillion in 4 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill is going to add $4 trillion to it in his first 140 days in office.
Explain. Still, you're not answering my question. Answer the question about what Biden did.
No, you got to respond to that, bro.
You basically argued that everything was good until his cognitive decline at the end.
No, come on, bro. You got to respond to that. You just said that one of the worst things Biden did was add 1.9 trillion in 4 years. How do you feel about Donald Trump adding 4 trillion in his first 140 days in office?
I understand that that's not what I'm talking about. And I didn't say the worst thing he did was add that money. I'm saying he did that, and you're saying he did all that good. And also talk about the inflation of when he was the president. The gas prices were more, in restaurant prices, grocery prices were more than they've ever been during Trump's presidency.
Sure. So tell us how Biden and Harris increased the price of gas and groceries.
During his presidency, it was.
Oh, so your argument is because it happened in America and he was president, he's to blame?
Yeah, he's the leader of our country.
Okay. Well, in April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression 100 years ago at 14.8%. That happened in America while Trump was president. Can we blame Trump for that?
No, but Trump was doing things to work against that.
Oh, so we got a hypocrite on the live. So that's why we shouldn't trust this logic. And obviously, I had to mention the country under Donald Trump's first administration to break through to you. So do you see why your original line of reasoning that just because inflation happened in America while Biden and Harris were in the presidency doesn't mean that they're to blame?
Hell no.
Okay, well then you would say that Donald Trump is to blame for the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression because it happened in America under his presidency. 2 + 2 is 4. Use your brain.
Yo, Luke, back me up here, bro.
Yeah. Can we pivot a little bit to immigration?
He said, yo, Luke, back me up. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. Yeah, for sure.
Hey,
I gotta thank a couple people here real quick. Alessandro with another $70 donation over on PayPal. You guys are going crazy today. I don't know what the fuck is going on today. You guys are going insane. Let's get 700 Alessandro W's down below in that chat. Alessandro says, here's another 70 because you're amazing. I wish I could meet you and thank you in person. You've made life a bit easier. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for your kindness, Alessandra. And you know I'm out and about, and we'll probably get back on the road soon, so maybe you will have an opportunity to meet me. I really appreciate you for your kindness. Dude, that's seriously so much. Show some love to Alessandra down below, as well as Kaylee with the $10 over on PayPal and Samantha with a 5. Thank you guys so much. As well as Molly, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Molly. And oh my lordy lord, dude, Jesus, dude, what the fuck is going on today? Vanessa with the $69 over on Venmo, saying screw MAGA, thank you for all that you put up with. Let's get 690 Vanessa W's down below. And Sandra with the $50 on Venmo, saying please dunk on these frat bro MAGAs. Oh, dude, I'm gonna go hard on them for you, Sally. I appreciate you for the 50. Sorry, shout out to Chandra, Vanessa, and Alejandro once again. I really appreciate you guys. And Bradley, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you, Bradley. Now, I'm gonna go and dunk on you guys. So what's the argument? I want you guys to go and address the hypocrisy of blaming the inflation in America under the Biden-Harris administration on Biden and Harris because they were in the executive branch of a government. But then as soon as I'm able to point out anything negative that happened in America under Donald Trump's first term, it wasn't his fault even though he was in the executive branch of the government. This is definitionally speaking hypocrisy. You cannot change that fact and you cannot squirm around it. So tell me why you use your beliefs to build reality instead of using reality to build your beliefs.
Didn't Biden ban offshore drilling or no?
Oh, okay. So he did ban some offshore drilling, but funny enough, so did Trump. That's neither here nor there. So would you say that like the conclusion of your claim here is that because Biden banned offshore drilling while he was president, we produced less oil in America?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I have a question. How much money would you guys be willing to put behind that claim?
Oh my God.
Like both of you. I'll bet both of you.
Brother, you just got like $1,000 in the past 2 fucking minutes. So
yeah, I mean, you want to put
Luke.
Guys, you want to put $100 on it? Can we bet?
You're not gonna pay up, bro.
I will. No, dude, listen. And my fans will hold me to this. Everybody, if I lose
my
bet,
Venmo is my first and last name.
Listen. So for everybody watching, if I lose this bet, I'm gonna give them money. And if I don't give them money, I want you guys to unfollow me and stop supporting me and cancel me all the way. Okay.
Then tell me why gas was higher.
So Luke and Shred,
if that was the case, why was gas higher?
Well, I want to make sure. Do you guys accept the bet $100 each for the idea that the Biden-Harris administration was worse for the domestic production of crude oil compared to Donald Trump in his first term?
What do you think, Luke?
Yeah,
we do.
Yeah.
And you guys will pay up just like I said I would?
I'm not gonna pay up, no.
Oh, okay. So we don't have a man of his word.
I'm telling you, I'm not. Like,
okay, well, what about you, Shred?
I'm not a betting guy.
If you lose, will you be a man of your word?
I'm thinking about it. What's the bet?
Yeah, $100 over Luke's claim that you agreed with that the Biden-Harris administration decreased the domestic production of crude oil in America. Okay, well now Shred's gone on pause. Welcome back.
No. I was doing research.
So will you accept the bet, Shred?
Can I do research for a minute? 1 minute? Just
don't worry. I'll do the research for you. So the EIA is the Energy Information Administration. You could find their website at EIA.gov. They track the production of crude oil in America. And what you see is the most crude oil ever produced in a given month under Donald Trump's first term was 12.8 thousand barrels of oil per day in December of 2019. And the Biden-Harris administration produced more than that for a year straight, starting in January of 2023 until the end of their term. So it is the case that there is actually more crude crude oil produced in this country under the Democrats than Donald Trump in his first term. So I mean, smart for you, Luke, not to accept the bet, and smart for you, True, to say that you need to do your research first. And I mean, I really hope that this goes to show that you guys need to align yourselves with fact and reason, and it's important to do your research. Because for everything else that both of you have said on this live, you've said it baselessly without doing your research first, kind of just treating it like it's a fun game. But then the moment I up the stakes to something that would personally hurt you if you were wrong, that being you losing $100, then you start to care. But I mean, I want to make it very clear, even though like I nor any other liberal has bet you $100 if you're wrong on your other claims about politics, you're still hurt, okay? Because Donald Trump is hurting this country. Donald Trump is hurting many people in this country. He's reducing the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. For like the bottom percent of 20% of income earners in this country, they're not betting me $100 that they're wrong. They're betting themselves $2,000, and that's the reduction that they'll see in their after-tax income from Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. These things matter. There's real-world consequences. So I wish that you would kind of treat all claims relating to Donald Trump with the same standard of evidence that you treated that last claim relating to his production of crude oil just because $100 was on the line. Okay, well, guess what? And all your other claims about him, the damn country's on the line. That's a whole lot more important than $100, right?
Okay, so why was gas higher then during his term?
You're asking the right question. So gas was more expensive under the Biden-Harris administration because A, disruptions in the supply chain caused by the pandemic, B, a reduction in the output from OPEC by 10% onset by a deal that Donald Trump had brokered with OPEC, and C, the fact that we are importing less oil from countries such as Russia because we sanctioned their oil after they started ethnically cleansing Ukraine.
Yeah, because of the Ukraine war is what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, so I mean, I gave you three reasons, A, B, and C. A was supply chain disruptions onset by the pandemic, B was a reduction in the output from OPEC, and C was sanctions on Russian oil because of their ethnic cleansing of Ukraine. Those are the three reasons why gas was more expensive under the Biden-Harris administration compared to Donald Trump's first term.
Okay.
Well, Truett left. I guess Truett couldn't handle the truth. What about you? I mean, you're gagged, not saying anything.
I kind of want to talk about like immigration, though.
Okay, so I mean, if you could acknowledge that you just don't have anything to say to that point, and acknowledge that you're wrong, and that the Biden-Harris administration didn't increase inflation, didn't increase the price of gas, we could move on to talk about immigration. We could do that.
Yeah. Do you believe that we got invaded or no?
I don't know if you didn't hear what I said. For us to move on to immigration, you'd have to first acknowledge that the Biden-Harris administration didn't increase the price of gas.
I'm not going to admit that because it's not true. But okay.
Okay, why is it not true?
Because it was higher.
Ah, okay. Well, we've already went over this logic. This was the first thing I disputed.
It doesn't matter, dude. Doesn't matter.
So facts don't matter?
Well, the fact is that gas is higher. So,
but a secondary fact is just because the price of gas was higher under their administration doesn't mean they caused it. And I mean, you agreed with this logic. I mean, do you blame?
They did cause it. They did cause it.
Okay. Once again, you were unable to tell me how.
Because they fucking Ukraine war that started during Biden's administration. So
wait, did they cause Russia to ethnically cleanse Ukraine?
Right? I think so. Yeah, because if you had a strong leadership, Putin would have never invaded Ukraine in the first place.
Then do you think that Donald Trump is strong leadership?
I do.
Then why has it only gotten worse in the last 143 days?
Well, at least they're having peace talks, aren't they?
No, they're actually not.
With Biden, they never did anything.
It's gotten worse, and there's not been any peace talks, and there's been no ceasefire agreements. So once again, you said that this never would have happened if we had strong leadership such as Donald J. Trump. So, well, now we have that strong leadership, and we have for 143 days. Why has it only gotten worse? Unironically, Russia has launched their largest bombs on Ukraine, and Ukraine has launched their largest strategic attacks on Russia. It's only gotten worse.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine's pretty battered, I would say.
So, I mean, are you going to answer the question? Because it completely contradicts the narrative that you're setting forth, saying that Biden was weak and that's why they invaded, and if Trump won 2020, it never would have happened.
Well, they wouldn't have invaded in the first place.
Okay, well, if what you're saying is true, if your point was in alignment with reality, well, then we would have expected things to be fixed in the first 24 hours like Donald Trump promised, or at the bare minimum, not gotten worse.
I mean, with Afghanistan,
we're not going to talk. We're not pivoting to Afghanistan. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine.
Weakness, and then Putin saw that and he invaded.
We're not even talking about Afghanistan. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he invaded Ukraine.
Oh, so it's a show of weakness in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Okay, why did Afghanistan happen? What allowed Afghanistan to happen?
They pulled the military out first. They should have pulled them out last.
Did you know that the military pullout was orchestrated by Donald Trump? And if you were sentient in 2020 during Donald Trump's last year in office...
Trump would have never pulled the military out first, buddy.
That was literally his plan. He boasted about it.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Okay, why are you denying reality?
It might have been his generals' plans, because those generals they're dumb, but...
Okay, I don't know what's like going on. Well, also, what was pulled out after the military?
What do you mean?
You said that the military is pulled out first, meaning that there's other things pulled out after the military. What was pulled out after the military?
Like the people, right? Like the citizens.
Like American citizens?
Yeah.
Okay, the American citizens that were in Afghanistan were American military members.
Not all of them.
Okay, so which citizens were in Afghanistan that were pulled out after the military that weren't a part of the military?
Oh, buddy.
Answer the question. No, answer the question. What American citizens were pulled out of Afghanistan after the military withdrawal that weren't a part of the military?
Okay. I'm gonna leave, Dean. I'll have a good one.
Luke, how does it feel to lose? Like, just I want to do this. I want to do this exit poll. I want to do this exit poll on you.
Nerd, shut up.
I'm a college dropout. You shut up.
Okay. Well, have a good one, buddy.
I'll have a great one. You should too, Luke. I hope that you find reality. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone give us a minute to get that next guest up in the box. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below if you'd like to come up and have a conversation. Everybody, we're going to get that next guest loaded in here. Holy shit, we are cooking today, guys. We are fucking cooking! Let's go get that next guest in here. And while we do, Alexander, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, asking for feet pics again. Alexander, stop. That is seriously really fucking strange, but I appreciate you for the $20. But seriously, stop asking me for feet pics, dude. That is like weird. That is like really weird, man. As well as Morgan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. I appreciate that, Morgan. Yeah, that's the second time doing it, guys. That's the second time doing it. And then Erica with the $30. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the love, saying that we listen to you every day, that you do deserve the kindness of others. Erica, I appreciate you. We love you in here, Erica. You're in here every single day. Let's get 300 Erica W's, as well as 200 Faith W's for the $20, saying got paid today, so I'll give some to make your day a little bit better. Dude, Faith, I love you. That's so kind. What is going on, Brodo? Are you MAGA?
No, I accidentally requested when I was liking the live. That's my bad.
Brodo, I appreciate you for liking the live, man. You're the top G, Brodo. Show some love to Brodo while we're getting that next guest loaded into the live. You guys are being so fucking kind on Venmo and PayPal today. I just seriously, I really appreciate you guys. Faith, Erica, Morgan, like all of you guys. Thank you so much. Okay, that's like a 13-year-old. I don't. Yeah, he has like the fishing rod in his username is like profile pictures of like a bike, and then he's like listening to that. That's definitely like I was doing that when I was 13 too. So I mean, it's a part of growing up. But yeah, that guy's a
18.
child. What's up, Zane? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Born in what year?
2006.
Great. What month?
March 11th.
All right, Mr. Man. Let's see. Yeah, it'd make you 19. Sounds good. Before we hop into the conversation, I need to thank Vinny. What's that?
I just came in here. I don't really want to argue. I just wanted to come in here and say the whole reason I'm in here to like kind of argue about it, but at the same time, I don't really want to argue about it, is I think women should not be presidents. So.
Okay, well, Zane, let's have a conversation about this. Because, when you say that women shouldn't be presidents and that men are better at leading than women, it means that you're an alpha male, and I don't think that it's I don't think that it's typical of alpha men such as yourself, Zane, to run away and be scared of a conversation. So let's keep you on the line here. Let's have a conversation. So tell us, why do you think men are better at leading than women?
So many reasons.
Okay, well, let's go over them.
Dude, I literally said I did not want to come in here to argue. I said I wanted to come in here to
Zane,
make one statement.
This is very beta of you. If men were truly better at leading than women, well, then you'd be able to lead me and everybody else listening into why you're right, which would require you to give us reasons. Now, maybe if you don't want to talk first, I'll talk first. I actually don't think that we should believe men are better at leading than women. I disagree with making generalized gendered statements that men are better at leading than women or women are better at leading than men. But if I had a pew-pew to the side of my head and you forced me to pick one, I'd say women are better at leading than men. And the reason I'd give you is because they're less likely to operate their decision-making processes off of emotion compared to reason and logic. The reason why I'd say that is A, women just have a higher IQ on average compared to men, and the beta male ran away. B, they have a higher EQ as well. And I mean, C, when we like empirically look at actions that are driven by baseless irrational emotion compared to logic, men dominate in them. You know, think self-unaliving, 72% of that's done by men. Think violent crimes, 92% of those are done by men. Think reckless driving, drunk driving, etc., all done by men. Gambling, men, etc., etc., etc. But, you know, the beta, you know, he didn't want to talk, so he ran away. Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone give us a minute. Yeah, guys, you know, you come up here, you throw a curveball, I'm still going to shit on you with the facts, because don't worry. Oh, I know all of the facts that relate to why you're wrong when you say men are better at leading than women, too. I would have been talking all day. What's going on? Do you support Trump? I'm a Trump supporter is left alive. We're going to go to get that next guest, Logan, up in here. While we're getting Logan in the live, Vinny, thank you for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Vinny says, keep doing what you're doing, Dean. Blue-collar worker welder here. There are more blue-collar workers that support you than you think. Vinny, that is awesome, my man. I really appreciate you for the $40 donation and the very kind words. Let's get 400 Vinny W's down below in that comment section. Seriously, man, thank you so much. What's up, Logan? You MAGA?
I think so.
How old are you?
18. Just 18.
Were you born in, Logan?
2007.
2007, what month?
June.
June 2007. Chat, does that math line up? What day in June?
Literally yesterday.
You just turned, so what day was that?
The 12th.
Okay, all right. Wow, you are like very, very, very young. Okay, all right, well, why do you support Trump? Okay, and he left? Did he just like feel like coming up here and telling us his age? Was he like expecting like a happy birthday? I don't know. Okay. Maybe he just wanted me to be like, hey, happy late birthday, man. I don't know. Yo, Nika, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. What the hell is going on? Nika with a $100 donation. Let's get 1,000 Nika W's down below in that comment section. That is Nika. Thank you, Nika. I really appreciate that, Nika. Thank you so much. They say, I love listening to debate people. Wish I could speak like you. Have a nice day. Kisses from Croatia. Visit if you get the chance. It's nice here. Dude, I would love to visit Croatia. Thank you so much for the love, Nika. That is so incredibly kind of you. Please show some love to Nika down below in that chat, Nika. I know that you've been tuning in a whole lot recently. I really appreciate you for the love. And once again, what is going on today, dude? But seriously, let's get 1,000 Nika W's down below in that comment section. And Big Bane, are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, before you take it away, let me thank Alexandra and Alania for the $20 and the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Alexandria and Alania. Huge shout out to Alania and Alexandria, guys. Thank you so much. Now, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, for me, it's a lot of small things, and honestly, like I had like a lot of influence. I was listening to a lot of Andrew Wilson before the 2025 election. So, and also I live in so like the Midwest, and they're putting a big tax on nicotine, which I didn't like. So,
okay. Well, I don't think that we could say that word. Let's say anxiety.
Oh, sorry.
Let's say anxiety pins. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I really don't think that you should dictate your vote for the president based upon who's going to make anxiety pins cheaper.
It's one thing, like.
But then also, I mean, if you're a true anxiety pin user, you would know that now 8 out of 10 anxiety pins are more expensive because of Donald Trump's tariffs. Have you been to your local anxiety pin retailer yet? Have you looked at the anxiety pin disposables and see how little there are on the shelves and how much more expensive they are because of the tariffs on China? You seriously know that like almost every single anxiety pin is produced in China, right?
I'm not talking about like anxiety pins. I'm talking about like, I don't know if I could say it, but like dip or like chew.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, old man, I'm not going to consider that to be a valid reason to support Trump.
Okay, next thing. I mean, I like Project 2025. Yeah, so can I get your thoughts on that?
Why do you like Project 2025?
Because they had one policy on there that was gonna ban like I don't know if I could say it, but like adult industry.
Okay, so let's go over some of the bad things in Project 2025. We're gonna go point by point, and we're gonna get your take. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, that is crazy. So, would you say that you're like pro the American people and the rights and the liberties of the American people?
Yeah, but like in the same way, I think that the Constitution should have restrictions on some things.
Okay, all right. How
The
about
same way the
this?
Second Amendment
How
has
about this?
restrictions.
Can you tell us that one thing that Donald Trump has done in alignment with Project 2025 that you're a fan of?
Like so the first lady Melania, she did the deep fake ban that was on there. That's pretty good.
Okay, first of all, what year are you born in?
2007,
How old are you?
18,
What month?
April 20th at 3 in the morning. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna go and assume that you're lying because everybody in my chat seems to think that you're 17. We're gonna get the next guest up in here right now. We got Jaded loading into that box, so everyone, just give us a minute to get them loaded in. As well as Melissa and Tessa, I appreciate you both for the $5.
Oh no,
over.
I didn't know I was requesting. I'm sorry.
No worries, Jaden. Melissa and Tessa, I appreciate you both for the $5. That is incredibly kind of y'all. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded into the stream right now, everybody. If you're watching and you're MAGA and you'd like to come up here and debate me, let me know down below in that chat and we'll pull you up. As well as Alexandria, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, saying thank you for using your platform to continue to spread hope, information, of course, always dog-walking Trump supporters. You're amazing and you deserve the world. Alexandria, that is so kind. Could we please get 200 Alexandria W's, not only for the $20 donation, but also for the incredibly kind message. What's going on, Go Falcons? You MAGA?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Oh, so you're like super MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, well, Mr. Super MAGA, real quick, I want to thank Sage for the 5 on Venmo, AJ with the 5 on Venmo, Lillian, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, and Elias with a 15. Thank you so much. Elias is a young business owner who wants to support a fellow man of logic. I appreciate you so much for the love. As well as Aqua with a $10 on YouTube Super Chat, and Alpha Phoenix with a 20. I appreciate that, Alpha Phoenix. And then Jack with the 20 pounds from Ireland with love. Thank you for the love, Jack. And then Julia with a 10 as well. I appreciate you guys so much. Now, take it away. Tell us why you're super MAGA.
So I don't know if you're aware of this, but 2016 or 2020 on that run, the economy was at an all-time low. People actually had jobs and people could afford to put food on their kids' plate. Once the Biden administration took over in 2021 to 2024, economy shot up, gas prices shot up, people were losing jobs after the pandemic. I'll clear that right now. And then once Trump took off, and not to mention, the Biden administration also had an open border policy causing over, I believe it was 250, 300,000 illegals. The day Trump took office for his second term, on that podium, he signed the Laken-Riley Act. And if there, for people that don't know what that is, he signed an act.
It's a bill that I would veto if I was president.
You'd veto that? Dude, it
Yes.
was protecting women from these illegals because this was a female, I believe 15 years old, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 15 years old, that was raped, kidnapped, and murdered in Texas.
I have a question.
So
So first of all, let's call women women. And then second of all, I have a question. If you were president and there was a bill that hit your desk that you knew would increase child rape, would you veto it?
I wouldn't sign something to increase it, first off.
So you would veto it, right?
I wouldn't veto the Laken-Riley Act because...
I didn't ask you about the Laken-Riley Act. I asked you about a
I'm
hypothetical
talking.
piece of
I'm
legislation
talking.
that would increase child
I'm talking.
Okay, well, you're not
Anyways,
responding to my question.
I
We're
want
talking
your-
about nothing.
I want your
respond to my
opinion on
question.
something.
No. I want you
I
to
want
respond
your
to my
opinion.
question, sir. We can't have a debate if you're not
No.
going to respond to my question when I'm making a
No,
counter argument.
I
What the
wouldn't
fuck are you
veto
doing?
it. I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing. But no, I wouldn't veto it because it's out here protecting people from rapists,
Dude,
people that
you're not
sit
under.
there and
Okay,
commit
okay,
that
okay.
say-
Obviously, you're not listening to my question. Are you ready to listen?
I listened to your question and I answered
No,
your
you
question.
didn't, because I didn't ask you if you veto the Laken-Riley Act. I asked you if you'd veto a
I
hypothetical.
answered your question about the child rape thing, yes.
Okay, so if there was a piece
I
of
answered that
legislation that hit your
question.
desk and you knew that it'd increase child rape, you'd veto it, right?
That increased it?
Yeah.
Why would I want to increase it?
That you wouldn't. That's why you'd veto it, right?
Yes.
Okay, phenomenal. Well,
Am I
that's what
going
the
back to me? No, I'm talking.
No, you're muted. So that's what the Lake and Riley Act did. The reason why the Lake and Riley Act did this is because it allowed for undocumented immigrants to be deported on the basis of an arrest for a violent crime such as child rape. The reason this is a bad idea is because they are not processed through a criminal justice system and they are not ruled as guilty. So if there is a guilty undocumented immigrant that is arrested for child rape, arrested for murder, etc., 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 they are then deported to roam free on the streets of another country without being adjudicated as guilty, which means when they are deported, they will roam free on the streets of another country to go out there and recommit again. Okay, so what this means is that the Lake and Riley bill is allowing potential rapists, potential murderers, potential pedophiles to roam free on the streets of this globe to rape, murder, and take advantage of children again and again and again because we had them in the palm of our hands, and instead of finding them guilty, we let them run free in the streets of another country. That is why the Lake and Riley Act increases murder, increases child rape, increases all of these bad things, is because when we have the bad people in the palm of our hands, we're just letting them go run free in the streets of another country. And that right there is why I would veto the bill.
So you're saying you would veto a bill that protects women from illegal immigrants?
It does not protect women to allow undocumented immigrants who have committed these heinous crimes to roam free in the streets of other countries. The way we should protect women from undocumented immigrants who have committed these heinous crimes would be to find them guilty and throw them in jail, not to let them roam free as an innocent man on the streets of another country.
In the streets of their own country that they came from illegally because of Biden and Kamala's open border policy,
Pivot.
which she would have kept had she been elected.
That is a
so
pivot.
Trump,
that is a pivot. I
Not
want you
to
to respond
mention-
directly to what I said about the Lake and Riley bill. A conversation about why I think that the Lake and Riley bill does not include or necessitate any conversation about any policy of the Biden-Harris administration. I will once again repeat the reasons why I think it's wrong, and I want you to specifically respond to the reasons why I think it's wrong. It lets potential rapists, it lets potential murderers, it lets potential pedophiles, it lets potential violent offenders that we arrested because we had enough reason to arrest them, we're free in the streets of other countries in comparison to finding them guilty and putting them in jail. That's why I would veto the bill, because it will increase child rape, it'll increase murder, it'll increase pedophilia. So now that you understand my reasons, do you agree that you'd veto it too and put humanity first?
not vetoing it would put humanity first.
Okay, how does it put humanity first to let potential murderers and child rapists roam free in the streets of this globe?
Because if you use your little brain that you have, you would know that signing that Lake and Riley Act, it would protect all these women that are sitting here that are getting kidnapped, raped, and murdered.
Okay, you're just repeating yourself. You're not even responding to what I said. Hey, how old are you?
I'm 15. And yes, I do, and I do all my research.
Yeah, I need to start asking my guests for their age, bro. You're okay. Listen, you're really young. You're really young. I really want you to consider. I really want you to consider what I just said. Once again, I'm gonna kick you, but before I do in a nutshell, just because something is coming from the right doesn't mean that it's good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that your parents are very MAGA, and of course that's gonna make you MAGA too. But you're gonna grow up.
I've done my research to know all these things.
I want you to be a free thinker, and I just want you to consider what I'm saying. But like, bro, please leave the live. You're 15. Holy cow. I really need to start asking the age of every single guest that comes up here. Jesus Christ. My bad. What is going on? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, D?
First question.
I'm 29.
29. What year are you born in?
May 27, 96.
May 27, 96. How old did you say you were?
29.
29. All right, works out, man. And do you support Trump?
Indeed, that's not what I came over here, but I just came over here to tell you that I hope that...
Sorry, man. We are going to go ahead and have to remove you because we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. And holy shit, yeah, I really need to start asking for the age of all my guests. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, February 17th.
Okay. Are you MAGA?
I am, but to an extent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's talk about that extent. But before we do, I got to thank a couple people. Kay with the $5 over on Venmo, thank you. Ruff with the $10 over on Venmo, thank you. And Christina with a $50 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Christina. Christina says, love the work you do, Dean. Thank you for doing these live streams. Here's 50 for 50 brain cells lost to talking today to these people. Christina, Christina, I love you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Christina W's down below in that comment section. I really, really, really appreciate you. That is so incredibly kind. Let's show some love to Christina down below. And also for everybody in the chat, I mean, unless we could point towards like any specific indicators that would tell us that she's lying about her age, I'm going to believe her because she said that she was 18 and then gave like an adequate birth date. But I understand why you guys would be not willing to believe that, because I'm pretty sure like the last like 4 guests we've had has all been children. But anyways, no, seriously, take it away. Tell us like the reasons why you're MAGA, the reasons why you support Trump. I understand that you said only to an extent, but let's like keep our conversations in that extent and take it away and tell us why.
Okay. Yeah. So like recently, I like with all of the things with like ICE and deportation and everything, I don't like my problem just comes when it's about like people that are coming in here illegally and causing crimes like the murders and the rapists and all of that. And I like it's hard because like obviously that happens, it can happen here like with people in the US. But it just like I feel like the people here that are doing it shouldn't be allowed to stay here illegally. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they should.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. No worries at all. Appreciate you for giving us your position. Okay. All right. If I could prove to you that mass deportation would lead to more violent crime, would you still support it?
I don't think mass deportation is right. That's where my extent is. I think right.
I mean, then I don't understand what your argument is, because I understand that you're telling us that you don't like undocumented immigrants because of all the violent crimes they commit. Well, I mean, that's not like the argument for why you'd support Trump. Like you'd connect the dots between that belief of yours and supporting Trump by saying, therefore, you support Donald Trump removing the undocumented immigrants.
Right. Like I support that he's trying to get rid of the people that have done bad things that are coming in here illegally. But I mean, Obama did the same thing. You know what I mean? Like
Okay,
when
well,
Obama,
you can't just kind of like pick and choose. Like you can't say that you only support like 50% of like the policy that he's doing as it relates to like the same policy, because his policy as it relates to the removal of undocumented immigrants is mass deportation of every single undocumented immigrant. But what if I could prove to you that Donald Trump's deportations will cause more violent crime in America? Would you still support him then?
I'm willing to listen to your opinion on it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you the argument, but ultimately, if I can convince you of my opinion that mass deportation will lead to more violent crime in this country, what Donald Trump is doing will lead to more violent crime in this country, would you still support him as president?
Probably not, because I don't believe that. Like, I think if you come in here legally, you should do it the right way. Like my dad,
Okay, well now we're completely changing the argument, because the first argument you gave me is that undocumented immigrants are committing violent crime, and for that reason you support their removal. I then asked you the question before I gave you my argument: if I can convince you that his removal will lead to higher levels of violent crime, would you still support him? And then you shift the argument to saying, well, they need to do it the right way, and the levels of crime are not relevant to why you support him and his deportation. So which one is it? Do you support his deportations because they broke the law coming in and they need to do it the right way, or do you support his deportations because they broke the law coming in and they're increasing crime rates? Which one?
Can it not be both?
Okay,
like
it can be both, but like not at the same time, and we'll need to talk about them separately. So which one would you prefer to talk about first?
We can talk about the ones of them like coming in here the right way, whether or not they commit a crime or not.
Okay, sure. We'll start there. First and foremost, okay, do you think that the law determines what is right and wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's first like deconstruct that. So when segregation in America was legal, it would have been illegal for a black person to go into a white-owned segregated business. So during segregation, if a black person did go into a white-owned segregated business, did they do something wrong?
No.
Okay, so then you don't think that the law determines what is right and wrong, because you think that some laws can be wrong. So now that we understand that the law doesn't determine what is right and wrong, okay, let's move on to the next point. Can we agree that if there is a law that's implemented in America that makes our country worse and reduces average qualities of life, we should get rid of it?
Yes, but can you explain to me how it does that?
Yes, I can explain to you how mass deportation makes this country worse. Mass deportation is likely the worst solution to deal with the fact that there's undocumented immigrants in America, and here's why. First and foremost, it costs a shit ton of money. Okay, we're talking $2 trillion in upfront costs over the next 10 years. The numbers being calculated from the Center for American Progress would tell us that for all of the deportation costs to deport 1 million undocumented immigrants per year would cost us $88 million per year. Over 10 years, it's $1 trillion, okay? The other $1 trillion is being accounted from the $100 billion per year that undocumented immigrants pay in taxes that our government would lose if they were deported. Okay, so the cost is $2 trillion over 10 years. And there's also the other opportunity cost of what they contribute to the economy. Okay, so their direct contributions to the GDP are $500 billion per year. But when we factor in for the efficiency that would be lost from kicking the 8.3 million undocumented workers out of the workforce, that would total to $1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year that we would lose in GDP growth by mass deportation. Okay, and that is, by the way, the same percentage of economic growth that was lost that caused the Great Recession in 2007 through 2009. So in other words, the economy would drastically shrink by 4.1 to 6.2% per year, and our government would spend $2 trillion to cause that shrink. And what happens when the economy shrinks, our producers are less efficient, they're less productive, they're making less because we lose 8.3 million workers, and consumers are buying less because we lose millions of consumers that spend their money in our economy. The economy weakens, average qualities of life go down, and poverty goes up, all right? And when poverty goes up, so does crime, okay? Because a lot of violent crime is consequential of poverty. So that's why I say that mass deportation is a very bad law that we need to get rid of because it weakens the economy, okay? It places America last by increasing levels of poverty, which increases levels of violent crime. So we need to find some other way to deal with the undocumented immigrants in America. Obviously, that way of dealing with them is very sour, very bad, hurts this country, economically speaking, and speaking insofar as the higher levels of violent crime that it would lead to. And this is completely ignoring all humanitarian and ethical concerns of the material conditions of the immigrants.
So do you agree that undocumented immigrants should be deported, just not by mass deportation?
No,
is what you're saying?
So I think that deportation is okay if they have prior violent offenses, but in all other circumstances, I think they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship to get around all of the negative outcomes in which I just listed to you of deportation, as well as because I believe that our government is at fault for undocumented entry in part. The root cause of undocumented entry is going to be the fact that our legal means of entry have been neglected by Congress. They're unattainable by many immigrants because they take too long and are too expensive, right? And that is the root cause of undocumented entry. So that means that our government is at some level responsible for the undocumented entry, which would also therefore imply that they're at some level responsible for fixing it, not the immigrants. And the way to fix it is to offer the immigrants that said pathway to residency or citizenship so they could continue to be productive in our economy, continue to contribute to the overall tax pool, continue to contribute to the labor force, contribute to the GDP, and live their lives happily with their family and friends. And that is a significantly better solution.
Yeah, I think I think where I differ from everyone is that I feel like we just can't allow people to stay here just because it's expensive. We're not gonna I don't know how it's gonna ever get better. I mean, not saying that mass deportation is right, but I feel like now Trump's okay, well, nothing else is working. We just have to do it all at once, which I'm not saying is right, but how would you?
What are you saying? I'm not sure that you're saying anything coherent right now.
I'm just saying we have the people that come here illegally. I feel like they shouldn't just be able to stay here.
Okay, why?
Well, for example, my dad came here from Finland. He immigrated here from Finland.
Do you think I could get less of an anecdote and more so just a general response on why you don't think they should be able to stay here?
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to give my background of
no worries. No worries at all. No worries at all. Maybe I'm just really focused and honed in on furthering the conversation and getting your reasons.
Yeah.
What are your reasons why you don't think you'd support mass amnesty? Because I've already detailed how it's exponentially better for America, and any other alternative like deportation hurts this country. So why do you like the plan that hurts this country and you hate the plan that helps this country?
I don't necessarily hate the plan that helps this country.
Dislike the plan that helps this country.
Yeah, but how else are we supposed to like get rid of like not get rid, that's a bad word, but like like get the people that come here illegally back to where they came from.
Oh, so you're saying that you don't support mass amnesty, even though it helps America, because they should go back to where they came from. Why should they go back to where they came from?
They're free to come here, but I think if they come here, they need to do it the right way. They need to try to get a citizenship. They need to try to come here on a visa or do things that are legal. Like there's people.
Well,
that
the
do
mass
it
amnesty would be the legal way.
right.
Right. So what? Okay. So you're just saying they should do it the legal way. Well, mass amnesty would be the legal way. Why don't you support it?
If it's the legal way, then I do. I just think that there's so many people coming here illegally, which is why Trump is trying to get everybody out.
Okay. So you're still not answering the question. So you said that you don't support offering a legal pathway of residency or citizenship to the undocumented immigrants in America that have not committed a prior violent offense. Why?
No, I do support that.
Okay. So then you disagree with deporting them.
I agree with deporting the ones that have a criminal record.
A criminal record. When you say like a violent offense on their record.
Yeah, like
okay, so you're a liberal. So you're a liberal.
I mean, not necessarily. I just like I'm a Christian, so I agree that like people who do bad things should be like they shouldn't get rewarded for it.
People that do bad things shouldn't get rewarded for it. So why did you reward Trump even though he raped a woman? Why did you reward Trump even though he's boasted about perving on naked teenage girls and grown women? Even though he hit on a 10-year-old girl saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years, sexualizing a minor? Why did you vote and support Trump even though he's talked about how he would be with his own daughter sexually if she wasn't his daughter? Why do you support Trump even though he called all black people lazy in 92? Even though he refused to rent to black tenants in 1973? Even though he perpetuated the birther myth of Barack Obama when he was running for president in 08, telling people not to vote for him because he was obviously born in Kenya because he's black even though he's born in Hawaii? Why do you support Trump even though he said that you could racially profile undocumented immigrants? Even though he personally wants to send America in to finish the job in Gaza, quote unquote, that's what he said, and ethnically cleanse the 2.1 million people that remain living there. See, these are all very bad things. Or the fact that he's named on the Epstein files, that's a very bad thing. The fact that he's made fun of disabled reporters and he has a snarky, hateful nickname for every single Democrat in Congress, these are all bad things. In fact, if you truly believe that we shouldn't reward bad people, how do you coincide that with supporting such a terrible president that has done very bad things and which has made him a very bad man?
That's why I said in the beginning that I only support him to an extent because I know that he's done bad things and I think the way he handles things on social media.
Supporting him to any extent is a reward.
I didn't vote for him. I'd never like.
Well, I didn't say voting for him is a reward. I said supporting him to any extent is a reward.
But I feel like he's done a lot of bad things, but he's also done good things for the country too.
What is one good thing that Donald Trump has done for America?
Well, he wanted to, like, when we're like for talking about like deportation, he want to build the wall to stop like illegals and criminals from coming in. Is that not?
He built less than 50 miles, and he paid for it with misallocated DoD funds. And then when the Biden-Harris administration wanted to build more, he told Republicans to vote against it since it would make the Dems look good.
Okay, sorry, that's just what I thought. Like I don't agree.
What's something good that he's done then? Because you said he's done good things for America. Give me an example.
Like I think the Lake and Riley Act was a good act. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like he could have helped. Like he should have put the people in jail. Like I feel like
increasing levels of child rape on the global scale is good.
No, I think that he was
the Lake and Riley Act.
He was trying to help. Like he didn't like. He at least was trying to do something.
So your argument is that he tried to do good, but ended up doing something really bad.
But he, like, why would he try to put people in jail that aren't from our country?
So we could reduce child rape.
Right, but that's like the whole point of the act was to stand for people that have been against child rape. Like,
Wait,
for example,
we're standing for victims of rape by letting rapists roam free on the streets to rape more people?
not necessarily,
So
but
then we're not standing for victims of rape with the Lake and Riley Act.
yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. I guess I'm not necessarily MAGA, but I'm not necessarily like I can see both sides to both people. So it's just,
Well, I mean, we're still trying to identify something that he's done for America that you think is good. You started by giving me the wall, pointed out how he built less than 50 miles, and he paid for it with misallocated DoD funds. And when Biden and Harris wanted to do more, he told Republicans to vote against it because it would make the Dems look good. And then he brought up the Lake and Riley Act. Okay, I mean, that one was easy. The Lake and Riley Act causes more rape and more murder. Okay, we should have
Right.
vetoed it. Bad act. So you still are failing to name something good that he's done. So what's something good that he's done? Because I feel like if, you're kind of caught in the middle, but kind of leaning towards Trump, I mean, obviously, like, this position of yours is going to hinge on you being able to name one good thing he's done.
yeah. I mean, like, I'm not, like, I can't think of any, like, I want to give statistics, so I can't really think of anything right now. And I guess I'm not MAGA. I'm just like,
Okay. Well, then you shouldn't be in the middle, okay? Like, imagine that you had a child and you were looking to hire a babysitter, and you had two options to babysit. For option number one, you could think of and very easily name a lot of good qualifications that they have, okay? For option number two, you can't think of any good qualifications that they have, but you could think of a whole lot of bad qualifications that they have. I mean,
Right.
are you going to be in the middle, or is it just going to be obvious? Like, we need to go with option one.
option one.
Okay, but like now think of you're not looking for a babysitter for your children. You're looking for a president for the country. Okay, you got Kamala Harris, a Democrat, Donald Trump, the Republican. We've already agreed that you can't name any good thing that Donald Trump has done, and we've already agreed that you can name a whole lot of bad things that Donald Trump has done. What about Kamala Harris? I mean, oh Jesus, she passed the PACT Act, invested $800 million into the expansion via healthcare benefits, influenced the best comeback from the negative economic implications onset by the pandemic when compared to any other country in the G7. That was great. Influenced the Chips and Science Act, investing in American chip manufacturers. Influenced the infrastructure bill, invested $1 trillion into American infrastructure to create more American jobs, to increase consumer confidence, to give people more money to turn around and spend the economy, to prevent a recession onset by the pandemic. I mean, these are all great things. What about what she ran on? She wanted to codify federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose on the federal level, so we don't have 66 million American women that are being denied access to abortion every single year. So we don't in America. So we don't have 60 great victims that got pregnant as a result of that rape getting denied access for abortion every single day in 10 of our 50 states. So we don't have instances like Adriana Smith, where we have women that suffered a brain injury with a fetus growing in their uterus that are now being treated as a literal fucking human incubator by their male legislators, okay? So we don't have women dying because their doctors are too scared to perform an emergency abortion that would be required to save their life because they don't know if they'll go to jail, all right? So we can think of a whole lot of good that she wanted to do, nothing bad, okay? Maybe like some, but the bad would be shared with Trump, like pro-Israel policy. I disagreed with that.
Right.
And then Donald Trump, we can't think of anything good that he's done, but we can think of a whole lot of bad. The obvious choice here would have been the Democrat, right?
I guess so, maybe. Like, I'm sure I can think of some good that he's done, but
Then
I
do it.
just I don't think I've done my research enough yet.
Okay, so then you can't name something good that he's done.
Not statistically right now, no.
What about in any sense?
I mean, like, during, like, he had plans to, like, lower inflation and gas prices.
What plans?
Like, when he first became president, like, when Biden was president, the prices were really high and, like, inflation was high. And
So we can
I
talk about
think-
that, but you said that he had plans to lower inflation and gas prices.
Right.
What were those plans?
Like, he talked about if he became president, he would, like, lower the gas prices and lower inflation.
Okay, well, that's not a plan. That's a statement. Okay. Okay. So can you substantiate that statement with the plans, with the policy, with the approach, how he's going to
I
do
mean,
it?
the gas prices have gone down. I mean, like,
How did he reduce the price of gas? Okay, because as far as I'm concerned, imports are down 44%. That's going to have an upward pressure on gas. Oil's the same that it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, so that's not changed. The only reason that I could identify that the price of gas has gone down is due to the fact that future markets in oil crashed with his tariffs on Liberation Day, and that was actually an indicator of a recession and bad for the overall market, meaning that the only thing that has caused the price of gas to go down in America is indicative of a recession. Okay, well, that's not something good that he's done. So what did he do that reduced the price of gas?
So how was that not him if he was in presidency but the price went down?
Okay, well, the way that the price went down was by him crashing the markets, by reducing consumer confidence that led to a just demise of future oil markets for like a month and a half. Okay, that's how recessions start.
Okay. Sorry,
So is there anything else you want to go over?
No, I just wanted, I mean, I'm not necessarily like MAGA. I'm just kind of like on the borderline, so I just wanted to like hear your opinion to kind of like help me.
Yeah, no, of course. That's what I'm here for. I appreciate you for hearing me out, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Seriously, I mean it.
Thank you.
Of course, take care. We're going to go to get the next guest up in the box. Everyone, just give us a minute to get Bailey loaded in. Everybody also make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Let's go ahead and once again get that next guest loaded in. Master Torch, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat.
Hello?
And I just
can
read,
you hear me?
I can hear you, man. And Master Torch, I just read that message, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. As well as Trenta, thank you for the 10 pounds, saying greetings from Croatia. Much love. Much love to you, Trenta. And then Kiki, thank you for the $20, saying love your points. You're bringing actual facts to the insanity. I've learned so much. I appreciate that, Kiki. Thank you for the message and the $20. Salt Lake, you MAGA? Okay. Oh, welcome back.
Hey,
Hi.
brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, you MAGA, bro?
Okay. Okay, hi. I'm an immigrant that voted for Trump.
Oh, do you regret that?
I also come from a communist country. Not
okay.
at all.
Oh, so you support Trump today?
And this is why.
Okay, well, actually, before you get into your reasons
Correct.
why,
And I do.
Real quick, before you get into your reasons why, I need to thank a couple people. Caroline with the $10 over on PayPal saying, will you be joining us for tomorrow's No Kings protest? Oh, yes, I will, Caroline. I'll try to get it recorded. Thank you for the $10. Shout out to Caroline. Eric, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Eric says, thank you so much for educating the people. I appreciate you for the love, Eric. Shout out to Eric. And then Sonny, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal saying, keep up the good work. I appreciate what you do. W Sonny down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Thomas with the 5 and Evelyn with the 10. I appreciate you guys. Then Cody with a 10 as well. You guys are awesome. Holy crap. And then Tirsha with the $40 over on Venmo and Wayne with 100. Bro, let's get 1,000 Wayne W's down below in that chat and 400 Tirsha W's down below in that chat. That is Tirsha spelled Tiersha. Thank you for the love, Tirsha. And Wayne, fucking Bruce Wayne, once again with $100. That is insane. I've said this so much, but I'll say it again. I do not deserve it. I really fucking appreciate that. Wayne said, I was a Republican up until their greed was obviously wrong, hurting people. Independent now. What are your long-term goals? What do you need to spread your insight? Wayne, maybe my long-term goal is getting you to swing to that progressive side, man. I appreciate having you in here with me, though, and I appreciate you hearing me out. You've been very, very kind, man. Let's get 100 Wayne W's down below in that chat. And then Tirsha says, Dean, I love your viewpoints and how you communicate them. Just curious, how do you feel about Israel attacking Iran, and how do you feel like Donald Trump is going to react to that? I mean, I think it's strange that Israel attacks Iran, then 70% of our Congress thinks Israel's a victim. And I definitely think that Israel is going to start more conflict, and it's possibly going to lead to their demise. I don't know. I guess I don't have a formed opinion yet, but I can tell you that preemptively I don't support it. And I don't know how Trump is going to react to that. I mean, I think that's an oddball, 110%. We're just going to have to wait and see. But seriously, thank you both Wayne and Tirsha, as well as Donald with the $25 13 minutes ago saying, I love everything that you do. Thank you, Donald. Shout out to Donald. And then Hiroshi 20 minutes ago with the $50 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Hiroshi. Hiroshi says, I can't thank you enough for the support of democracy. I appreciate you for the love, Hiroshi. That is Hiroshi, guys. Seriously, show some love to Hiroshi down below in that comment section. Right the hell now. Thank you so much. But yeah, take it away, man. Why do you support Trump?
Coming from a communist country, having no human rights, having no rights, having the government telling you what you can do and not do, I saw more of that under Joe Biden than any other president. Now, maybe your view is
Oh, what? Brother,
Wait,
was
I know,
Was
wait.
Joe Biden violating the human and constitutional rights of immigrants and deporting them to fucking detention centers for terrorists without due process?
Well, the reason why I
No,
said
that's
that
what
was
Trump is doing.
in 2020. Wait, let me finish. In 2021, I was able to save enough money. I spent 5 years saving money, and I wanted to go to Europe with the girlfriend that I had at the time. And the only way that I was able to get on an airplane and fly to Europe, how do you think that was? 2020,
I don't know.
2021,
I
2020.
don't know, by buying a ticket?
You know, you're very,
Oh,
well,
no way, by putting
yes,
a mask
but
on.
that was one. But wait, it gets deeper than that. It gets deeper than that.
Oh, by being vaccinated?
Why would you tell? And then we find out that those vaccinated never did anything. That mask never did anything.
Oh
That
my
6
God.
Wait,
Oh my
hold on.
God.
Hey, I got him. But go ahead, go. Make your noise. Make your noise. I got you though. Go ahead, make your noise.
Holy fuck. I cannot believe that I'm actually
I'll wait till you're
having.
done.
What do you
So
allow?
I can-
What do you allow me
so
to
I can
speak?
keep going.
Allow me to speak here. Holy fuck. I cannot believe that this is a.
You let me,
I'm gonna mute you while I speak. I cannot believe that
you're
this
breaking up real time. But
I muted you. Why can't I still hear you?
okay, say it again.
Well, let me mute you. What?
Let me see. Can you hear me?
I can, but I thought I muted you.
Can you hear me now?
I can, but I don't want to. That's why I muted you.
Can you hear me now?
No, man, I can hear you. I don't know why I can. It looks like TikTok's breaking on me a little bit. What have I tried?
It's funny how I go. Can you hear me now?
I could. That mute button isn't working. What the fuck? No, man, I could hear you loud and clear. But once again, it's like I'm trying. Oh, there it goes. It finally mutes you. Okay, I muted you, man, just because there's a bit of background.
How about now? So,
Okay.
you know, right there.
So the reason
to me, that was like okay.
So the reason why I was trying to mute you there is just because there's a bit of background noise, and I could like hear
No,
you.
well-
Oh my god. And I could hear you breathing, and it's nothing like wrong that you're doing. I can't focus and think and like speak as like fluently as I'd like to when I have like background noise, etc. So that's why like I'll like sometimes mute guests, like not when they're talking, just when they're not talking and I'm talking, just so I could like think more about what I'm saying while I'm saying it. Because you know I'm like blasted noise from whatever's coming through your mic in both my earphones. But anyways, I'm gonna go to respond to what you said. So you basically
I
think
don't know.
that
You're,
the Biden
you're
Harris.
breaking up real bad.
Okay, then maybe we just have to bring this conversation to an end because your Wi-Fi is not the best.
You're
Yeah. Okay, I just kicked him. Unfortunate. His Wi-Fi wasn't the best. That's probably why it wouldn't let me mute him either. Unfortunate. Damn it, I really wanted to respond to that too. What's going on, Alexandria?
gosh,
Are you MAGA?
Hello. I would consider myself. I would say no. So I'm not really sure if this is the appropriate time for me
do
to
you support Trump?
here. No, certainly not. But I think more than
WU Alexandria. I'm sorry for kicking you. I hope that you don't take that as like a signifier of me not liking you. Sorry, I was reading this guest profile picture. We appreciate you here and you're awesome. What's up, Sarah? You MAGA? Okay, Sarah's not here. We're going to respond to that or move on to the next guest, everybody. Damn, man, I'm like really upset that we couldn't hear that last guy's argument and have a conversation with him. That's crazy, calling the vaccination requirement from another country that he was trying to travel to a larger attack on human rights than sending immigrants without due process to detention centers for terrorists in another country. Holy fuck. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Go and drop a MAGA down below in that chat, accompanied by your age. If you'd like to come up here and have a conversation with me, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the stream as we speak, y'all. As well as Jessica. Jess, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Let's get 250 Jess W's down below. Thank you so much for the kindness today, Jess. Thank you so much for the kindness today, Jess. As well as Elsa with the $10. And I love you so much. I love you too, Elsa. Thank you for the $10. And then Gwyneth with a $15 saying, what time will you be live tomorrow? I actually don't know because I got to go to those protests. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit of an oddball, but thank you for the $15. What's going on, Jimothy? Are you MAGA?
What do you think of Togi?
What do I think of Tel Aviv?
Togi.
Togi. I'll reserve those thoughts.
Come on, dude. No, to be honest, he's a weird guy. I know he's like that one kind of like that dumb.
I don't think that he came up here to debate, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. If you're a part of the 18K in here, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 5 million likes. What's going on,
Yo.
Shama? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, how old are you?
18.
What age? What year? What year were you born in?
2006, July 25th.
Oh, brother. Why? Why do you support Trump?
Cause it's like my life ain't really ever changed, right? Like I'm the middle class, right? And I know he'd be lowering the taxes for the billionaires and stuff like that, but
yep,
nothing really like affected me. So I'm like, he cool, you know. Kamala, she talking about opening up the borders and stuff, and I'm like, bro,
I think you need to fill me in. Can you go ahead and roll the clip of Kamala Harris saying she wanted to open the borders?
It was like one of her policies or something. Like, she was gonna make the borders more.
Yeah, really? What was her open border policy?
Honestly, I don't even know for real. Like that's what I came in here for. Cause I'm like, I want you to like put me onto the right side, and you know.
Word, bro. Well, we're gonna go to move on. If you don't know, you don't know. But there's no conversation when you don't know. And I think the better place for you to be is to listen to the debate so you can know. Hello, Cali School FR. Thank you for the harmonica. Very nice harmonica indeed. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Still trying to find that next guest. If you want to come up and have a conversation, go ahead and put in that chat, I support Trump, accompanied by your age, and we'll pull you up. Ethan, what's going on, my man? You MAGA?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Age, please.
I'm 18, turned 18 June 3rd, 2007.
Okay, well, you didn't turn 18 June 3rd, 2007. That's when you were born, but I understand what you're saying nonetheless. Let me try to get you a buddy up here to debate with. What's going on? We got King loaded in. Everyone just kind of give us a minute to get King loaded in. And let us know if you want to come up and debate with him down below in that chat literally right now, guys. Just go and drop a MAGA. We'll get you loaded in. Yo, King, you're loaded in. Come back to the live, man. We'll wait for King to come back. But seriously, let's try to get a next guest. Why are they all 18?
Yo,
what's up, King? You support Trump?
fuck no, California for the win.
Okay, well, you're just spamming MAGA 2028 down below in that comment section. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We're just trying to find somebody else to have a conversation with. Like, I'd preferably like to talk to people that are older. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of like sick and tired of talking to 18-year-olds. What's going on, Kylie? You MAGA?
I'm trying to figure out, but my dad says I should be. So.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Oh, Jesus. Do you have any reasons why you support Trump, or just like your dad saying that you should be?
See, okay. Can we have a conversation though? And you ask me questions like what I believe, what I don't believe, because my dad and everybody basically is like, "Oh, you."
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna big brain this shit. You're better off listening to the live compared to being on it. Thomas is not here. Ethan, Ethan, I want to ask you a question. So right now we have 17.6 thousand people in the live, and it's a struggle for me to find you just one other person to debate with. Would you say that the progressives have the momentum and MAGA is slimming, since I could be standing in front of a crowd that is near 20,000 individuals, and it is a difficult thing for me to find a single Trump supporter?
Well, I mean, I feel like the primary people that are watching your live are the people that support you versus the people that want to go against you. So, I mean, I feel like it makes more sense that there's people who are with you and kind of just want to watch you because you're a great debater.
Okay, well, I mean, assuming that, you know, what you're saying here is true, let's just say like 60% of the people watching are, oh, somebody's laggy. I think that's Chloe. Assuming that the people watching are, you know, primarily Democrats, if like 50% of them aren't, it's still, you know, like close to 10,000 people. It's 9,000 people right there. But Ethan, it's definitely, I really can't find anybody to debate with you. So if you want to take us away and tell us why you support Trump, let me know.
Sure. So I just came in here primarily. I just have a topic that I feel really strongly of, and it's transgender females in women's sports. I just want to know what's your opinions on that? Biological males competing against women.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, I mean, like, first and foremost, I would say, you know, like, there's no unfair biological advantage. I don't care.
Berg.
What? Griffin, how old are you? 1 second. Griffin, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Sorry, I don't want another 18-year-old. What about you, David? Do you want to go ahead and unmute that mic real quick? Let's do an age check. Hey, David.
I love you. I was just seeing if you could.
I appreciate that, David. Okay, Ethan, I guess it's just you. There's seriously not a single other Trump supporter that I could find. Yeah, so Ethan, I mean, I'm not going to lie. If there's no unfair biological advantage due to like 3 to 5 years of HRT, I don't care. Okay, and I really don't care when we contrast the fact that there's 16 women, trans women competing in the NCAA. Why is this like the number one concern on the voting block?
I mean, I truly don't understand. I mean, I can start listing out different biological advantages.
No, I want you to answer. I want you to answer my question. So there's 16 T women competing in the NCAA. Donald Trump has been accused of rape by more cis women than there's T women in the NCAA. Like I mean, like listen, and like instead of like you telling us like that you support Trump because you want to make life better for the average American, instead your position is because you want to make life worse for 16 people. You know, like, do you have any position that is you support the president not because you want to make life worse for 16 people, but rather because you want to make life better for 300 million?
I mean, the purpose of me coming up to talk here was talking about transgender. I mean,
okay, so you don't want to talk about why you support Trump?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, my primary beliefs of why I support Trump is honestly that, like, I mean, like, I just.
Okay, well, that's what we saw. That's what we call spontaneous combustion, everybody. That's what we call spontaneous combustion. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Woo! Then also, no, seriously, for everybody watching, can you guys tell how hard it is for me to find a debate? Can you guys tell?
Oh my god, it's me. It's me. It's me.
Okay, turn off the other devices, please. Are you MAGA? Okay, sorry. They have the stream going on like 5 phones. I don't want to hear myself repeated. We're going to move on to the next guest. Kayla, thank you for the $5 over on Vim. I appreciate you for that love. Here we go, everybody. What is going on? GG, do you support Trump?
I support Trump. I voted for him.
Okay, all right. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Donald John Trump?
So, I mean, first, I'm just going to say that I was on the left, but that's when I was blinded. I support policy. I support a plan.
Oh, no.
Support somebody that.
I have a question. Do you think that I'm blinded because I'm on the left?
Absolutely, 100%.
Be very clear. Okay. Be very clear. What am I blinded from seeing?
I think that you're blinded from seeing that you're being brainwashed. Okay. I think that you're blinded because of the fake news
quick, how old are you?
that you see every single day. 21.
21. Okay. All right. So I'm blinded from being brainwashed and consuming fake news. So if I'm brainwashed...
I said you're blinded by being brainwashed, not from being brainwashed.
Okay.
That's what I said, by being brainwashed.
It's the same thing. So if I'm brainwashed and I consume...
No, it's not.
Are we really going to debate this?
You said I said you're blinded from... You said from being brainwashed.
Right.
I said by being brainwashed. That's exactly what I said.
Okay,
I'm telling you to say what I said. The statement.
Okay, so I mean, the words from and by in this sense mean the same thing. So like, imagine if I say, like my arm is bleeding and it's because I like stepped on a glass, or like my foot is bleeding and it's because I stepped on a glass bottle. So I could say that my foot is bleeding by stepping on a glass bottle, or my foot is bleeding from stepping on a glass bottle. Those two sentences communicate like the same idea. They're identical to one another in that sense. So like when you say that I'm blinded by being brainwashed, and I repeat that by saying that I'm blinded from being brainwashed, those statements would be identical and communicate the same idea.
Okay, cool. Perfect. I agree with you on that. Okay. I just want to make sure everything is clear because y'all have a trend of kind of putting words in people's mouths. And I just want to make sure all the communication is clear.
Oh, this is going to be a really annoying debate. Okay, that's fine. So yeah,
let's get it.
Moving on. So if I'm brainwashed and I consume fake news, this means that a lot of what I believe in should be demonstrably false, okay? Because it doesn't align with truth. So tell me something that I believe in, or something that I'll debate, an idea that I've set forth in my life before that is demonstrably false and does not align with reality because it's predicated on being brainwashed and consuming fake news.
Okay, so I was in the live earlier today. You were talking about the Lake and Riley Act.
Right.
You're also talking about border policy as well.
Okay. So
From
I've talked about
the
immigration,
past
the Lake
people
and
that
Riley
were
Act.
in your
Yep.
yeah, you just talked about it. So basically, and I'm gonna just say the definition for you. Basically what the Lake and Riley Act is talking about is that it doesn't matter if you were convicted of certain crimes, but if you were charged with certain crimes, then you're gonna be deported mandatorily. Correct? You agree with me on that?
Yep. And that's exactly why I said that I don't like it earlier.
Okay, cool. So now, before I even comment on that, I want to tie that back to the mass deportations that you were talking about earlier today, right? You said that you don't like the idea of deportations because this is going to lead to more violent crimes, correct?
Yeah, so I mean, there's about 1,000,000,001 reasons why I don't support mass deportation. But like one of them is going to be is because it will increase the rate of crime in America, sure, right, by increasing poverty.
Why does it? Why do you think that it's going to increase the rate of crime
Yeah,
when
by
the
weakening the
reason for the
economy,
mass deportations
by
is
weakening.
because of allowing people that are unvetted into our country that are creating the crimes that we want to stop? A lot of the people that are being deported are child rapists, or people that have done despicable things. Like even the person in your party that people are championing right now, the Abrego Garcia guy, is literally charged with beating his wife.
Oh my God! So
He was
remember,
linked to sex trafficking.
I just want to clarify. Remember earlier how
So,
you
and
said
he's
that
a
I
gang
was.
member as well.
So remember earlier when you said that I was brainwashed and I consume fake news? It's really fucking funny because that was a projection of yourself. So no, Abrigo Garcia has not been criminally charged with beating his wife. In fact,
Yes,
he
he
wasn't.
has.
How much are you willing to bet?
There are court orders out there
How much?
currently
How much are you willing to
that
bet?
disprove what you're saying.
Okay, okay. Well, then let's put money on it. So, how much money are you going to put behind the claim that Abrigo Garcia has been criminally charged with beating his wife?
So, you want to put money on it, bro?
Yeah, yeah,
Really?
sure, I do.
This is free on the internet. You can
Oh,
Google it.
okay, then it should be free money for you.
Bro, I'm not putting money on it. We can just Google it. And if
Damn.
I'm right,
So,
I'm
so you're
right.
not
If you're
confident.
wrong, you're wrong.
So you're not
I
confident
am
what you.
confident. I just don't gotta put money on it.
Wait,
Like
but I mean, you
what are we
literally said
talking
it's
about?
so super free. It's like available on the internet. Should be super easy to prove. Like honestly, if somebody came
And it
up to me,
is.
listen, okay, awesome. So if somebody came up to me and they like bet me $100, they said that they'd give me $100 if I could prove that water is wet. Like okay, I'd be like, okay,
I just
okay,
feel
buddy,
like I
okay,
just
buddy,
find
give
it
me your money,
amusing
give me your
how
money. Or like if somebody came up to me and said, I'll give you $100 if you could prove that Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 felonies. Like okay, give me your fucking money, give me your fucking money. So
so
like
wait, is
from
your
oh my God, can
ideology
you
is your
stop? Can you
ideology
stop? Can you wait for me to finish speaking before you start talking?
all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Like if somebody came up to me and they said, "Let's bet $100. I'll give you $100 if you could prove that that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 felonies." I'd say, "Okay, give me your. I'll take that bet. I'm going to take your fucking money. This is easy." Now, from your perspective, you're saying like it's just like Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. Abreu Garcia was criminally charged with beating his wife. I mean, it should be really easy money for you too. So if I was in your shoes, I'd accept the bet.
Okay, I understood, but there's a significant difference between the charges that Trump was charged with and the testimony from his own wife saying that she was scared for his life.
So
His own wife.
there's actually not gonna be a significant difference with like Donald Trump being
Yes, there is.
charged with. Listen, there's not going to be significant difference in the idea that Donald Trump was charged with felonies and found guilty of felonies, and the idea that like Abrego Garcia was charged with felonies. So,
He wasn't only charged though. That's the significant difference. He was
okay,
deported
like
before because of these
what I
reports.
want to bet you money on is the idea that he was charged with like like he was criminally charged.
That wait, what? I already said that Trump was charged. We agreed on
No,
that.
we're talking about.
So
We're talking about. Hey, real quick. Um. Hey, mods. Would you guys keep a really close eye on anybody in the comment section that is being racist to the guests that we have, either in the comment sections of the live or in the comments of his posts? Just went to his recent post and somebody being racist. So keep a close eye on that. And obviously, if you're watching, don't be racist to the guests. What the fuck? Okay. I don't care that he's MAGA. Okay.
it's cool. It's
Racism isn't
expected.
okay if you disagree with
When
him.
when
Anyways,
people don't have an argument on the left, they just choose to, you know. insults and all that. It's expected, you know. But go ahead.
Well, I'm seriously, guys, don't be racist in the guest comment section. Don't do that. And it's not cool. I disagree with that. I don't think that racism is cool. But anyways, we're gonna go back to what I said. So, yeah. Anyways, I mean, listen, man. Let's just throw the bet out the window. I'm just, I'm gonna stop, and I'm just gonna be honest with you. So, no, Abrigo Garcia does not have a criminal record. Abrigo Garcia has not been charged with any crime. Abrigo Garcia has not been found guilty of any crime.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree on that.
No,
but
because
we can move
that's
on
going to
to
be
policy.
no, because that's going to be like an objective fact of reality. Okay, that's going to be like tracking what is true of our criminal justice system and who has been charged with a crime.
Well, I disagree with you on that because this it's literally out there.
Yeah. Okay. Then show
And
me his criminal
we
record.
can search it up. But we can.
No. What you'll find when you search
I
it
don't.
up. No. What you'll find when you search it up is a fact that in 2017, I believe, his wife had filed for a civil restraining order, and then later she just simply stopped
And
showing
why would
up.
she do that?
Well, I'm about to tell you if you let me finish.
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a while ago, his wife went to court and filed for a civil restraining order. But then about halfway through the process, she just simply stopped showing up to court. And then, I mean, she went on record a handful of months ago saying that she filed that because of a dispute that she had with Abrigo Garcia at the time. And out of an abundance of caution, because she had been domestically abused in a prior relationship, she began the process of filing the restraining order. However, because they were able to domestically work out the dispute in-house without like a court, she then stopped showing up to court. But I mean, at the end of the day, that was a civil restraining order that's going to be in a civil court, and the restraining order actually never ended up getting finished because she stopped showing up to the process of filing it. And that is not going to be a criminal court. That is not going to be a criminal charge. It's not going to be a criminal investigation. It's not going to be on his criminal record. So you were wrong.
No, it wasn't. You said
What?
It was she filed it because of a dispute with Abrego Garcia. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
That's what
but
I heard you say.
I think like the reason why
And
she
what was
filed
the
it,
dispute? What did the
I don't
No,
think
but
that
you
she
gotta
gave
let
the
me talk though, because I
specifics.
let you talk,
Yeah, that's
right?
fine. But like at
That's
the end
how
of the
that
day, can you
works, right?
respond to the
And I
fact
want
that
to
you
have
said
a
that
conversation.
respond to the fact that you said you had a
No,
criminal
you're
record,
putting you
and this
gotta
is
you
not a criminal
oh my
record because it was
gosh.
in a civil court.
No, but Dean, you can't just make a
Right.
statement like that and just say you were right. Like I can pick apart what you said, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. Just pick apart the fact that you said he had a criminal record, and this couldn't be on his criminal record because it was in a civil court.
Gotcha. So you said that he had a dispute with him, right? So what was the dispute?
Holy fucking shit, man! Oh my god.
What was the dispute? That could be anything. Because
I
from
don't think that she
literally
clarified on
public
that.
record, he has physically put hands on his wife, which is why
And
she's
that's
taking him to
listen.
court. A lot of people go to civil court because of physical abuse.
Okay.
Literally.
Okay. So I just really want to point out. Okay, you could say that there's been a lawsuit brought forth against him in a civil court. However, that's not on his criminal record. It's not criminal. You made the claim that he had a criminal record.
Yes, I did make the claim they had a criminal record
But
because of the
that's
public information
but
that is
I know,
out
but
there.
that's not criminal. It's civil.
Okay, it's not criminal, it's civil. It's still very serious because he put his hands on his wife.
Great.
So
Okay.
what are we
So
talking
you
about?
think okay? So would you say that we have enough evidence to believe that he beat his wife because she started?
Yes, and that he's a
Okay.
gang member,
Okay.
and that
So
his boss
before
is linked to sex
before
trafficking.
we move on to being a gang member or his boss being linked to sex trafficking, let's start with the first point. So you'd say sufficient reason to believe that he had beat his wife is a fact that his wife begun a process in a civil court to prove it, and then she stopped showing up. Right? That's your sufficient evidence. So let me ask you a question. Would you say that you would have even more evidence that he's a wife beater if she followed through with that civil restraining order, bumped up the standard of evidence, and put it in front of a jury, and had a unanimous jury of 9 agree with her that, yeah, he had beat her?
Yes.
Well, that's the level of evidence that we have to believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Do you believe that too?
No, I don't believe that.
Oh,
There are distinct
hypocrite!
differences.
Hypocrite!
There are distinct differences.
Hypocrite!
There are
You
literally
just
distinct
agreed.
differences
I mean,
between both cases.
you explicitly
These are
just
claims, but you can link, but you can defer because she literally filed it, and she is saying this, and the people that are prosecuting him are saying this as well. So these are big differences.
So E. Jean Carroll literally filed it against Donald Trump. E. Jean Carroll literally said it, and then the prosecutor literally said it. The judge literally agreed, and so did the unanimous jury of 9.
Yeah, but there are a lot of things to disprove why that is a false claim.
Really, like what?
Like the fact that Trump has never met E. Jean Carroll in his life.
In fact, that's what he said in
Did
court.
he?
And you know what E. Jean Carroll's response was?
What was her response?
Yeah, to submit a picture of them together into evidence.
Man, y'all just believe everything, man. This shit is crazy.
Bruh, are you saying that
Sorry,
a picture of
can I
them two
cut?
together? Wait. Are you saying that only a delusional liberal would believe that they've met because there's a picture of them two together?
I'm not saying that, but if we're proving stuff with pictures, would you agree that the pictures of the MS-13 tattoo on Abrego Garcia's hand proves that he's a gang member?
You mean these tattoos? MS-13?
Correct.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that totally says MS-13.
Bro, those
think
are
that
not. Bro,
I
that's not even the
think that you're right. Now I'll let you pivot back to that later, but I want you to respond to what I said. You said that we have reason to believe that E. Jean Carroll was a liar, and then you said the reason to believe that was the fact that like her and Donald Trump had never met, and then I brought up the fact that that was actually the argument that Trump tried to make, but then E. Jean Carroll submitted a picture of them together into evidence. So you're wrong.
Can I see the picture that you're talking about?
Google it. I don't mind.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it. But we can move on to policy, right? We can
No,
move on to
because I
policy.
want you to respond. I think it's incredibly hypocritical for you to say that, well, we had
No.
enough evidence. No, listen to me. So you said that we had enough evidence that we can believe that Abrego Garcia had beat his wife based upon the fact that she started the process of a withholding order in a civil court that didn't include a jury, that didn't include, like a prosecuting team, that included hearings in front of a judge, and then a judge would have granted the withholding order. Then she stopped showing up and then later denied it. Okay, and you're saying that is enough evidence to believe that he's a wife beater. Okay, now the issue is that you also then after that agreed that we'd have even more evidence if it wasn't just a simple hearing in front of a judge, but it was more so in front of a jury of 9 with a higher standard of evidence. And the unanimous jury of 9 would have agreed, and it would have finalized, and they would have held Abrego Garcia liable. That we would have had more evidence that he abused his wife. Okay, well, that is the level of evidence that we have to believe that Donald Trump is a rapist. So, in other words, in accordance with your own admission, with your own statements, we have more evidence. Somebody in the chat saying Wilding didn't thank the gifter. That was to him. In other words, basically what you're saying is that we have more evidence to believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll than we do have to believe that Abrego Garcia beat his wife. Okay, and yet you deny that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll and accept that Abrego Garcia beat his wife. That is, like, definitionally speaking, illogical. Because why would you deny something that you have more evidence for compared to accepting something that you have less evidence for?
You know what? I think that there's a lot of inconsistencies with both of them. Number one, due to where we're getting our information from. I have a separate argument that the entities that you visit to get your information about a lot of these cases are literally compromised. I don't believe news from NBC. I don't believe news from CNN. I don't believe news from a lot of these entities because a lot of them, the people that are literally at high positions in these entities are literally funded because they're on the left, is what I believe.
Hey, buddy. So as it relates to the information I'm getting about E. Jean Carroll, I'm getting them from the court documents. And I just want to let you know that you're kind of a piece of shit for even trying to run that argument because the information that you got about the case was literally Donald Trump's word of mouth. Okay, so I don't think that you are in any position to talk about the compromisation of the sources in which I would use to demonstrate that what I'm saying is true because you are sourcing Donald Trump's own word of mouth. And then secondarily here, I mean, I think it's evidently clear that I possess. I just want to make it evidently clear. I want to make it evidently clear that I possess more evidence for what I'm saying compared
I'm
to
not
you.
going off of what he says.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear that at this point you are conceding. I just want to make sure at this point you are bowing out of the debate. You are conceding that you absolutely have no response to the fact that I pointed out that you admitted you have more evidence to believe that E. Jean Carroll was a victim of Donald Trump compared to Abrego Garcia raping his wife. Yet you deny that Donald Trump's a rapist and accept that Abrego Garcia is a wife beater. You have nothing more to say about that. You have no response to the reasonings that I've granted, and you're completely bowing out and conceding, right?
I'm not conceding, but we can move on.
Okay, wait, if you're not conceding, then we can't move on because I want to hear your cogent rebuttal. I want to hear your cogent rebuttal to the fact that you literally accepted that we would have more evidence of Abrego Garcia was held liable by a unanimous jury of 9, and that would make you believe it even more. Yet, when we have an example of a man being held liable by a jury of 9 for raping a woman, you don't believe it at all. I want you to respond to that.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna respond to it. So first of all, the picture that you pulled up with the tattoos on Abrego Garcia's hand, That's not even the actual picture. Could you, if you wanted to pull up the picture that Trump was holding in the White House when he had media taking pictures of it, you can pull up that picture because it's the same one, but it's edited. The one that you just pulled up is edited, literally. Making all them laughing stuff that doesn't get to me. Like, it is edited, literally. You can laugh all you want, but it's facts. Bro, that laughter is hella forced.
Oh no! Oh no! So this is the unedited.
Forcing yourself to laugh is not. It's not it. I ain't gonna lie.
This is the unedited one. Okay, the one that Donald Trump was holding up was the edited one. Okay, I mean it literally.
Would you mind pulling up the one that Trump was holding?
For sure, Trump holding up picture of Garcia.
And if anybody says that there's not a difference between both of them,
yeah, there is a difference. The difference.
Right.
The difference is that the one that Trump was holding up was edited.
But that's you don't see the problem there though. Like it's like y'all not even open to like other like you just want to be right. A lot of the things that you say, the way that you phrase it, is like I want to concede, I want to bow down because I'm wrong. Like
listen, bro, I'm literally I'm gonna pull up the picture that Donald Trump had in the Oval Office, and then you're going to like admit that you're wrong. And chat, I'm gonna ask you guys not to like maybe
you're doing it again. Like no, I'm not gonna admit that I'm wrong. But pull it up, please, if you don't mind.
Oh my God. I can't believe that I'm doing this. I can't believe that I'm doing this. I can't believe that I'm doing this, everybody, but I'll do it nonetheless. This is like insane. I am just I'm a very patient man, everybody. Let me get that one straight. I'm a man with a lot of patience. And the fact that like I'm entertaining this with such a kind heart is absurd. But I'll do it nonetheless. So here is the picture of Abrigo Garcia's knuckles that was held up in the Oval Office by Trump that you are calling unedited. And then here is
that's not. I want you to hold up the one with him holding it in the White House.
This is the one that he's holding up in the White House.
How come we can't see him holding it though?
Because I just cropped it to like specifically the picture of the knuckles.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, there was the picture of Abrigo Garcia's knuckles. There's Tanner. There's Buck. There's Moral Principles. One second, I'm struggling really hard to find the correct image again. There's Donald Trump. What the hell? Where the hell did it go? There it goes. So on the top, you'll see the picture of Abrigo Garcia's knuckles, unedited, and then on the bottom, you will see the picture of Abrigo Garcia's knuckles, edited. It like really doesn't take like many brain cells to determine that the MS-13 you see on the image on the bottom is very like obviously added on top of the picture after the fact. Like I'm actually like I'm not even like sure that like the Trump administration like tried to covertly edit it in a way to like convince people that the MS-13 was actually there. Like I'm not gonna lie, that kind of just looks like they pasted the picture in like Word and then like got some free floating text box and then put it over. You know, like I don't even think that this is trying to deceive anybody into believing that they're actually there. Like it's very obviously just like some free floating text box that were put on after the fact compared to his knuckles. So do you concede that you're wrong?
Oh, I'm trying to Google the one with him and I think that senator or whatever when he went to Mexico or something.
Yeah, bro. Like that is a picture. Van Hollen. That is a picture. I just cropped it out of a larger picture of that image sitting in the hand of Donald Trump in the Oval Office. I just so it would be a little bit more easy to read.
I mean, I don't agree, but
What do you wait? What specifically do you not agree with?
I don't agree that it's edited. Because it looks the same way when Senator Van Hollen went to go see him.
Wait. Which one of these is edited and which one of these is unedited? Top or bottom? Which one's edited? Please, bro.
Wait, right. It's on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the screen. I have it right here. Top or bottom? Which one is edited? Top or bottom?
You said you got that one, the top one from Google?
That's a picture of his knuckles, right? The bottom one is the picture that Donald Trump is holding up in the White House. Answer my question. Top or bottom, which one is edited?
I'll be real, you know what I mean? It looks like the second one is edited, but I don't believe that's like... I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is.
So one of these are edited because they're different. So which one is edited?
Wait, one of these are edited because it's different?
Yeah, it's a picture of the same tattoos on the same knuckles, but one includes MS-13 on top and one doesn't. So which one is edited? Which one is not edited? Okay, because we know that one of these is real. Which one is it? The top or the bottom?
I mean, the bottom one definitely looks like the edited one.
Okay, so then you just conceded.
But hold on.
What?
Let me say something though.
But what?
Let me Google it, and then see how it looks when he was when Senator Van Hollen went to go see him as well.
Okay, well, is okay? Well, I mean, you just agreed
that one was in real time.
You just agreed that the top. You just agreed that the top image wasn't edited, so that's how they look. His tattoos
doesn't
just
look
magically
edited.
changed.
No, I'm saying that the top one doesn't look edited. But like I said, I wanna follow it up.
I'm torturing myself. Cynthia, thank you for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Let's get 1,000 Cynthia W's down below in that comment section. Cynthia says, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. You give me hope to continue living in this country. We all love you, Dean. Keep doing what you're doing, Cynthia. I love you so much. That is so incredibly kind, and that is so much goddamn money, Cynthia. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get 1,000 W's for Cynthia down below in all of the live chats. I really appreciate you so much for all the love. And you know, I think earlier I said I'd kick gas if like they're just like seriously like unreal. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kick you. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Also, y'all, so I just heard back from the organizers of the No Kings protest tomorrow in my local area. They're saying that they don't have room for any more speakers. Unfucking fortunate. Okay, Rachel, hi, are you MAGA?
Hi. I don't know that I would consider myself MAGA, but I did vote for Trump.
Okay, do you think that you could come a little bit closer to your mic?
Yeah, sorry, I have my AirPods in.
Oh, no worries. Honestly, if you take your AirPods off, like the sound quality will be much better. All right, while she's doing that, everybody make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 5 million likes.
How's that?
Oh, there you go, Rachel. That is top notch. Spot on. Real quick, Jess, once again with the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. Sonia, thank you so much for the 10. I'm sorry, Sebastian. Thank you so much. Sebastian, just checking that you got my last 10. I sure did. Shout out to Sebastian for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. And Kelsia, thank you so much for the 5. That is so incredibly kind. I appreciate that so much. And then Hosea with the $10 over on Venmo. Kalia with a 5. Elsa with a 10. I appreciate that so much, you guys. If you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's pretty cool, I want to support him, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds over on all of those platforms compared to around 30% here on TikTok and YouTube Super Chat. But seriously, once again, guys, I do really appreciate you. As well as Alania with the $20 saying, Dean, I just want to let you know that you're a very pretty princess. Hashtag grifter. Yo, let's go. Appreciate you for the love, Alania. And Rachel, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump.
I feel like that might be subjective, but I'd say I'd support him, not necessarily because of the kind of person that he is, but I felt like he was a better option than the Democratic Party representative.
Oh, dear Lord. Now, why would you make such an atrociously false claim?
I would say that I don't know that all of what Kamala offered, even just in the way that she operates, is as successful as what we've seen Trump do. I'm not saying that Trump is the best person. I'm not saying that I agree with anything, or I should say all of what he's done. I agree with some things that he's done. I don't know that I agree with all of it, but I don't trust Kamala's ability, or didn't trust her ability to be able to get as much done as I do him.
Wait, if we just look at the track record of what she did in the last 4 years compared to what Donald Trump did in his first 4, she was more successful and got more shit done as a vice president of America than he did as a president of America. I think this would tell us that she'd be more effective as a president.
I mean, in what sense?
Oh, yeah, like for sure. And like making policy, getting it passed through Congress and doing good by the American people. For instance, she helped pass a PACT Act, the infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, the Chips and Science Act. I mean, there's like 4 pieces of legislation that she got done alongside Biden in the last 4 years. I mean, what did Donald Trump do during his first year?
I'd like to respond to what you previously said,
Sure.
but I don't know that when you say all of what America, agreed, or the majority of America, I feel like there's a reason that America went majoritively red this election
Yeah,
because
but
of
that,
those
but that reason doesn't really
laws.
relate to anything to do with the Biden-Harris administration. So 35% of respondents on exit polls, 35% of respondents on exit polls told us that they voted for Trump compared to Biden or Harris, compared to Harris, because of the negative economic implications onset by the pandemic under the Biden-Harris administration. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with what she got done. Okay, so if we want to talk about what she got done, she got more done as vice president in 4 years than he did as president for 4 years. Okay, and I mean, let's play a little game. We can prove this. Okay, let's prove this. I'm going to name something she got done as vice president in her 4 years, then you're going to name something that he got done as president in his first 4 years, and whoever runs out first loses. Are you ready?
I don't know that there's a point in that, though.
The point would be to demonstrate
what
who's
does
more
that do?
effective at getting shit done, because your claim was you support Donald Trump because you don't think that she would have been as effective at getting shit done.
But also, she didn't carry the same role then that she would have theoretically if she became president.
I know, she would only be limited to a higher extent and be able to get less done as vice president. So if she was still outperforming him when she was VP, we would only expect even better performance when she's P.
I mean, yes, in some ways, but I don't know that, like what you're saying of what she got done, I didn't agree with all of what she got done. Like the bills that she's passing and the
Sure. Name one piece of legislation that she ran on that you disagreed with.
Well, you just named 3.
Wait, you disagreed with a PACT Act?
Well, what about the infrastructure one?
You disagreed with the infrastructure bill?
I disagree in the process of which, like, her what's the word? Like not theology. What's the word, man? Like her understanding of the way that the government should act towards these things is just different than my philosophy.
Okay, well, now you're shifting. You're changing it up. Connor, thank you for the Galaxy Globe, because you specifically said that there was policy that she ran on that you disagreed with. Name one policy that she ran on that you disagreed with.
That she ran on, or that was in her vice president's?
Dude, either.
Okay,
preferably what she ran on, because that's what she'd be doing right now. We're no longer in 2021 through 2024. We're in 2025. So preferably something that she ran on to do right now.
I mean, I largely disagree with her stance on abortion.
Oh, you're pro-life.
I sure am.
Okay, Rachel. So go ahead and drop it on us. Why the fuck are you pro-life?
I don't know that over emotionalizing it and being sarcastic is all that helpful, but
okay, you're probably right. I'll tone it down.
I appreciate it. I don't agree with the standard that life within another life is fair. I don't believe that it is fair to terminate one because of the inconvenience on another.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Because it's not, biologically speaking, it's not fair. Like it's not
fair. Are you saying it's wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so why is it wrong to kill a fetus?
It's wrong because it's biologically human life, and I would say that it's wrong in the same sense for me to stand next to one of my friends and unalive them.
Okay, great. So your standard is truly, if you kill an innocent biological human life, it is just as bad as executing my grandma.
I'm saying that it's wrong.
Okay,
not necessarily.
You compared it to somebody killing your friend. So,
well, I'm saying that they're both wrong, yes.
Okay, so do you think it is literally murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
I think it depends on what their standards were prior to being brain dead.
Yeah, no DNR said.
I don't think that it's right necessarily.
Do you think it is literally murder? Okay, because remember, you're comparing killing a biological human life to killing your friend. That's murder, okay? So is it literally murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient that does not have like a DNR?
I would say, yeah. I don't think that it's fair to them.
Oh my God, it is? Okay, wait. Can we agree that like genocide is going to be the intentional systemic murder of like a bunch of people with a shared trait?
Yeah.
Okay, so American hospitals genocide brain dead patients because they intentionally, systemically murder them based upon the common trait of being brain dead, and they do so in an organized, chartered manner in which sometimes can even be paid for by the state?
I don't know that that's a fair comparison. Sure, by definition, it might be genocide. However, I don't know that the same genocide is committed on the Jews. That is something very different because it's something that they're doing in action and with the knowledge of what they're doing and the repercussions of what they're believing in, whereas a brain dead person has no ability to do that.
You mean Jewish people, right?
And so I'm confused on what the argument there was. Is your answer yes or no? Is it genocide or is it not genocide?
I mean, by definition, maybe, but by
Okay,
morality,
I don't want a maybe. I want a yes or no. Is it or is it not? Do we have medical genocide in America today of systemically murdering brain dead patients?
I mean, sure.
Okay, we do. Do you think it's okay to use violence to stop genocides?
In what way?
In any way. Like, for instance, we use violence to stop the Holocaust. I think it's okay for Ukraine to use violence to stop Russia, Palestinians, in some sense, to stop the genocide and ethnic cleansing of, like, Palestinians. Like, we agree, like, historically speaking, we've used violence to stop genocides, and we think that's okay. So do you agree that it is okay to use, like, necessary violence to stop genocides?
If necessary, yes. I don't know that that was the absolute worst case scenario, though, because we couldn't get through any other way.
Okay, well, obviously, like, we haven't been able to stop the medical genocide of brain dead patients by getting through policy. Americans are not going to support that. It is forever going to persist. So would you therefore say that it would be okay to use violence to stop hospitals from pulling the plug on brain dead patients?
No, I don't.
So
I think that,
right. Well, this would be the logical entailment of your belief. And see, like, the reason why I've asked you all these questions is because you said that it's murder to kill brain dead patients. That's so fucking absurd. But I can make it more absurd by pointing out that the systemic murder of brain dead patients would be genocide, meaning it's a medical genocide. That's even more fucking absurd to say. You said that there's a fucking state-sanctioned genocide in America today of brain dead people. Even more insane. But then I'll make it even more insane because you think it's okay to use violence to stop genocides, meaning it would be logically implied that therefore it'd be okay to use violence to stop pulling the plug on brain dead patients. So, in other words, okay, your logic is insane. And it is just as likely, given your logic, that there's a current medical genocide of brain dead patients going on in America today that it would be okay to use violence to stop, as it is likely, given your logic, that abortion is murder. So I don't think we should accept that logic.
okay, I don't understand what the point is in debating definitionally, because the reality is that the scale of abortions is not the same scale as brain dead people being unplugged. And I'm not saying that.
Oh, like it's a larger scale of abortions?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's an even worse genocide, right?
Sure.
So it'd definitely be okay to use violence to stop women from getting abortions, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, wait, why not? I thought you said it's okay to use violence to stop genocides. That's a huge genocide. That's like 1.3 million victims of this genocide every year in America just because of abortion. Why would you not be okay with using violence to stop the genocide of 1.3 million people a year?
Because I don't know that unless absolutely necessary, it's right to combat violence with violence in the same way that I don't believe that it's right to combat a pregnancy with abortion.
I mean, so you do think it's okay to use violence to stop the Holocaust, right?
Because it was absolutely necessary.
And it was
yes.
absolutely necessary because they weren't going to stop, right?
Correct.
And we knew this because it was going on for like 4 or 5, 6, 7 years, right?
We knew that. I don't understand what you're trying to prove there, but yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's been women getting more than 1 million abortions per year in America for longer than 7 years.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't think that the length of time affects it necessarily.
I mean,
because
you just said that's what affected it
stopped
insofar as
with
why you thought it was justified to use violence to stop the Holocaust.
No, I wasn't saying that the length of time is why that happened. It's because we legitimately could not change anything because they're under an entirely different jurisdiction.
Okay,
Here we can use policy to change our abortion rights.
Oh, we could use policy to change our abortion rights. Well, has it happened? Is there still women getting abortions after this being a partisan issue for the last 35 years?
Yeah, but I don't think that that means that it can't change.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that if we were like, it was like we were boots on the ground, World War II was coming to an end, the Holocaust was persisting. Couldn't, like somebody just say, well, I think that it wouldn't even be necessary to use violence to stop the Holocaust now?
I don't really understand what you're saying.
No worries. How about this? Can you just agree that it's literally fucking insane to say that it is literally murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
Sure.
Okay. Well, then you think that your logic's crazy. Thanks for the concession.
Okay.
You just conceded your whole view. Do you realize
proves.
that? Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll show you because we just agreed that it's literally insane to say that it's murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient. But this refutes your logic, and the reason that this refutes your logic is because the underlying principle of your logic, if you look at the graphic on stream, is that ending human biological life is murder. So yes, this would necessitate the conclusion that therefore pulling the plug on brain dead patients is murder, and that would be a necessary conclusion, just like the other conclusion that abortion is always murder, and meaning to keep in mind that moral principles must be all-encompassing in applicable contexts, right? So if you don't think that this principle is all-encompassing in the applicable context of pulling the plug on a brain dead patient because you think that's an absurd outcome, right? Well, then you have no basis to say that it is applicable in the context of abortion, else you be, right, a special, plain, illogical, irrational person. Like, we can't just say that, oh, it's always wrong to end biological life, and for that reason I think that abortion is murder, but I'm just going to forget about brain dead patients and not hold my logic to be true in that scenario. Like, if I were to adopt this illogical worldview that you're purporting to us, I could also just say that ending biological human life is always murder unless it's a fetus, and all of a sudden I'm pro-choice using your logic. So that's why we must be logical, we must be reasonable, we must be rational, and if we are to hold to moral principles, well, we must recognize that they're all-encompassing and just simply attempt to hold to moral principles in which don't yield internal contradictions or insane conclusions such as the idea that it's murder to kill brain dead patients.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just don't know that it's necessarily safe to apply the logic all the way across the board. And I feel like you diverted away a little bit from the concept of policy being able to change abortion. I don't know that you could disagree with that in a sense that abortion and
Wait,
our
please
standard-
respond to what I just said. So I just want to clarify that your response is that it's insane to say that principles are all-encompassing?
No, that's not what I was saying.
Okay,
I'm
so then
saying
what
that
was your response to what I said?
my response is I understand what you're saying. I don't know that it is safe to just say I'm going to apply the exact same moral understanding or moral principle across the board in all situations, because applying that to the Nazis versus applying that to abortion versus applying that to mentally dead patients is not always fair, because there's nuance.
So what's the nuance? In order for you to say that the principle is applicable in the context of a fetus but not the brain dead patient, there must be a difference, okay? But there's no difference relevant to your position given that both the fetus and the brain dead patient are biological humans that are alive.
Okay, yes. One, I guess my question is, what is your opinion on potential then? Because potential on, does he have something to say?
Before you move to potential, can I just say this real quick? There's something that you're missing, and you kind of like skated past it, but you do understand that implementing legislation, it will not only lead to, you're talking about, mass G-sides or whatever, but it will also lend itself to more lawlessness. Right. I mean, the amount of women that went to get abortions, or the abortion rate spiked after the overturning of Roe. And so if you actually implement, nationwide ban, there's going to be more people who are going to try to do it illegally. And so you'll see things like prohibition, right, where, is just because you couldn't buy alcohol doesn't mean people weren't drinking. It just means that they went illegal means to actually get what they wanted. So it's not only a harmful thing, but it will increase the amount of lawlessness that occurs.
Yeah, I do understand that, and I don't doubt that that would happen. However, I don't think that it happens to the scale that we think it might. And also, if we applied that same principle or that same logic to gun rights, what's the answer on that, right? Because a lot of times the perspective on gun rights is, well, we have to ban gun rights because that's going to decrease the amount of incidents that we have. The reality is that it might not, though, because bad guys are
But
always
no one's calling to get rid of gun rights. You guys are calling to get rid of access to abortion, but no one's saying get rid of guns. People are just saying that they want comprehensive gun reform with like background check, red flag laws, things like that. But I mean, you can go back to the principle that Dean gave you, but it's more factors than just having that ban. It has a lot of negative tentacles that'll come out of it.
All right. So
No,
like
I do
basically,
understand
real quick, Rachel. So I'm hitting you from the angle that you have no logically coherent basis to make the claim that abortion is wrong. Okay. Santana's hitting you from the angle that because you vote for pro-life legislation, we have a lot of negative implications in which follow suit, such as Adriana Smith from Georgia, who is now being forced to be a literal legal incubator, nothing more than a means to the end of a new human on this earth, the fucking dystopian nightmare, or 60 pregnant rape victims per day being denied access to abortion in 10 of our states. I think that both my angle and Santana's angle are incredibly valuable on their own, but when you conjoin them, all of a sudden, it's insane. Because basically, You have no good reason to vote for pro-life legislation. Your basis is logically contradictory. It's special plein. It's void of reason, factor, logic, nuance, etc. It is purely predicated on your emotions, and you decide what your emotions are, and you decide where and when they apply. And ooh la 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 la, I get to say it's wrong, no reason, maybe it's not wrong. And this other, it's just completely out of this world. And then when you actually do irrationally and illogically apply your emotions, not reason, for voting for pro-life legislation, then we yield all of the negative implications in which Santana is going over. Okay, this is dangerous. All right, and by the way, I want to clarify: I'm not calling you a Nazi, but this is the same way that the Nazis thought. I'm not calling you a white supremacist, but this is the same way that the white supremacists thought. Just basically applying their irrational thought processes into doing whatever they want, regardless of what the outcomes were, regardless of whose rights they restricted, regardless of the negative implications for society, with no reasonable, rational, logical underpinning to justify it to be the case.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. What do you want me to respond to? Your point or Santana's point?
Dean, because his incorporated both of ours.
Okay, sure. I don't know that it is safe as far as regulating a country goes to respond to things solely based on logic. I think that doing right morally has to do with logic and emotional.
Okay, well, if it's not logic, it's illogical by definition. So you're telling me that the motivations you possess to vote for pro-life legislation are logical. Get a load of that shit.
Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like,
think about it. Think about it. You said that it's not solely based off of logic. If something is not logical, it is by definition illogical. Okay? Because when you say it's not logical, you're saying it falls outside of logic. Definitionally speaking, everything that falls outside of logic is illogical. Okay? So what this tells us is that you're fine with your argument for voting for pro-life legislation being illogical.
I'm not saying that. I'm
what you said.
suggesting that it is not safe to operate on a logic-only basis. Like, do you think that you exclusively make logical decisions always?
I think that me and everybody else should try their very best to exclusively make logical decisions always. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know that maybe our definition for logic might be slightly different in the sense that, like, let's say for instance, this is a real life example. I was an engineering major. Logically speaking, that makes more sense financially, but I don't want to be an engineer. So I had to make an illogical decision to change my major as far as success might be determined. And I don't know.
Okay, well, listen. Okay, so logic. Okay, I don't want to get too deep into it, but when I say logic, all that I mean is that something is logical if it abides by the 3 classical laws of logic, and something is illogical if it violates any of the 3 classical laws of logic. Okay, we could get deep. We could talk about what those classical laws of logic are. We could talk about how they apply to the way we think, how the way that we should think, but it's not necessary, because as long as we could agree that you've now conceded, right, that it is the case that your motivations for why you support pro-life legislation are contradictory, because you operate on the basis that you think it's always wrong to kill biological human life, but yet then you don't hold that same perspective as it relates to pulling the plug on brain-dead patients. We need to throw that logic out the window. We should not be using contradictory lines of reasoning to justify voting for legislation that infringes upon what other people can or can't do with their bodies. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Like, imagine that I'm debating a white supremacist right now, and they're telling me that they support slavery because they think that black individuals are not human beings. And then I point out the fact that, well, black individuals would pertain to the same species as white individuals. They are human beings, biologically speaking, and this is not good reason why we should devalue them, because they're literally human beings. All the scientific evidence point towards that fact. Common sense point towards that fact. Biological lines of reasoning point towards that fact. But ultimately, then they say, well, although you've pointed out a contradiction within my belief here to justify voting for slavery, I'm still going to do it, although it's contradictory. Okay, well, like this is kind of like what you're doing right now. Once again, I'm not calling you a white supremacist, but what I'm just pointing out is a mere fact that you possess this underlying belief that you value all biological humans that are alive, and you think that it's wrong to kill all biological humans that are alive, and that's why you vote for pro-life legislation. Well, that's when I point towards the fact that no, you don't value all biological humans that are alive. For instance, you don't value brain dead patients. You don't think it's murder to kill them. You don't think that it should be illegal to pull the plug, meaning that you have a contradiction within your beliefs. Okay, well, we shouldn't use that contradictory belief to vote for legislation.
Okay. I think that there's more nuance than that. I don't know that it's fair to just make blanket statements as far as I understand you're saying that I'm using a blanket statement as far as all life is valued.
The galaxy.
All human life
Yeah,
is.
so you're just calling the constraints of reality and logic unfair. Like that's
Well,
what you're
I'm
doing.
saying-
So the reason why we try to operate within a parameter of like logic, of reason, right, of not illogical, reasonless claims, is because illogical, reasonless claims can't be true, right? Like think about it. The reason why I'm telling you that you shouldn't vote for legislation on the basis of contradictory reasoning is because contradictions can't be true. Okay, for instance, a squared circle is a contradiction. Okay, why do we outcast the idea of somebody believing in squared circles? Because a squared circle can never be true. It's contradictory. So why am I outcasting the idea of you using contradictory reasoning to vote for legislation? It's because contradictory reasoning can never be true. I can never be wearing shoes and not wear shoes simultaneously. A square circle can never exist because a square has 4 sides, a circle has infinite sides. Right? So that's why I'm saying that you shouldn't be voting for legislation on the basis of this belief, is because due to the fact that it's contradictory, it can never be true. All right? And if you want to say that it's unfair that your belief can never be true, keep whining. It doesn't change it. It doesn't change that. That's a fact. Keep whining. It doesn't change the parameters of reality. Keep whining. It doesn't change the fact that contradictions can never be true.
Okay, so are you suggesting that neither are true? That abortion is not murder and pulling the plug on brain dead patients is not
No,
murder?
he's suggesting that by your logic, it's completely flawed. You don't get the actual or the intended outcome by, following the procedure that you're trying to take. Like it doesn't make sense for you to take that course of action because it lends itself to more negative reactions that actually increase the thing that you're trying to fight against. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, just the logic doesn't make sense. Like, I'm really trying to find a way to demonstrate this to you because I want to be like educational.
I do understand
here. I don't
what
wanna be
you're
demeaning.
saying.
Listen, if I say, listen. If I say, for instance, that I am a principled man and I like every single pair of shoes that's red, would it make sense if you could point towards a pair of shoes that I don't like that's red?
No.
Okay, right, and that would mean that I don't hold to that principle. Okay, that line of
Yeah,
reasoning isn't true. Well, that's what I'm pointing out to you. You're saying that you're a principled woman. Okay, you think that abortion is wrong because you hold to the moral principle that it is wrong to kill humans that are biologically alive. Now I'm pointing towards a scenario of where you don't think it's wrong to kill a human that's biologically alive. So therefore, you don't think that principle is true. Therefore, that's not the reason why you think abortion's wrong.
I don't remember saying that I didn't think it was wrong.
Okay, sorry. The implication there would have been murder, not wrong.
Okay. I don't.
I'm really tired of giving you like a crash course 101 in like logic. I mean, I'm happy to provide this to you, but like at the end of the day, I feel like I've provided it to you 10 times over. I've gone above and beyond in trying to explain to you very simple like reasoning, like skills and abilities, critical thought. Now, like the point of this live is to inspire critical thought, so that's what I want to be doing. But at this point, like I'm hitting a point where it's like there's nothing more that I can say. There's nothing more that anybody could say. I've explained to you in about a billion like ways, right? Why like logic 101 here would entail that you have no good reason to think that abortion is wrong because you hold a contradictory principle in which you don't find to be true in all applicable circumstances.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. I'm just suggesting okay, how about this? Even if I did accept the fact that what I'm voting for is not entirely logical, I would love to address what Santana is suggesting of the more abortions happening if we do ban it. Are you okay if we move on?
Yeah, for sure. We can move on.
Let's say we do assume.
Yeah, okay. I just want to let you know that if we do assume that, we would have no reason to move on because now you're admitting that you're voting for this legislation on the basis of an illogical contradiction, and that makes you a very bad person and a very stupid person too if you do so willingly. But if you want to move on, right, to what Santana is saying, go for it.
Sure. I mean, my value doesn't necessarily come on what opinion you have of my logic and whatnot, so it doesn't really matter to me. So let's make the assumption that I'm making illogical decisions.
Okay,
but
wait, can you prove what I'm saying wrong?
What do you mean?
Can you prove
What
anything that I've said
aspect?
to you wrong? The aspect that I've been able to demonstrate that the motivations you possess to think that abortion is wrong are illogical and contradictory.
I would say I disagree with you in the sense
Why?
that
But you have to demonstrate why you disagree with me and tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay. I feel like we're going around and round in circles of trying to prove each other wrong when instead we should be discussing something. I don't know that
This is
all
a
that
debate,
rough.
right? You said that you disagree with the response that I've given to your position. Okay, well, if you disagree with that, that means that you think it's false. And I'm asking you why you think it's false. Another way of asking you why you think it's false is asking you to prove it wrong.
All right. I think that it is wrong in the sense that I don't know that it is safe to apply the concept of needing to apply logic across the board exclusively. The reason that I think this is going to sound like a really strange example. Have you seen Star Trek before?
Yeah.
Do you know who Spock is?
Familiar, yeah.
Okay, so Spock is a not quite human person that uses logic exclusively and sometimes would make bad decisions because he's not applying to any sort of human emotion. He doesn't have emotion. And so when and now I'm not saying that we need to operate from the concept of Star Trek, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that sometimes there are decisions that need to be made outside of exclusively logic-based decisions.
But you do understand that, like, that's why you have, certain people that make decisions. It's not just one decision that's locked in by, a Spock making one illogical decision for everyone. Decisions should be made in a logical sense for the betterment of all people. So you can't just say like, oh, it's just bases on. You shouldn't make decisions being illogical like that.
Santana, I actually agree with her. In this game we're about to play, let's assume she's right. Let's assume that we are justified in doing what we want, when we want to, and voting for what we want, when we want to, even if it's illogical, just because our emotions tell us that we want it. Rachel, my emotions tell me that I think it's morally wrong for you to go grocery shopping. I have no logical reason to think that, but not everything has to be logical. It's okay for things to be emotional. And when I think about the emotions that I experience and this idea of Rachel going grocery shopping, I think it's very wrong. So therefore, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to vote for legislation that's going to prevent you from going grocery shopping. In fact, I also think it's morally wrong for you to go to the same public businesses that I do, regardless of what they are. I'm anti-Rachel. That's just kind of what my emotions tell me, even if it's illogical. So I want to vote for legislation to make it illegal for you to go to the same gym as me, to the same restaurants as me, to the same train stations as me, really like any public business. Whenever I see you in public, it's very morally wrong that you're in the same space I am. Even though it's illogical, not everything has to be logical. This is emotional and according to your line of reasoning. I'm going to vote for legislation on the basis of those emotions. How do you feel about that? Am I justified in doing that? Because remember, if you say no, you'll have to find a way to explain why your answer is no that doesn't involve reason or logic. Because the obvious retort there would be to say no, Dean isn't justified in using these anti-racial emotions to legally get Rachel segregated from the same public businesses that Dean used, because there's no reason for those emotions, and the logical underpinning of those emotions are baseless and primarily rooted within prejudice. And by prejudice, we just mean an unfounded feeling towards an individual or group of individuals. But if that's your response, well, all of a sudden, you are rejecting emotional, quote-unquote, thinking and advocating for its replacement with logical thinking.
Yeah, I think you just assumed what my response would be. My response was going to be that is up to you. It is your prerogative on how you want to vote. Great. I don't care how you vote.
Great. Well, I mean, you just said that you didn't care about racial segregation because that's how the segregationists voted against black people, Rachel.
No, that's not what I just said.
It is. I literally just said, what if I threw logic out of the window and I replaced it with my emotions, and I said that I didn't want to see Rachel in any of the public businesses that I'm in, so I voted for legislation to legally restrict Rachel from going to those spaces. Okay, replace me with an old white man from 1945, and replace Rachel with black people in America, and all of a sudden you now think it was justified for the very racist white people to vote for legislation to racially segregate black people from particular white-owned businesses. And in fact, you're now justifying racial segregation in the identical way in which you believe your argument to justify a woman not having legal access to abortion.
Okay, I'm trying to talk for like more than 10 seconds, but I keep getting cut off by one of you guys. It's hard to debate two people, period, but I'm trying to
wait to hear your response to what I just said. We will not cut you off.
I was not suggesting that your actions towards me were justified. I was suggesting that your voting is justified based on what your opinion is.
So then you think that the voting of white supremacists for racial segregation was justified?
I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying you can do it. You don't have to agree
Okay,
with me
well
that-
now you're equivocating because now you're answering a question that I didn't ask.
I'm trying to talk and you keep interrupting.
Okay, well, this interruption is going to be very important for the productivity of our conversation because right now you're not answering a question that I asked. Okay, I didn't ask you if I can vote for legislation to restrict Rachel from engaging in the spaces that I'm engaging in. No, I asked you if I should. I asked you if I'd be justified in doing so. So answer those questions. Is that something that I should do? Is that something that I shouldn't do? If I did do it, would it be justified? Would it be unjustified?
I think that mistreatment of another person is wrong, period.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
So what is your question specifically? Because you talked for a really long time and it's hard to track all of what you're saying.
Okay, well, we're going to trust what you have to say. We're now going to say that we could vote for legislation on the basis of emotions, not logic. My emotions tell me that it's for some trivial, illogical, contradictory reason immoral for Rachel to be in the same public spaces that I am, meaning that I'm going to now turn around and vote for legislation to prevent Rachel from going to the same public spaces that I do. Is that something I should do, or is that something I shouldn't do? If I do it, is it justified, or is it not justified?
I think you are justified in holding an opinion. I don't think you are justified in acting towards another person based on that opinion.
Okay, so once again, you're not answering my question. You just told me that I'm justified in holding that opinion. So you just said that white supremacists are justified in being white supremacists. And then as it related to the second part, saying that I wouldn't be justified in acting on that opinion and voting for said legislation. Basically, now that you're saying that white supremacists...
acting as in the sense of voting. I'm saying acting as in acting towards a person. Ultimately,
okay, then you're still not answering the damn question that I'm asking. The question that I'm asking is if I use those emotions to turn around and vote for legislation, is that something I should do? Is that something I shouldn't do? And in voting, would the act of me voting for that be justified, or the act of me voting for that not be justified?
Justified in what sense? Because justification does not necessarily apply to exclusive logic. Because my logic on it might differ from yours.
Oh my God. Dude. Oh my God. I'm asking
I'm
from
telling
your
you-
perspective. I'm debating you, and I'm asking
my
you these
perspective,
questions.
my
So I'm asking you
opinion of
for your perspective. From your perspective, if I were to use my emotions that lead me to the illogical conclusion that it is immoral for Rachel to be engaging in the same public businesses that I am, from your perspective, would I be justified in turning around and voting for that legislation? And the justification that I'm seeking is because my motivating reasons would not be any reason included in logic, but rather reasons simply like projecting my own emotions. Is voting for something that restricts other people from doing something based upon a mere projection of their own emotions, not reason or logic, just or unjust?
In my opinion,
From
it is
your
unjust.
perspective. Okay, so you just said that outcasting logic and reason and merely emboldening one's emotion and using their emotions to vote for legislation to control what other people can or can't do is unjust, meaning that your perspective, that you don't use logic but rather emotional thinking to vote for pro-life legislation, although it be logically contradictory, is unjust from your own perspective. Case closed. You just
Okay.
conceded. You just conceded.
I don't, because I don't agree that that hypothetical that you just gave, it does not affect someone in the same way that abortion does, because the child or the fetus that is being aborted does not have the same say, does not have the same vote. I do have to go though. And
Rachel, we're not talking about the
appreciate-
fetus. We're talking about your line of thinking. You're the one that told me that I am not justified in using my emotions compared to any logical line of thinking to vote for legislation. Okay, well then why are you justified in using your emotions without any logical line of thinking to vote for legislation? Because remember, basically, the reason why I'm saying that you're conceited is because you just said that it is not justified to vote for legislation on the basis of emotional thinking and outcast of logic. Well, I mean, that was your justification for supporting pro-life legislation, meaning that your justification for pro-life legislation is unjustified from your own view.
I don't think that application of the emotionality of it is the same, is what I'm trying to say.
This is your reality. You created this. He granted you this premise, and you're saying that you.
Oh,
do you guys frequently have like two
basically,
people debating one person?
So basically,
It's hard.
I just want to clarify, Rachel, that you're basically telling me that it's not okay when I vote for legislation because of my emotions outside of logic. It's not okay when anybody else votes for legislation on the basis of their emotions outside of logic. But it's okay when Rachel votes for legislation on the basis of Rachel's emotions outside of logic. That's your perspective, right?
In my opinion, yes, but that doesn't affect your vote.
You fucking idiot. You are a goddamn idiot. You fucking suck. God damn it. You're an idiot. Oh my God. Get off of my live, you idiot. Get off of my live, you idiot. You regress society. Get the hell off of here. Get the hell out. Get the hell out. God damn. My name's Rachel. I think it's wrong for everybody else to vote on the basis of their emotions, but it's completely and totally fine when I do it. I don't care that my views are logically contradictory. I'm a goddamn idiot, and I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to, and I'm going to feel pride in doing it. What an idiotic way to think. What a stupid way to live. Okay, and the reason why I'm so goddamn pissed about this is because of the outcomes of that line of reasoning. Oh God, my name's Rachel. I ignore reason. I ignore logic. I'm just going to vote on the basis of my emotions, and the consequence of this is going to be 66 million human rights violations in America today. 60 rape victims that got impregnated by the rapist getting denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states. People like Adriana Smith being forced to be literal human incubators because of the way that I think. Right? Oh, and I don't care what anybody else has to say, Dean. In fact, you were able to demonstrate to me how it was illogical. You were able to demonstrate to me how it fell outside of reason, but I don't care. I'm going to do it anyways, and I'm justified in doing it. That way of living is a way of living of the people that supported slavery. That way of living is a way of living as a Nazi. That way of living is a way of living of any of these bigoted freaks that want to do whatever the hell they want to just because they feel a certain way regardless of what it leads to. And that shit needs to go bye-bye. Because the moment we embrace it, the moment we promote it, the moment we say it's acceptable, honestly, the moment we say that my reaction calling her an idiot was unacceptable is a moment that society regresses and becomes something that nobody, no reasonable person should want to see. I can't even believe it. No, we're absolutely not going to promote that. And if anybody watching this, if it's on TikTok, YouTube, you're a supporter of mine, you're not a supporter of mine. If you have an issue with me calling it idiotic, if you have an issue with me responding to that the way you did, no longer consider yourself a fan. Because anybody with half a brain should be able to look at that and say that that shit right there is the ultimate poison of the progression of our species.
Dean, did you tell her she couldn't talk about the Bible?
No, is that being said?
No. The actual basis of her view was the Bible. Like, if you looked at her page, it was all, religious, and the fact that she wasn't speaking to that means that she had no other premise behind what she was saying. So she tried to defend her position without the actual basis of her position.
I wish that should have just brought it up.
It would have at least, yeah.
Man, it's like, why
Can I
even?
say-
Yeah, of course, good man, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Shirley, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you.
Too legit. Appreciate you for the galaxy, man. Yeah, it's like that. At that point, like, why even join a debate live? Like, honestly, I should have asked her that question. I'm mad at myself that I didn't. What would be the purpose of her joining a debate live? What is there to debate? How can I debate her emotions? Tripwire, thank you for the under construction. I really appreciate that. As well as Alexandria, thank you for the $40 over on Venmo, saying thank you for your immense patience, astute debating, and the education you provide to us. W. Dean, I appreciate you for the love, Alexandria. Let's get 400 Alexandria W's down below in that chat. I really appreciate you for that. As well as Alyssa with the $10, saying that my 3-year-old daughter passed a year ago and was brain dead. Hearing people say pulling the plug was murder is absolutely insane. I love you, Dean. Alyssa, I'm so sorry to hear that about your daughter. And yeah, no, I agree that's insane, but I'm seriously really sorry to hear that about your daughter. Show some love to Alyssa down below in that chat.
You know what's like interesting about it, and something I've never shared. Like my dad was as well, and pulling the plug was a decision that was made that was like a humane decision, knowing that he would never actually be able to live a real life again. Like, what are we talking about? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. No, you're absolutely right, man. As well as, hey, Crystal. Holy shit. Crystal, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Crystal W's. It's Crystal with a K. Crystal says, thanks for doing what you do. I'm legit scared for a future, but your ability to educate people gives me hope. Also, nobody delivers W's like you do. Crystal, I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get 500 Crystal W's down below right there now. As well as Case with the $25. Case says, another day, another stream for the most inspiring person. Donated yesterday. Keep it going today. Love you, Dean. Case. Case, I remember when you donated yesterday. It's good to have you in here with us again. Let's get 250 Case W's. You know, something about me is I have a very photographic memory. And because of that, like when I'm looking at like the donations that I have incoming on like my laptop screen, I remember the names. Yeah, for sure. So I remember you, Case. As well as Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Jennifer W's. Another Jennifer with $5. Phoebe with a sorry. Give me 1 second here. Ethan, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Ethan. Kelsey with the $5. And Mr. Chris with the $50 donation over on PayPal. Mr. Chris says, happy Friday the 13th. Is it seriously? It is. Happy Friday the 13th, Chris and everybody else watching. I'm surprised that it took me this long to pick up on that. Huge shout out to Chris down below in that comment section. As well as Christina with a $25 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying for my B-Dam splurging on you. You helping change MAGA minds is the best part of my daily routine. Thanks, Dean. We support your cause. Happy birthday, Christina! Show some love to Christina with a K down below in that comment section. Now, what is going on, Maddox? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Awesome, man. I'm going to let you take it away. And honestly, Santana, I'm going to let you start the conversation with Maddox. I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
I got you. All right, Maddox, you're a young man, 18. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support him for his views like on deportation on immigrants. I like his views on how he wants to make America great when it comes to money. I'm a young kid. I like money, and I want to be able to afford a living when I'm older. And he doesn't have my abortion views and stuff, but I agree with like Charlie Kirk. I agree with the Bible. I'm pretty religious.
Okay. All right. So the three bases that you support Donald Trump on is because of deportation, his quote unquote view on money, and then also his belief, or not necessarily full blown belief, but the belief of abortion, where you're looking at, you know, your religious beliefs. Okay, cool. So help me. Let's start here. Deportation. What is it about deportation that gets your engine going?
Okay. I'm a blue collar guy. I'm not trying to like blow a horn or anything, you know, but I see it every day. Mexicans or any illegals, they come over and they do our job for cheaper.
People. People can't be illegal, especially not on stolen land. But go ahead.
Okay. So I'm gonna get to that later. But it's like to me, if you come into this country illegally and then you do a job that I'm supposed to do for cheaper, you're taking my money. And if you are not claiming it on your taxes, you're claiming it under the table money, then you're not contributing to this country. And it's pretty much like that, man.
Okay, cool.
And then
so
I think that
there's a couple of issues with that, right? I mean, the premise that one, that these undocumented immigrants are coming in and they're quote unquote stealing the jobs. I mean, we have over 2 million job openings right now in America. Like there's jobs that aren't being filled. And then when you talk about the actual job that these undocumented immigrants are taking, then it's a lot of the industries that a lot of people, American citizens, don't necessarily want to do. And the last point is they pay more taxes. They pay huge amount of taxes. Dean, just to give you a heads up, he has three premises that he supports Donald Trump. One, deportation. Two, his quote unquote view on money, and 3, abortion, but not necessarily he feels like he doesn't go far enough because of his religious views. He supports it. So those are the 3 things.
So is he trying to argue that undocumented immigrants hurt the economy?
He's trying to.
I'm not trying to
steal his money.
No. I'm not trying to argue that they don't contribute to the economy. I mean, they pay a lot.
Are you trying to
of
argue that
taxes.
mass deportation would help the economy?
No.
Okay, so
It definitely would not help the economy, but it would help the American people. I mean, we are American first, and if
sure. I mean, first of all, you came into a really bad life to hold such false views. Let me tell you, man.
False views.
Let me tell you, man. I've been
Go ahead.
I've been in it. I've been in it with the research on immigration recently. But anyways,
Yep.
how does mass deportation help American citizens?
Well, I mean, to start, in California, they are ruining Los Angeles. They are a terrorist attack on us, and we're not doing nothing about it.
Okay, could you quantify how they're ruining cities in America?
They're burning buildings down. They're looting. They're hitting people's cars. They're in the
What
streets.
buildings have been burned down?
I mean,
They're not burning. Like they're not burning. They're like
I
they're
want
just
you to be-
destroying. They're just destroying it.
Okay, so are terrorists typically violent,
I would say so. Yeah.
not peaceful,
Yeah.
break the law?
Yeah.
Okay, then undocumented immigrants are less likely to be terrorists than citizens, since they're 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes and property crimes. Oh, look at that. You're fucked.
Can you talk slower?
Yeah, for sure. So we agreed that terrorists are violent, not peaceful, break the law. So according to
Well,
your
no.
reasoning here,
Yeah. If
citizens
they-
are more likely to be terrorists than undocumented immigrants, since undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes.
They commit a crime as soon as they come into the country illegally.
Okay, so are you arguing that that's an act of terrorism?
No.
Okay, so then that shouldn't be
They're
relevant to what I'm saying here.
not all illegal aliens.
Like terrorism is going to be a violent crime, right? So like once
Okay,
again,
okay,
I'm going
yeah.
to go ahead. Stop obfuscating. You're losing the debate, so you're obfuscating. Follow me here. Okay, you said that terrorists are very violent. They commit violent crimes. They're not peaceful. Okay. Well, according to that response to my question, you think that citizens are more likely to be terrorists than undocumented immigrants because undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes.
So you're saying that you're trying to say that if citizens do crimes that they're terrorists?
I'm trying to say,
that's what
according
you're
to
saying.
your line of reasoning.
No. I'm saying that that if an illegal immigrant comes in and they break down a city like that, then they are a terrorist.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is citizens are more likely to commit violent crimes like breaking down a city, burning cars, etc.
When you say citizen, like you mean American citizens?
No fucking shit.
Okay.
Your mom, thank you for the galaxy.
Dude, you're talking too fast for me. Like this is what you do. You talk so fast that we can't understand you too
Bro,
much.
I don't think that that's a me issue.
Also, he legitimately has not, got on his soapbox at all. He is just talking to you normal. If you're struggling at this point, you might want to tap out. Not even gonna lie.
No.
Yeah, you think about it. Let's break it down. Terrorists commit violent crimes. Terrorists do bad things, kill people, hurt people. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, kill people, hurt people, compared to citizens. That means citizens are more likely to be terrorists or do terrorist shit than undocumented
That's not the
immigrants.
definition of a terrorist.
I asked you if these are things that terrorists do, and you said yeah.
A
Now-
terrorist is a person that illegally comes in and makes a criminal act.
Dude, so you're literally just defining undocumented immigrants as terrorists.
Not all of them.
So let me get this straight.
I mean, yes, actually, like they come in, they already have a felony. If you come in illegally, you have a felony. So
No,
technically,
they
yeah.
don't. Crossing the border is not a felony. It's a
Illegally
misdemeanor.
staying in the U.S.
Yeah, no.
is a
Crossing,
fucking felony.
entry into the U.S., quote unquote, illegal entry into the U.S. is a misdemeanor.
Zoe, thank you for the galaxy.
It's not a felony. I don't know where you got that from, but you're just wrong.
And then also, did you know that according with your definition of terrorist, that Osama bin Laden isn't one since he never illegally entered America?
Also, that means that there's no such thing as
ordered
domestic
people to
terror. So,
come
like
into America and do that. So,
But he didn't personally enter in illegally, so according to you, he's not a
okay,
terrorist.
okay. So you're like saying that a person that orders a hitman isn't the same shit?
That's what you're saying, yeah. Unless they entered into
No,
America legally.
like Osama is a terrorist because
okay,
he ordered
So then define terrorist.
somebody that makes a criminal act against America.
Oh, okay.
That
so,
is not here.
okay. Criminal act against America. So then Donald Trump is a terrorist because he committed a criminal act when he deported Abrigo Garcia in dishonor of his constitutional rights to CECOT. Donald Trump is a terrorist because he committed a criminal act, or what should be a criminal act, when he tried to rig and steal the election from Biden in 2020. Donald Trump is a terrorist because he committed 34 felonies. Donald Trump is a terrorist because he committed a criminal act when he deployed the National Guard in the state of California, and that was ruled by a circuit court last night as being illegal. Donald Trump is a terrorist because he deported a criminal act when he illegally deported a group of Venezuelan immigrants to Venezuela without giving them due process first, and even ignored a ruling from a federal judge midway through. So according to your definition, Donald Trump's a terrorist. And then once again, if your definition of terrorist includes anything about committing crimes, criminal acts, undocumented immigrants are 2 times less likely.
That's not what I mean. Like a terrorist. Like I'm talking about like.
Also, listen.
Like
I didn't know. Listen.
Like terrorists.
Also, I just one more thing to say real quick. You're calling undocumented immigrants a terrorist. I didn't know that.
No, I did not say that.
You did. You sick fuck. What?
I said illegal immigrants that come in and do that are terrorists.
So undocumented immigrants that come in and do terroristic shit are terrorists. No fucking shit. That's definitionally true.
Exactly.
Natural-born U.S. citizens that murder children are murderers. Natural U.S.-born citizens that rape women are rapists. Undocumented immigrants that come into America and do terrorist acts are terrorists. Okay, that's definitionally implied. Okay, but what does this tell us about why you'd support mass deportation? And also, go ahead, Santana.
I want to hear him answer that question before I say anything.
Because they came into the country illegally, and you need to do it the right way.
Okay, well, I think that I don't. Okay, listen. So here's my take. Are you ready, Maddox?
I'm ready.
Law doesn't dictate morality. Okay, so just because there's a law in place doesn't mean it's what we should do. So just because mass deportation is on the books,
so if there's a law on murdering people, then it should be okay to murder people.
What?
Okay, so just because
that's what you just said. That if there's a law, that doesn't morally mean that we have to follow.
No. Okay, cool. I'm from South Carolina, right? There's a law on the books that says on Sundays in South Carolina, you can go to the state house, and you're allowed to beat your wife with a stick that's less than 3 inches long as it's on Sunday and you're on Capitol grounds and the stick is less than 3 inches long. That is a law that's on the book in South Carolina. Do you think it's moral to beat your wife on a Sunday with a stick that's less than 3 inches long? Yes or no, Maddox?
No.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I get you on that one then.
Right. So what I said was laws don't determine morality. That can't mean that laws don't align with reality. Sorry, that laws don't align with morality.
All right.
Right. So the next step would be, for that reason, just because something's illegal doesn't inform us that it shouldn't be done. And just because something is legal doesn't inform us that it should be done. Okay. So what is this?
Do you believe in deportation at all?
Maddox, I'm trying to give you probably the highest quality education you've ever received. And the interruptions every 10 seconds are just simply not cutting it.
Okay, go.
That was really mean. I'm sorry for saying that.
You said I was interrupting you, so I'm giving you
I'm sorry.
a chance
I
to go.
I went too far with that one. That one was too bad. Okay, I went too far with that one. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I don't even think that he picked up on it.
He didn't.
He didn't even pick up on it. Okay. Anyways, sorry. I apologize. Going back to what I said. So just because something is a law in the books doesn't mean that it should be done. That's what that tells us. So my argument here, first of all, is just merely pointing out just because mass deportation is the law on the books doesn't necessarily imply that a mass deportation is what should be done. So this is when we have to look at the reasons why either it should or shouldn't be done. And I would say a consideration of what those reasons would look like is how it would benefit America, what it would do to like average qualities of lives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And the thing is, when we look at what mass deportation would do to this country, what it would do to people, human citizens, non-citizens alike, is it hurts everybody across the board, all right? There's not one way in which mass deportation helps. There's not one person that mass deportation helps. It hurts everybody, okay? It hurts the undocumented immigrants for very obvious reasons, but then it hurts the citizens and the country as a whole by weakening our economy, forcefully evicting 8.3 million people from the labor force, which reduces the productivity of our industries. Then on the consumer side, makes less people spend less money, all right? Because now we're kicking millions of consumers out of the market, right? So overall, we get a weaker economy. With a weaker economy comes lower qualities of lives. With a weaker economy comes more poverty. With more poverty comes more crime. So all in all, mass deportation only leads to negative outcomes for everybody involved. And it does not lead to positive outcomes for anybody involved.
You get it, Meta?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
So deportation bad, right?
No, I don't think that's bad. I think you're right with the mass deportation, but I still believe that we still need to get some out.
So I agree. I agree to the extent of deporting undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses. But now if you think I'm right as it relates to mass deportation, that's what Trump is doing. And if you think I'm right, then you think Trump's wrong. And if you think Trump's wrong, you're not a Trump supporter for this reason. So I've won and you've conceded, and all of a sudden you're a smarter man.
And actually, I mean, if we want to be technical, Maddox, Trump agrees now more with me and Dean than he actually agrees with you. I don't know if you've been keeping up with your daily Trump news, but Donald Trump has now shifted his position on mass deportation, specifically speaking to undocumented immigrants that work on farms and work in the service industry, basically saying that they actually need to be able to stay, especially the ones that have been here for like 20 years working undocumented. Those type of immigrants should actually be allowed to stay in the country. So he doesn't even want to do mass deportation anymore. So your take is outdated. Donald Trump doesn't agree with you anymore.
I'm sorry, Santana. I got to disagree with you, man. I got to disagree with you. I do disagree with you, Santana. The reason why I say that is, although it is a step in the right direction, I still absolutely do think that it is a mass deportation. Even if it excludes like particular like hospitality workers and like farm workers. And the reason that I'm making my disagreement with you like clear, the only reason why I'm making my disagreement with you clear is because I don't want like thousands of people.
I get it. I was being a little facetious.
Over. No, I get that. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that it was clear.
That's a good point.
Yeah, just because I don't want like 15,000 people, like actually over 18,000 people to carry on with their day saying,
that's fair. That's very fair.
Sorry, go ahead, Maddox.
We can switch topics. I got nothing else to say on the deportation. We can switch to abortion.
Okay, whatever you want. Take it away.
All right. I believe that abortion is murder. Because of my religious belief. Dean, do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. I'm a God-fearing man. Amen. Yeah.
So you believe in God. So why do you not believe in abortion?
Well, let me tell you. Because I believe that I actually follow the teachings of the gospel, and I am closer to God than you. Okay, and for this reason, I'm pro-choice. Here's my argument. Okay. Well, I don't think that we should have a church and a state that is intertwined with one another. Okay, the reason why I don't think this is because I believe that it leads to very absurd, illogical outcomes. Like, for instance, because I'm such a God-fearing man, when I read the 10 Commandments, I'm not only reading that murder is wrong, which tells me abortion is wrong because it's murder, but I'm also reading, like the 10 Commandment that says lying is wrong. But do I think that we should criminalize lying? No. So why would I think that we should criminalize abortion? And then, even on top of that, when we read Levitical law, there's discussion about fetuses and seemingly under Mosaic law in the Old Testament, they're not granted the same amount of moral values you or I. It's almost as if they're assigned property rights, not necessarily personhood. And I mean, even like still yet building off of that, even just conceptually speaking, whenever I do something or advocate for something, I first ask myself, what would Jesus do? What would God do? Would God opt to restrict a woman's access from abortion? No. No, he wouldn't. What's my evidence? Well, if he would opt to restrict a woman's access to abortion, then women wouldn't be able to literally access abortion. And they can. Therefore, he thinks they should have access to abortion. And I'm inclined to agree. Right? But I mean, that's just, the practical view of what individuals should or shouldn't be able to do, not necessarily of what they do is right or wrong. Now,
do you believe that? Okay, never mind.
Related to it being wrong, I mean, I think that we can say it's wrong, but I think we could also say that women should have the free will and ability to access abortion because that's what God thinks, and we should do what Jesus would do. And I think it's logically incoherent to involve the church with the legislation of the state.
So you believe that God would allow a sin like murder of a baby?
He literally does allow it.
Yep.
He literally does allow it.
I think you missed the part where you said it's a property crime. It's literally a property crime. It's a property crime. It's in the Bible. And also, I guess he's just gonna run.
Oh, did he leave?
He did.
Okay, well, I mean, like, to be fair, like, he like, there wasn't even like a way to like challenge the last point I made of saying that God literally allows it. How would he challenge that? Would he he'd have to like try to convince us that women don't get abortions? Like last year there wasn't like 1.2 million abortions. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think he can mental gymnastic his way out of that. That would have been a pretty crazy hill to die on. Also, everybody, for the No Kings protest tomorrow in my hometown, I'm in touch with the organizers. I'm not going to be speaking at it, but there is going to be counter-protesters there. And the organizers, through my local 5051, have basically informed me that they would totally like it and support me going down there, like live streaming or recording or something, and talking to those counter-protesters. So, like,
can I just say,
like,
you in person, like, versus doing it through a stream, like, you're a different animal. Like, you're like way more. It's a lot more fun. No offense, like, this is fun too, but it's way more fun, like, seeing you like, do it in person. Like, you really engage.
Oh my God! Dude, it's because I get amped up, man. Like, it's just a significantly different experience. Sitting in my office in a chair, looking at a screen, and like being in person. Like in person, like your adrenaline is running, you're surrounded by people, you got the wind blowing, you're struggling to hear them. So I got to speak up a little bit. Got a lot of people that want to talk to you. So you got to be laser focused on just destroying the argument as fast as possible. And as well as like, it's like in person, I have the people in person watching me, but ultimately the only like service of that content is to then turn around and post it on social media. So like the greater majority of people could see it. And that's going to be short form content, right? So like, for instance, on these live streams, this is long form content. I do 4-hour live streams. So these conversations kind of go at a slower pace. They allow for more productivity, more nuance. But like in person, if I want as many people to see, how like the delusional way that these people think is possible, it's short form. So I got to be able to demonstrate in like less than 2 minutes why these people are wrong. So I'm going for the guttural. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, yep. Let me thank a handful of people here. Here we go. Thank you so much, the Fire Bully, for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 Fire Bullies down below. They say, thinking of going to a protest tomorrow. We ditched the king in 1776. I don't understand how you stay sane debating some of these people, almost like they don't hear the facts. I want to apologize for advocating for human rights. But I'm not going to lie. I don't stay too sane. It's nuts. It is nuts. And it's been a lot of like mental anguish and just like learning how to compartmentalize it. Like I have to compartmentalize these conversations and just forget about them the moment I end my stream or my quality of life is in the gutter. You know what I mean? So it's like the moment I hop off here and get out of my chair and leave my office, I'm no longer thinking about any of the people that I talk to through the day, because if I do, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? As well as Scott, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying last guest complained of immigrants undercutting wages, which is exactly what his non-union he does to union members. Actually, yeah. So the reason why their wages are undercut is because they have less bargaining power. And if you want more bargaining power, that's why unions exist. So when you undercut unions, they have less bargaining power and their wages are undercutted. You're right. As well as Sid, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Sid says, you debating in person was like seeing an entirely different version of you. It was wild. I know you'll cook. Okay, wow. So this isn't like an exclusive experience to Santana.
I'm
Sid also
telling
shares
you,
some perspective. I mean, what
like
are
the way that you own the crowd, like I'm telling, it's different.
what
It's
what are the differences?
I think it's like what you said, you get amped up, but like you get so engaged, and I think I don't know if it was because we were moving, and like I don't know if that played a factor, but like the way that you own the crowd and like the people continue to grow because it's like a spectacle, right? You make a whole entire show of it, so you're not just like debating. You're putting on, it's a production. It's different.
Yeah,
like
to bring in the people
it's
in. Okay,
different.
I get that. No,
Yeah.
I guess you're right. Because when I was down in Texas, I wasn't like, see, when I'm on these live streams, I got the crowd. TikTok does the work for me. They shoot it out to the For You page. They get the people in to see what I have to say and why. But like in person, like I'm in charge of trying to get like the interested ears. No, so okay, all right, that makes sense. But
It adds to it because it's a layer of. I tell people, hey, if you enjoy the information, education, and entertainment, and like it adds an extra layer of entertainment where it grabs people, it pulls them in, and then you hit them with the information, and it's like a combination.
Yeah. And like a lot of people, like, I mean, maybe not a lot, this isn't the majority. A minority will like shit on this and say that it's like performative, and these aren't supposed to be entertaining. I completely disagree. I don't think that like performance is always wrong, right? And especially as it relates to like trying to get more people in America to agree with what I have to say. Well, I mean, most people aren't going to give me their like attention, their ears and their eyes, by just merely trying to communicate to people like what is right and what is wrong. But the extra level of like the performance of trying to get them engaged, interested, and entertained, like that is what is like super necessary in order to do to try to convince more people. So like putting on that performance or being like performative within a limited scope in some senses is in my mind not just not a bad thing, but also like a good thing. Yeah. Very necessary. Then also Mary, thank you for the $10 saying this is the coolest Mimi. Thank you for all that you do. I wish I could do more. Coolest Mimi, I love you. You watch so often. I would love to meet you one day. I love you, coolest Mimi. Shout out to coolest Mimi. That is the Dean Team Dream Team grandma. She's always hanging out with us in here. Super awesome. Oh my God. Yo, I really hope that they're still in here watching. Lenore, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. I didn't even see this. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on that last conversation. I'm so sorry that I didn't see this. I really hope that Lenore is still in here. That is Lenore. Thank you for the love, Lenore. Let's get 1,000 Lenore W's. Lenore. Lenore says, thank you for what you do. It's refreshing to see a young person so bold, confident, and intelligent. Lenore, I really appreciate you for your kindness. It seriously means the goddamn world to me. Thank you so much, as well as thank you for the galaxy. And that is so incredibly kind of you. As well as I'd like to thank Diana for the $20. AJ, thank you for the galaxy. Diana with the $20 on PayPal saying that Felon 34 is a terrorist. Please, when you're old enough, run for president. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this transpires. Maybe not. I guess we'll have to see. But thank you for the $20. As well as Marcy, Iona, and Anna. Thank you all for the $5 each. And then Layla with the $25. Thank you, Layla. Saying nothing brings me more joy than when you start thanking people for the donations right when you're in the middle of debating somebody. It's such a diss to them, lol. They're all mad. I love it. Layla, honestly, I think sometimes it can be funny, but I've tried to stop it as much as possible. So I don't know, like, if you guys have like recognized that I tend to try to hold off debates until like a natural break in the convo or like after one conversation is over. But I will say sometimes it can be really fucking funny. I will agree. Sometimes it's really fucking funny. As well as Cheryl, and this just came in. This is brand new. I was just catching up, but now I'm like, this is just coming in. Cheryl, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Cheryl W's. Cheryl says, I can't make the protest tomorrow. I've got kids and One of my children is autistic and I can't expose her to that. I'm counting on you to represent. First and foremost, super valid, Cheryl, of like, yeah, basically what I've been saying is if you have the means to show up to these protests, like if you don't, you're weird. But if you don't have the means, meaning you got to work or you have children to raise, if you show up to the protests, you're weird. Like, yeah, let's keep our children safe. Hell yeah. No harm, no foul. Take care of your kids, Cheryl. That is awesome. But no, seriously, I guess it kind of leads me to what I wanted to say. If you're watching this stream and tomorrow you have some free time, please show up to a protest near you. And if you're struggling trying to figure out where the protests near you are, go to nokings.org. There'll be an interactive map where you could see where your local protests are. It's really simple. It's like actually really simple. Something else that you could do is you could go on Google. You could type in like the name of your city, the name of your town, and then just say No Kings Protests. You'll then probably see like a link on a website of your local 5051 chapter or just like a subpage on nokings.org. I really want as many people as possible to show up to these protests. So seriously, guys, get out there and get it done. Make sure to stay peaceful, read up on what is smart for you, what's not smart for you. If you're in a bigger city, keep in mind your civil rights. Seriously, keep in mind being civil. Maybe I'd recommend wearing some type of like head covering, especially if you're in a larger city where it might get violent. Just keep yourself safe, keep those around you safe, make sure it's peaceful. I guess I haven't thought much about that because I'm from a smaller town where I know it's going to stay peaceful. I mean, there's not going to be that many people that show up. And
Can I say something to add on to that?
Yeah.
With the protest, definitely, like Dean said, if you can do it, do it. I mean, do what you can do. The one thing that I would recommend, because he did mention, nokings.org and then also 5051, a lot of great information there. I know they also give you a place to register if you want to register. If you make that decision to register, I would recommend not leaving your personal information just to protect you. I mean, I understand that getting a register to understand how many people are planning on being there is important. So if you do make that decision, just be careful with the amount of personal information you share, just to protect yourself, similar to what Dean was saying. And also, I got a couple of thank yous to read whenever you're done.
For sure. I just have one more. Froyo with the 12 pounds saying, Dean, how do you debate so well? I would love to debate, but I'm not sure I'm good at it. And I do a lot of research, but yeah, anyways, you're awesome. Well, first and foremost, I appreciate that. And then second of all, honestly, I remember like some of my first debates like 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, I got dog walked. I wasn't like especially good at it. It's just been a lot of experience. If you want to get good at debating, you got to be well researched, educated for sure. But you gotta be experienced for sure. Think of it like, if you want to be good at like fighting in like the UFC or something, like learning like what jabs to throw and how to throw them. And being really well educated on the dynamics of, like a fist fight and the rules and the regulations of the UFC. That's not going to make you a good UFC fighter on its own. You also have to have experience in the ring. And the same thing could be said about debating.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Shrill, thank you. God, I mean, they keep on coming in. I really appreciate you guys. Oh my God, Shrill with the $10 Australian over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that. And Christian, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Christian says, thanks for making such a large impact. I've seen shorts of your debates everywhere. Caught you live for the first time today, and it was the only thing I have watched this week that made me feel a little bit better. Thank you. I'll be protesting tomorrow. Let's go, Cheryl. And I appreciate you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Yeah, man, these streams have really been blowing up recently. Everywhere, it's like I see clips of them when I scroll my own For You page on TikTok or even just on my like Instagram Explorer and whatnot. And I mean, like even my social media, regardless if it's here on TikTok, my Instagram account or my Twitter, man, they've all been really performing well right now. And I love it so much because something that I feel like has been missing from American politics from so long is like a really widespread amount of support over like intellectualism. You know what I mean? And like this is even like true on the left and the right. It's just politics. In politics, you listen to people say things that they want, and if you want them to, you support them. Okay, but like we don't really see like this widespread idea of politicians or large figures in politics not just saying what they want, saying what they think is good, but also describing exactly why they support it with really good reason, granting arguments, or like critiquing, what's up, Christian? Or like critiquing like the opposing viewpoint and why it's bad. Like that just is not popular in American politics, social issues, etc. And I'm really happy that that is now gaining popularity and support. That's awesome. But Santana, take it away, man. Say your thank yous.
Yeah. Carrie, thank you for the 25. I appreciate you so freaking much. That is awesome. A million W's for Carrie. Sharisa, thank you so much for the 20. He said, thank you for always acknowledging Indigenous people in your debates. If you're not Indigenous, you're an immigrant. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. You are amazing. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Yeah, she did the same thing for me. Kenzie, thank you for the $25. You are absolutely awesome. Thank you for sharing the story about your dad. Love what you do. Yep, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Mary, the coolest Mimi. Dean, the coolest Mimi sent 10. Thank you for that. The coolest Mimi, you're awesome. Darlene, thank you for the 5. I think the guess is maybe, yeah, he was. And Danielle, thank you for the 2. Yeah, abortion is definitely healthcare, and people that actually don't acknowledge that actually don't live in reality. Sorry. And last but not least, oh yeah, I got it. Thank you so much, Danielle. And Trusky, thank you for the $1.99 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you all.
You guys are awesome. Well, everybody, oh my God. I'm gonna start getting ready to end the stream for the night. We're actually gonna do a raid. Now I just have like 4 people to thank real quick before we raid Adrian again, because of course she's live. That's awesome. But Patrick, first and foremost, thank you for the $75. Let's get 750 Patrick W's down below saying just Canadian showing some support for you to get No King's Day. Please keep representing for us us of those that are not able. Patrick, I really appreciate that, dude. Let's get 750 W Patricks, and dude, holy cow, let's get 2,000 Christian W's down below in the live chat for the $200 over on PayPal. Dude, I really appreciate you so much for the love. That is crazy. It's so good to have you in here with us today. Thanks for saying hi, and thank you for supporting Gay Rights Christian. I really appreciate you for your support, man. I hope that you're doing all right. Huge shout out to Christian, y'all. Huge shout out to Christian. And then as well as Jessica with the $5 over on Venmo. Ray, thank you for the 10. And Sid, thank you for the 20. Kaylee, thank you for the 10 over on PayPal. Scott with a 10 on Venmo. Moolah with a 1. I really appreciate everyone so much for the love, as well as Malia with a 10 over on PayPal. You guys are all awesome. But all right, everybody.
I got one more.
Go for it.
Fucking massive W's for Jenna. Massive W's for Jenna, who sent a $50 donation saying, thank you for being a voice for POC. Listen, I absolutely appreciate your love and support, and I think that having representation is very important. I'm just honored that I get the chance to speak on behalf of for certain marginalized communities, and I would love for other marginalized communities to be able to continue to grow and express their voice. Your voices are important. So Jenna, thank you so much for that $50 donation.
Hell yeah. All right, everybody. It looks like they got off. Are you interested in going live, man? Because if you do, I can shoot you red.
Yeah, you know what? I think I will. I'm gonna hop on just to do. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'll drop.
Okay, everybody.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, of course. Are you gonna be live on this account?
Yep, on this account.
Okay, Santana24 speaks. You got it. All right, for everybody watching, Santana down there, he's gonna be going live on @Santana24 speaks. So everybody, please go over to his account at this moment. Spam his @ down below in that chat so everybody knows where they're going, @Santana24 speaks. Also, y'all make sure to follow me on Instagram, Dean Withers. I'm going to be spamming the story tomorrow at the No King's Day protest. I'm going to be recording content. And yeah, we're going to be talking to counter protesters about what's going on with mass deportation, immigration, Trump, consolidation of power to the executive branch of the government. I may even try to get myself a whole team out there for support, man. That'd be cool. Can't wait. That's gonna be a whole lot of fun. So that's gonna be what I'm doing tomorrow morning. So make sure to follow the Instagram because that's where all the immediate updates will be. So make sure to go do that. Oh, it'll probably be cool because we're going to get like a crowd following us around watching these debates. I'm going to be talking to them. Oh, this will be cool. This will be really cool. This will be really cool. So Insta is at Dean Withers. Honestly, just look at my name on Instagram. You'll see it. 1.4 million of y'all already follow me over there. That's nuts. But anyways, go raid Santana. His @ on TikTok is at Santana24 Speaks. And then also, if anybody did donate to me and I wasn't able to get around to your donation, and you happen to be watching right now, just know that I really love and appreciate you. And I'm so sorry that I didn't get to thank you on live, but I really appreciate it nonetheless, and you guys are awesome. But yep, at Santana24 Speaks. And I'll see you all tomorrow, probably later in the days when I'll be doing my live stream. But peace and love, everybody. Have fun. Stay safe tomorrow, but please get out there and protest if you can. Just stay peaceful and stay vigilant. Have a great rest of y'all's evenings, everybody. Go raid at Santana24 Speaks on TikTok. Peace and love.